woman has 2 decibel advantage, so we can hear a little bit better, and up to 6 decibels with some frequencies, which technically isn't a lot, but it makes a big difference, I guess, as far as our hearing goes. And scientists aren't sure exactly why. They think it comes down to hormones or maybe actually how the ears develop while we're in the womb.
Oh.
And they also say it's possible that women's our brains are better at processing sounds as well. So we've got that going for us.
Good for
and then
you.
a fun fact. Yeah, thank you. We all tend to hear better out of our right ear than our left. Everyone. Why? Nobody knows why.
Testing both ears in the headphones.
I
think that's true.
Yeah.
Did you bring this up just to brag about women's hearing? Is it?
And our brains, really.
Yeah,
it's the brains, how we process sounds.
I'm not going to argue that.
This happens all the time at my house. I'll say something, and then literally it's like 2 seconds later, Colin will ask the question, and it's like, I just said that. It's frustrating.
Well, it's also
or he'll forget
that
a lot.
It's
Women.
Women want to say things when we're not paying attention. I need to be paying attention. You need to have eye contact when I speak with you, and there needs to be nothing else going on so that you know I'm focused on the words that are coming out of your mouth.
Exactly. Here's finally an age-old question. To recline or not to recline on a flight? So a fight broke out on a recent flight. This was from Bali to Melbourne. And it was all due to a reclined seat. It was all captured on video, of course. These 2 guys, although they weren't sitting directly in front or behind each other, so I don't know how it all started, but it was all over this reclined seat. They got in each other's face. Then they started getting a little physical. Thankfully, another passenger jumped in. The crew stepped in to kind of de-escalate things. But do you recline or don't you recline?
You don't.
Oh.
Then why do they make seats recline?
Exactly.
To test if you're a good person or not.
Oh, I normally always look behind me.
It's the same as the merge lane. You use it if it's there.
Yeah, I agree. I typically do use it. I do. If
How
I
much
looked
are you
behind
allowed,
me,
though?
if I looked behind me and you were sitting behind me, John, I probably would not recline because your knee, I'd be like, okay, it's a big guy. I can't do this. But if it's a smaller individual,
I do the same thing.
recline.
I look, if it's a kid sitting behind me,
yeah,
I'm leaning it back. If it's another big dude, out of respect for big dudes.
Yes.
Tough luck, Junior. See, I just respect everybody. Maybe I'm just a better person.
Yes, says the guy who boos at children. Or would boo at kids. Okay.
Yeah. I don't think anybody's going to fall for that statement.
Yeah. Nope.
Heather sniffed that out real quick.
Yeah.
That's Heather with the news. Let's give away some money.
All right, let's give away some money. We might be able to give away more money right now than we did last week on both 2 Grand Slams. I think we only got 3 correct last week over both of them. So this is it, right? 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly. $2,000 if our contestant can get them all right. Simple as that.
We need our best and brightest this morning. Mike in Mason, that's you. You're on 97.1.
Good morning.
Hey, Mike.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
How are you feeling? Are you excited? Are you ready?
I'm good. I'm ready. Yeah, give it a shot.
Okay,
All right.
You got this. If there's one you don't know, pass. And if there's enough time, we'll get back to it.
Perfect.
All right, Mike, here we go. Your time starts now. Who is the head coach of the Houston Cougars men's basketball team?
I see his face. I'll pass for now.
What is Tarek Scooble's jersey number?
33.
What is the capital of Virginia?
Richmond.
Who is the head coach of the New England Patriots?
Brable.
Who did the Detroit Tigers play last night?
Mariners.
This artist had the 2024 hit Good Luck, Babe.
Oh, pass.
Where did Spencer Torkelson play in college?
Oklahoma State.
Who do the Red Wings play tonight?
Blues.
Who is the only Big Ten team to make this year's Frozen Four?
Minnesota.
Who voices Groot in the Guardians of the Galaxy's movie?
Oh. Pass.
Who is the head coach of the Houston Cougars men's basketball team?
We got you with 4.
$100.
Oh, you did it.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll take it.
All right, there you go. $100.
More than I had when I got up this
Yeah.
morning. That'd be good.
There you go. It's a great attitude.
You made a disgusted sound with the 2024 hit "Good Luck, Babe."
Yeah, the answer is not.
I'm guessing you're not a big Chapel Roan fan.
I would have answered the same way though.
I'd have never even heard of this song. 2024, the new songs. I don't know. I'm usually pre-'80s, pre-'80s, '80s and 70s, 70s and 80s.
Okay.
Well, Mike, we appreciate you playing, and that is $100. We'll put you on hold. We'll make sure you get paid. All right?
Sounds great.
So Mike is used to the jukebox and the shuffleboard bars.
Thanks, Tom. Let's go through this for people. Your $2 grand slam, the head coach of the Houston Cougars men's basketball team, John.
That's Sampson.
Calvin Sampson. Tarek Scooble's jersey number.
29, not 33.
Capital of Virginia.
Richmond, he nailed that one.
The head coach of the New England Patriots.
Took him a little time, but he got Mike Vrabel.
Tigers last night played and beat
Mariners.
Chapel Roan, the 2024 hit "Good Luck, Babe," the official artist of people who hate children. Where did Torkelson play in college?
Good guess. He guessed Oklahoma State, but that's wrong. It's Arizona State.
Red Wings play tonight.
The St. Louis Blues.
Who is the only Big Ten team to make this year's Frozen Four? Good guess with Minnesota.
Great guess. Who's one of the teams that could be in it? It's generally Minnesota. Penn State for the first time in program history.
Yep. And who voices Groot in Guardians of the Galaxy?
He was searching. Sounded like he was a fan, or
He's
at least
seen
had
it.
watched the movie.
Yeah.
It's Vin Diesel. Vin Diesel was the voice of Groot. And the Tuesday 2 Grand Slam is brought to you by David Femininio.
Couple quick texts. Of course, Heather leans back her chair, so on brand.
Oh, well, it is there. I agree. I mean, I did say I am respectful. If you're a big person, I'm not going to crush your knees.
Thank
But
you.
It's there.
Yeah.
On a long flight.
Lean her back.
This one says you absolutely recline. Costa equals scum.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue.
With which part of that? Do you absolutely recline or that I'm scum?
Yeah, I don't know. You figure it out.
Okay. Coming up next, breast milk. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you don't like being in pictures, you don't like the way you look, you don't feel comfortable in your clothes, you got to give a shout out to Ideal You. You can find them at idealu.us. And if you want to be 40 pounds lighter in 40 days, Ideal You is the company that made it possible for me. That's right. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal. And I know this program really works because I lost 50 in those 40 days. Now, granted, I was way overweight, and those first 30 came off pretty easy. But they're a company that will be with you every step of the way. They're going to assign you a weight loss coach. They're going to start it off with a body composition analysis. And if you book today, Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free, so you know every statistic about your body before you start the process. Then they're going to design a program specifically for you. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal You is different than other weight loss companies. It works, and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures yet again. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, and as I said, it's absolutely free.
Dan Dickerson's call, much needed for the Tigers. They put up a 6 spot in the first inning. They bat around. Even Javi Baez getting in on the action. Tigers put up 18 hits, pick up their first win of the season. We'll get into it at 8:02. John, you love ice cream. This is one thing I know about you.
Who doesn't love ice cream?
I love ice cream.
Ice
Those
cream
who
is
are lactose intolerant, maybe.
Yeah, but there's even ice cream that they can have.
It's true.
There is. It's my kryptonite. If there's ice cream in the house, generally it's a few scoops, and then it's a few more scoops, and then my theory is, well, if it's all gone, then I can't eat it anymore.
It's a good theory.
And the thought
It's a very good theory.
Oh, I've done this. Well, if I'm going to eat it over the course of the week, what difference does it make if I just have it in the first
Have
day?
it all right now, yeah.
As long as you're not eating another pint or whatever it is in another day of the week.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, then it just goes to your grocery store buying habits. And if it's in the house, it will be eaten. Mm-hmm. And I love almost all kinds of ice cream. I love chocolate. My favorite is Mackinac Island fudge. They even have one now that is a peanut butter version of it. And it is magnificent.
So you said almost.
Almost all flavors. There are other flavors. Like I'm never going to have Superman ice cream. I know that you are probably of the generation. Yes, I'm not surprised. Blue Moon.
Oh, I like Blue Moon.
That's
even though
good
it's
too.
a classic.
You could do Cookie Monster with it if you put like chocolate chips and bites of cookie.
It's good.
Yeah, not going to
The
be
look you
on
just
my.
gave me, you're
on my
disgusted.
Yes, I love the reference to
But
Cookie
you like
Monster.
butter pecan, right?
Oh,
Rum raisin.
yeah. Butter pecan, and you blend it together with some bacon.
Bacon
and
with the ice
now-
cream.
Oh yeah. Oh, don't knock it till you try it.
So-
Everybody loves the what do they call them? The flurries or whatever it is.
McFlurries?
Or what-
blizzards
The blizzard.
yeah.
Blizzard. That's what I was
Yeah.
looking for. Yeah, that is unbelievable.
Okay, so you have a variety of ice creams that you like.
Yes.
I'm curious.
I did find one that I don't ever want to even try, and it is breast milk flavored ice cream. To me, it just sounds horrible.
So this is a real thing.
Apparently, made by Frida Mom, who I love all the Frida Mom products. Frida baby products are awesome. Use a lot of them with my babies. Use a lot of them postpartum. So highly recommend the brand, right? It's a good brand.
Reputable.
Yeah. And then they released something called breast milk ice cream.
Yeah.
Now, John, it's not actually made with breast milk.
Okay, that's fine.
That's a good start.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
right. So there you go. So you would know going into it that you're not actually eating somebody else's milk. Well,
Okay.
a cow's, I guess,
Right. But
which is
I'm
the same thing.
curious as to who was the control group that said, oh, this is not like breast milk. Oh, this is the flavor of breast milk.
well, I think the consensus
Because
that
you-
I've seen or read
you
is
have to
that
know what the
most
taste
breast
is.
milk, breast milk between women probably tastes completely different based off your diet. Like if you eat something very garlicky or spicy foods, I think that can change.
have a hint of garlic in there.
Well, not necessarily
Touches of-
garlic. I think it just changes how it would taste. But I think the consensus is that most breast milk is sweet, like a sweetened almond milk kind of flavor.
So
But-
what's their sales pitch with this?
But it's not even about that. Well, they do say that it tastes sweet and nutty with a hint of salt. But the thing about it is, I think, is that it's nutrient packed with goodness. Like breast milk is nutrient packed for your baby. So they say the ice cream is fortified with the same nutrients found in breast milk, including omega-3, fats, carbs, and energy boosting lactose, as well as vitamins such as iron, calcium, vitamin B and D, and zinc.
So it's healthy ice cream.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, except for the sugar you said in there.
Yeah, but all the other good stuff, it kind of outweighs it, right?
I'm sure there's.
I don't know what
other-
the
other,
source of sugar is.
chemicals in there that
So you
either
wouldn't
give it a certain look or a certain taste.
So this is a no from you.
Oh, 100%. It's a no.
Just
There's
because
no
it
chance.
says breast milk on the
Oh,
carton.
yeah.
But it's not actually breast milk.
Right.
No, it's not. It doesn't matter. I don't want any part of this. And yes, I know that doesn't actually contain breast milk. I don't know. I don't want to know what breast milk tastes like.
You're grossed out by breast milk.
Which is funny to me because there is.
I think it's for babies,
well, it is.
and it's for babies. Well,
But there's no curiosity that ever, like, didn't just, you've had lots of kids, John. Like, it was not like, I just wonder.
Oh, yeah, I want to taste it. I mean, I want to go to the source, but I don't want what comes out. I mean,
it's a simple question, people. Would you? 248-539-9797.
How do they zero in on the flavor? Because there's got to be consistency between.
Like I said, I think most of it is technically sweeter. It has a sweet flavor. I don't know if every woman's.
Did you taste yours?
Yes.
You smiled when you said it.
And so does Colin.
Okay.
Yeah. It wasn't like, let's pour a glass and have a, cheers. It wasn't like that.
Okay.
But yeah, there's curiosity behind it, right? Like, I'm feeding this to my baby. Also,
mix it with
when
Baileys.
I switched to formula stinks. Formula smells so bad to me that I was very curious about, okay, I never tried formula because the smell was horrendous. But yeah, there was a curiosity for sure.
So would you?
Oh, yeah, I would try this.
You would try it?
Yes, there's no real.
Is there only one flavor, or does it come with, can you get cookies and cream?
I don't see why you wouldn't be able to.
Who would want chunky breast milk?
I think you're drinking cow's breast milk. Like, I think you're just, I don't know.
It's their uddermilk.
Yeah, but okay. Okay, was that any better?
But you're not taking it straight from the udder.
No, and neither are you when you eat this ice cream, John.
I know, but I wouldn't be able to get it out of my mind.
But apparently, breast milk is trending, and a lot of women have tried their own breast milk. And it says, I think it said like over 70% of women have tried their own, and 29% of men are interested in trying it.
29%?
Yeah. There's like bodybuilders that will like buy breast milk on the black market.
Oh, really?
I think.
So
I feel like it's a
some
thing
money.
because it is so nutrient based.
I don't remember what the genesis of this conversation was, but I know we had this conversation with Stoney about, which is why we have the drop. But can we hear the drop? I mean, it's just nothing like Stoney saying.
He has to find it. It's somewhere.
But it's. When Stoney says it, it's just special.
Mm-hmm.
So, John, I like, seriously, I don't think me or you would know the difference if it was the base milk in an ice cream, like you just said, cookies and cream, for example, or whatever. I don't think you'd be able to tell the difference.
I don't either.
You might say there's just a little something different about this, but if it's just straight, like, breast milk.
From a cup, here you go.
If the ice cream tastes like that, no way. Because one time, Kelly pumped.
Yep.
And I was feeding one of our kids, I don't remember which one it was now, that milk. And I took like an incidental squirt, and it just happened to go. It just happened from the bottle. You know,
I know what you're talking about.
And it kind of went in my mouth, and I'm like, ah!
You're repulsed by it.
Yes.
It's so funny to me how repulsed. Oh, see, and I don't think so. Formula to me is repulsive.
That's
that
worse.
Stuff stinks.
Yeah.
That's nasty.
And Connor had a lot of problems with spitting back up.
Yep.
And I just have bad memories of all that
spit up
stuff.
breast milk tastes different or smells different
I
than.
know, but sometimes you can't get things out of your head.
Yeah,
you know how when it comes to
certain smells you associate it with.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Curdled breast milk, partially.
Well, sure. Okay, John. Any milk
with you in the
product
curdling?
that you can sit out like that is sat out on a counter or something.
Curdling is one of the worst words in the world.
Yeah,
curdling.
Yes, curdles.
But it does. I do find it funny how repulsed he is by it.
Because I'll answer this. I would. It's not actually made with breast milk. It's healthier ice cream. You said it's kind of nutty and sweet.
Healthier ice cream. Now hold on. You talk about healthier ice cream, it's no different than the other ice creams.
Heather, run through all the benefits again.
It said that it was going to be packed with nutrients.
Packed with them, John.
Yeah. Omega-3, fats, carbs,
It's
energy,
carbs,
lactose.
Carbs, sugar. Yes. Oh, it sounds very healthy.
It's a superfood, is what it sounds like,
exactly.
John.
It's like feeding. Yes, it's like you're the baby, and you're drinking your mother's milk.
Life-sustaining ice cream, John.
There you go.
Would you? 248-539-9797 breast milk ice cream.
Now, would you eat it if you knew it was actually made from breast milk? Okay, so that really changes
You're not
things.
going to get up to Dairy Queen and say, "Can I have Can I have some Reese's in my breast milk?
I mean, I got to say, I wouldn't either.
So a question.
If I knew it was really made from breast milk, I would
chocolate chips. I mean, what would go best in breast milk? Ice cream.
Cereal?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Obviously, they need to make
ice cream.
Yes, they need to make a breast milk flavored milk that doesn't contain breast milk for Heather and the like.
Because you said breast milk is trending.
Cereal.
It's trending. Apparently, that's what this article says, that it's trending.
So if you go to like a hipster coffee place and it's like, well, do you have 2%? Do you have oat? Do you have almond? Could you go? Do you have
breast milk?
Yes.
We're not quite there.
We're going to have nut milk and breast milk.
248-539-9797. We'll get phone calls, ticket, text when you try this.
Oat nut,
almond,
nut milk.
Got it.
No, that's not.
That's not what he. Get your head out of the gutter. It's 97.1.
Is that what you're going?
John, you got to tell people about betting on stuff.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season, because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to all new heights. So whether it's a big blast or you're going opposite field, FanDuel is your home run for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost and make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or over in present Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is that what we're calling it?
Oh, my goodness.
Are you okay?
That was maybe the most honest response that you have ever had to something I've said. And not even what I was referencing to, but it was, I lost it. And then to have to do the read for Dinger Tuesdays.
Texter wanted to know when they started throwing so many innuendos in that read.
Oh.
You were fighting for your life.
I was. I mean, I was fighting through that read, something fierce. The long ball.
Probably just recently because of the torpedo bat.
There you go.
Yes.
Big blast and all of it.
Yes.
We're going to talk Tigers coming up at 8:02, but we have phone calls and ticket texts reacting to breast milk ice cream. It's not made with breast milk, but it's made to be nutrient packed.
And is this a real thing, or is this April Fool's joke?
Well, you had
Oh
this.
no, this is I've had this in my news for. This is not an April Fool's joke. This is a real.
I know.
Real thing.
I saw it too.
You don't buy it though.
I mean, I buy what they're saying. Like, yeah, let's make this packed with nutrients, like breast milk is for babies.
Right. Well,
but
it's
the
all
fact
about
that they're calling it breast milk ice cream.
Yeah, it's all about the packaging, right?
it's
It's the message they're trying to send. It's nutrient dense, yet it has many carbs and sugar.
And Freedom Mom is a brand for postpartum women. Like,
Sure.
so
So
it
it
is
fits.
targeting the right audience, I guess.
Yes, if you would like to sample your own, that's basically what they're marketing.
We asked
And
you.
you said, what would be best served with breast milk? And you said cereal. I was thinking, I don't know, maybe some chocolate chips, maybe some Saunders hot fudge,
brownie pieces.
and you said cereal.
We have a lot of ticket text, and we had to screen some of the ones we can't say on the air after the innuendos.
Oh boy!
But people are playing along and having a good time. And our question was, would you try the breast milk ice cream? It's not made with breast milk. And I said I would. If it's just like a healthier, sweet ice cream, I would. John is repulsed by it. Texters are all over the board on it. Don't be so close-minded, boys. I'm a 56-year-old male, and I love my wife's breast milk. I was actually upset when she dried up.
There you have it.
What size cup of ice cream? A, B, C, or D?
Gotta get a venti.
I'm definitely
Warm that
trying.
up.
I'm definitely trying my booby milk. Father of 4 here. Breast milk is amazing. I couldn't get enough, especially during that special time.
There you go. See, look at these men.
John acts like no dude has ever tried breast milk. LOL.
I'm not saying they've never tried it. We trust me. I know it goes for big money on the open market.
And these guys are not trying it like out of, I'm guessing, like pouring themselves a glass of it.
Some are. It's like
Some
like
are, but I'm
weightlifters
guessing most are not.
are ordering this so that they can simply have a cold glass. Maybe it's warm. I don't know. How is it best served?
Probably warm.
Tried it.
The original formula.
Elixir from the gods, according
Yes.
to a ticket texter. I've tasted it. I'm down to try this. Give me 2 scoops of Double D. Blake at work. Ticket text 248-539-9797. Phones. Josh in Auburn Hills. Good morning.
Morning. I would try it. I wouldn't go to the store to buy it, but I have no shame in this. You know, when you're heating up a bottle for a baby and you dab it on your arms to check the heat. I have a 1 and a 2-year-old currently, so instead of putting it on my wrist with my arms full, I would just squirt the bottle in my mouth. Breast milk tastes like creamer. I know it's different for everybody's diet, but it's not bad to me at all. It's good.
So did you ever put it in your coffee?
No, I have not done that, but I've definitely been holding my 1-year-old and squirting the bottle in my mouth. If it doesn't burn my tongue, then it's not going to burn theirs.
There you go.
Thanks for the phone call. Let's get to Jason in Royal Oak. Jason, good morning.
Hey, guys. Happy Tuesday. Happy Blues Day. Shout out to Val and Heather. Yes, I have tried it. And yes, I have tried it from the source. And it's awesome and delicious. I tried it from my significant other, my Michelle. So sure, I'd try the ice cream. And it's packed with nutrients, you're saying, you know?
Yeah, John.
Right? You're not alone.
It's actually, yeah. And John, it's very good. Breast milk is very good, in my opinion.
I'll
And
take
you
your word
should try
for it.
Sometime. You should try it sometime.
Well,
I think we're past that stage.
Yeah, I think you might not try
have
it
missed the
yet.
window.
We're
Maybe.
past
You never
that
know.
stage. Yeah.
You never know. But I do think most men have tried breast milk when their significant other, their partner, is pregnant or has had a baby.
I'm not going to say that nobody should try it. I'm not going to say nobody should eat this. All I am saying is that it's not for me. I would not be able to do this. And I'm admitting if this is a shortcoming, then so be it.
Some people have your back. Ticket Texter says, breast milk is gross to drink. I was forced to drink it once. It was the most disgusting thing ever. What do you mean forced? Is this like a torture?
Take it.
Yes.
What?
Getting waterboarded with breast milk? Cat people like breast milk. People who don't wash their feet like breast milk. People who recline their seats like breast milk. Okay. What else we got here? John, I can't stop laughing at you not being able to stop laughing. What a show today.
I'm so glad I woke up this morning to be a part of this conversation.
The only thing worse than breast milk ice cream would be greasy bacon on ice cream. WTH, John. That's Matt in Heartland. Explain yourself.
Please read that again.
He said that bacon would be gross. Greasy bacon on ice cream would be gross.
Oh, no. It's wonderful. Trust me. You got to try it. It's just terrific, especially if you have some bacon that you've smoked and you've got a little brown sugar and maple syrup on there. And you put that in butter pecan, and you don't even have to blend it. You cut it into small pieces.
Like sprinkles.
You sprinkle it on top.
So I don't hate this.
I don't either.
Have you
I wouldn't
seen
eat it, but
like people have done
this
that
is
in
my
donut
original
form.
recipe.
Oh, I've seen it like with donuts though. They'll put like a slice of bacon on top, like a similar flavor profile donut.
Sure, and I've tried that because I'm a sucker for anything bacon. Not a big fan.
Really?
On the donut. No, for me, it just doesn't work. I would take it off the donut, eat the bacon, and then eat the donut.
Bacon first or donut first?
Well, I'm saving dessert for last, so donut first, bacon last.
Bacon could be a nice aftertaste, almost like the little Andes mint at the end.
Yeah, it's
of the
whatever
meal.
flavor you want to finish with.
Yeah.
It's just basically, yeah.
You brought up this. We brought up Superman ice cream earlier, and the texter points out that Superman is not actually in Superman ice cream, so there shouldn't be any concerns about
That's good.
What's in Superman ice cream. Cookie Monster is not in Cookie Monster ice cream either.
No. But I do like your thought of the blue Moon ice cream and putting a little chocolate in there, making it.
Places have done that. They've
sure. I get the visual. I'm just not going to have Blue Moon ice cream.
Want to end with this one?
Oh, let me read it first.
When there's a page with only one text on it. I like to do this every once in a while. Pass it over to John.
I don't think I could.
Okay, then. Don't do it.
No.
Okay. Just show it to Heather. She
She
doesn't have
see
to
it.
read
Yeah,
it.
maybe
You're comfortable
Heather
with it?
would like to read that one.
oh, that's interesting.
All right, we'll talk Tiger baseball next. The team got their first win last night. Tom's trying to get us in trouble. It's 97-1. Late night last night for the Tigers. Jackson Job's starting debut. Tigers helped him out with 6 in the first.
Yeah.
Cruise control. Job had his ups and downs, but the Tigers pick up their first win. John, what's the headline from the Tigers?
Oh, Riley Green with his first moonshot. I mean, that was nice in the first inning there. It would have been nice if Kerry Carpenter was still on base. Got picked off. But what I liked about Jackson Job was, don't like the 2 home runs, but I like how he responded. I like how he started off that first inning, 3 up, 3 down. He came with some good stuff. And again, a young pitcher, it's going to be a roller coaster all season long. And you're going to have some outings where you're like, we want that every time. And you're going to have some other ones where, there's probably going to be some games where it's like the Mariners pitcher where he just doesn't get out of the first inning, where things just don't go right. It's not his night. And he doesn't have the experience to make the necessary adjustments. But I think moving forward, everyone should be excited about the off-speed pitches, the change-ups, the cutter, all those different things that he had with his heat. And when he learns and has a little bit more experience with the batters that he's facing, with what stuff is working on a given night for him, look out. I think he's going to be a dominant force.
I thought last night was a good reminder that there's a learning curve. We expect these guys to be aces out of the box, and we forget that Verlander took a minute, Scherzer took a minute, Tarek Skubal. There is an adjustment period here. 99 on the gun is 99. That cutter gave people problems. That changeup, he gave up a homer on it, but he also came right back and got a strikeout with it. Pitched 4 innings, got a strikeout to close the night, which I think was meaningful. Gave up 2 home runs. He did give up some hard contact, and he wasn't spotting his pitches consistently. Deep breaths. This is what it's going to be like. I thought that was incredibly predictable for a pitcher making his first start.
And I liked how he looked like he was stone cold. Like, there was no emotion. And I know inside, after he gives up the first home run, he's probably kicking himself for throwing that pitch, throwing it where he did. Sometimes good hitters make good contact. But there was no emotion. It was, give me the ball back, let me go at it again. And I really liked what I saw from him. It felt like there was no fear. And much to backing up his quote, and I don't really remember exactly what it was, but he's just going to throw his stuff. He's not going to worry about datting a gnat's ass.
Yeah, that was basically it.
Yeah.
Not try to be too precise, just try to let your stuff do the talking. You got to refine it, but the stuff's the stuff.
Yeah, but with his skill, and here's something we didn't mention earlier, with his skill, now gaining experience, along with Chris Fetter as the guy that is molding and shaping him, I think that in of itself it has to give you a sense of excitement.
We tuned in for Job, but my biggest takeaway wasn't Jackson Job. My biggest takeaway was Justin Henry Malloy and Colt Keith and a little extra oomph from the offense. And maybe it's as simple as this. Baseball's more fun when you don't play the Dodgers. Colt Keith back at his natural second base. You can't tell me there's nothing to that. Justin Henry Malloy should have been on this team when they broke camp. All of a sudden, he's the leadoff hitter. 2 walks, 2 singles, and he started the game off against a righty. Team needs bats. And if Keith and Malloy and Torque, look, even Javi had 3 hits yesterday. That was the headline to me is, exhale. We're not going to cancel opening day after all. Because Gleyber Torres gets hurt earlier in the day, and I'm joking with you, really the only bat they add, and even he's hurt. So it was nice to see that that's not even really a discussion today. Gleyber Torres' injury and any doom can wait. If Colt Keith gets back to it, and he's maybe some of that's playing second base, John, that's huge.
Yeah, and I know on Twitch, right, the question is who needs a reminder? Anyone with a half a brain knows rookies have ups and downs, but we're also talking to a fan base that is very excited about seeing Jackson Job, and we build them up so much, just like we did when Spencer Torkelson first, got in the batter's box. We thought it was just going to be home run swing after home run swing, and it took him time, and we like what we're seeing now from Spencer Torkelson. I'm starting to believe, and maybe it's just an unbelievable hope, that this is what he is going to be this year. Not batting above 400, but he has 4 games, and he has hit in every single game. He's already got a home run, and we kind of build these guys up to want to be perfect as soon as they either enter the batter's box or they take the mound. It's not going to be that way. And I know everybody knows that, but sometimes we do have to be reminded that Jackson Jobe is very young. He was a high school pitcher when he was drafted. Those that wanted some other individuals in that draft, they're not even in Major League Baseball yet, but Jackson Jobe is, and I think he's going to be a major contributor to this pitching staff, to this team this year.
248-539-9797. We're still learning about this baseball team. It's early in the season. Chance to break free from a Dodgers series and pick up their first win of the season. Thoughts on Jobe? Thoughts on the offense? Colt Keith, Henry Malloy. Now, Justin Henry Malloy in the leadoff spot, I think, was really interesting because they don't really have a leadoff hitter right now.
No, and if he could fill that role, that'd be great until Parker Meadows is back.
And he doesn't have a ton of speed, but he draws walks. He gets on base.
And then you have your hitters behind him so you can get runners in scoring position and actually knock them in.
The Torkelson thing is starting to be a thing. It's still early. You were talking pre-show, like when do we officially declare he's back? I'm just rolling with it right now. This is great. He's been able to carry spring into the start of the season.
Take it while you got it.
And for anybody like feeling bad, like, oh, we buried this guy too soon. The Tigers buried this guy. They added Torres and were comfortable bumping Keith over to first because they thought Tork's career was on life support. Now it's a great story emerging that he's wrestling back his career. And if he solidifies first, now you have some flexibility here. While Torres is out, you put Keith the second. When Torres is back, you have three guys for two spots. Throw the DH in there.
And maybe
that ends up getting the best lineup possible out there.
And you never know why things work out the way they do. And why did he have to struggle for 3 years? And I know he had 30 home runs a couple of years ago, but that was only basically the back half of that season. And in large part, it's been disappointing to watch him go to the plate. And his back is against the wall. And if Vierling and Meadows don't get hurt, even though he had a really good spring training, he might not still be on this roster, but he has taken advantage of the opportunity that he was on the opening day roster. And now, are we watching Colt Keith maybe do the same thing? They move him over to first. Now he's got to learn all the intricacies about playing first base. He is focused on playing first base more than anything else. Now all of a sudden Gleyber Torres goes down. He goes back to second, a position that he's comfortable with, that he's familiar with, that he knows. And now he can just go out there and play defense and concentrate on the bat. And what happens last night? A couple of hits. Now again, it's only one game, but is it possible that an injury that led to Spencer Torkelson's early season success could also lead to Colt Keith finding himself again and just being comfortable at second base, making himself comfortable at the plate?
Certainly seems possible. For Colt Keith, I do think it matters to be back home at a more natural spot. I think the best example right now in baseball of that is Devers in Boston. He's not a good defensive third baseman, but that was home for him, and they moved him off of it. And as a DH, designated hitter, he doesn't have a hit.
No.
0 of 19 with 15 strikeouts. It doesn't even seem possible. Clearly in his own head about it, right? And he's pouting, not that Colt Keith was pouting, but it was a mental shift. And it's nice to see Colt Keith getting back to it a little bit last night. I don't know how much of it's the starting pitcher. Like Hancock clearly wasn't very good, but they hit everybody who came in. They had 18 hits, and you're supposed to take advantage of bad pitching. And if it can spark you early in the season, we have highlighted ad nauseum how important the start of this season is. You got to survive. You're missing some key bats. Can you survive? Stay in the hunt, hover around 500. The division doesn't have a runaway team, and then you get your reinforcements. You get healthy. Maybe you buy at the deadline. You hit lightning in a bottle with one or two of these guys, Torkelson being a key one. Yeah, then you open up your mind to the possibilities of it.
Yeah, and we'll get a chance to see tonight. The next opportunity for them to take the field. Logan Gilbert, be on the mound for the Mariners. Right-handed pitcher, and had a really good outing his first time, went 7 innings. It's a guy that, he had, 8 strikeouts, I think it was, in those 7 innings. So this will be a good test for all the bats that are going to face him tonight. And we'll find out a little bit more. Is Torkelson for real? And if he goes over, it doesn't mean that he's not. Eventually, he's going to be a game where he doesn't hit.
Everybody goes overs, okay? This isn't an interesting story if he ends up sticking. And I think it's on the table that he could have a better year than he had 2 years ago. That's crazy. Like
Sure.
I didn't think that 2 weeks ago.
He's never started out like this.
The Tigers didn't. Remember we have Evan Petzold on the show about 2 to 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, the guy was camped out at spring training since the Super Bowl, and he had believed Torque would start the year in AAA.
He said 250 at-bats in the minors. What this guy's doing is defying logic because every single person that was around him, whether it be the coach, the GM, the beat reporters who see way more than we do every day, said this guy is not starting here. And he's gone from this to your cleanup hitter. That's insanity.
Yeah.
Think about it. 2 weeks before the season, you're fighting for Torque to get a spot. He's the cleanup hitter. Justin Henry Loy doesn't make the roster. He's your leadoff hitter. You
always hear the positive spring stories and guys emerging and stuff, and it's like nobody bought Torque.
No.
I don't know if they did that intentionally. Maybe it's something we can ask if this really materializes and plays out, AJ, in about 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Like, did you guys just not say it? You saw it? Did you not trust it? Or did you trust it, but you didn't want to put the pressure on them?
Well, I mean, so they know more about baseball, obviously, than we do.
All of us.
More than I'll ever know. But what we knew, it was how could we trust it? Because if you just look at the obvious, he wasn't a good hitter. It's not like it's rocket science. There was no ball to bat in, even when he was making contact last year, it wasn't. 2 years ago, they talked about, he's making hard contact. Last year, you went through all of the stats. What the launch angle wasn't there, the hard contact, the speed off the bat wasn't there.
The homers were turning to doubles, the pitches over the middle of the plate he wasn't able to get to. It looked like a broken man.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden, sometimes that light bulb just goes on. You flip that switch, and now you get it. And hopefully this is him getting it.
And I don't know how long it will last. Like to the point about the off-air question. It could be a Red Pop situation or a Brennan Bosch, and you heat up for 6-8 weeks, and then it never sustains. But this team needs 6 to 8 weeks to get their footing to start the season here, and I hope it's certainly more than 6 to 8 weeks, but Torkelson off to a hot start. We're going to talk some Lions later in the hour. 8:35, Brad Holmes weighing in on J-Mo's future with this football team, and he laid out some of what they did in free agency in an explanation. It's 97.1.
If your furnace or AC isn't getting the job done, you got to do what I did and call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft has 24/7 emergency service, so you never have to be for long without, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Now through April the 15th, buy a new furnace or AC, and you're going to get half off installation. They've got generators in stock as well. Call to schedule your free in-home estimate, or you can check them out online at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
All right, 8:35, we're going to talk about the Lions, JMO's future with the team. Brad Holmes speaking on that, plus re-emphasizing their vision and explaining the offseason. Tigers win last night. First of the season, 18 hits. Justin Henry Malloy up with the Gleyber Torres injury. Jackson Jobe with his first start of the season. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. And the takeaways you have as we get closer and closer to the party on Friday. Opening day's back on.
Yes, it is.
After an 0-3 start, they didn't cancel the season. They're still playing baseball games.
They are still playing, and there is still hope.
Yeah.
And it's...
The biggest source of that hope is Torkelson?
Oh, I think so, yeah. And the way that, Justin Henry Malloy started last night, there's certainly some excitement about that. But if you just look at, the numbers and the bats that are producing, it felt like last night it was maybe a slump buster for Kerry Carpenter. Kind of felt like maybe he found his swing. Riley Green, obviously, going yard. Torque with another couple of hits. Keith going 2 for 3 with a couple of walks, showing some plate discipline. The only one that didn't hit yesterday was Zach McKinstry. Everyone else was a part of the party.
7 of the 9 had multi-hit days, and they busted up the Mariners, who had to empty out their bullpen to start a series. How
about Dingler?
Yeah.
I mean,
he could.
That's it, man.
No, I'm saying, he could end up doing something here, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you put Jake Rogers behind the plate every time Skubal is throwing, which I think we all can appreciate that, the shortcoming for Rogers, even though he has at times been opportunistic, is his bat. But then if you have another guy that you could throw in there for Jobe, and maybe Jobe and Dingler develop that same chemistry that Skubal and Rogers have demonstrated, but then you get a better bat with Dingler.
Yeah, and if Dingler's hitting, you're going to find a way into this. It's not going to be like Rogers wrestles away 80% of the ABs.
I mean, hell, even Javi had, maybe it's just, okay, the pitching last night. If Javi's going 3 for 5,
maybe it says more about the Seattle pitching.
Yeah.
They're a good pitching staff, but that was their number 5 starter. And then, you're playing, just kind of get through it. You're not using your best guys. A couple ticket texts on Torkelson. I think Torque took control of himself. A month or two, you guys were talking about him refusing film study and coaching or something like that. The station's...
Oh, he put that out there.
Yes. The station said he decided to just go back to hitting the ball and not doing all that. Maybe that works better for him. AJ had clarified with us he is using video, but I think he wanted to strip down and simplify a lot of the noise. That's what this texter says. There's a lot of chatter that he wasn't receptive to making changes, philosophical or mechanical. Unfortunately, MLB players have their own personal hitting coaches. It can cause conflict. Whatever the case, Torque looks like he's figured it out.
Yeah. I love both those texts. I think they're both right, and we were talking in the break. I think in baseball, once they got the scouting report on Torque, it worked. And there was no reason for teams to pitch differently to him. And so far in this small amount of season here, it looks like he's fixed the number one weakness on his scouting report. So these teams don't know how to pitch to him yet. So now there's going to be they're going to find a new weakness.
And that's the real test
and that'll be the test.
How do you adjust to the adjustments? Josh, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
What's going on, guys?
What's up?
It's going good.
Hey, I just want to talk about how more mature, I think Torkelson's swing looks. I think it's more of a reality check, and him being scared that he might not be wearing that D on his chest anymore if he doesn't get stuff fixed and changed. And look at his swings last night. I mean, I know they're facing the 5-starter or whatever. You can say what you want, but he ran counts deep. I think he ran a 10 or 11 pitch at bat last night. He hit that ball between, I think it might have been the second or third inning, where he hit that ball between third and shortstop yesterday. It was a full count. He shortened up, just stuck his bat out. He didn't have that last year. He had such a big gap in that swing, and hopefully he fixed that, and it looks like he has so far. And then going back to your guys' comments about Cole Keith, when they're throwing stuff at him where he's worrying about, picking balls at first base and not being able to focus, being comfortable and being focused and just playing baseball, it can take a lot on somebody. And I feel like, he's comfortable there. And then having Javi at short and Sweeney, or Javi at third and Sweeney at short, man, I think that's where it needs to be at. And Malloy is a must.
Yeah, you talk about working. Talk about working a count. He was down 0-2 one of the at bats, and he ended up drawing a walk in like an 8 pitch battle. You're right. They're starting to. Roles needed to be solidified for this team. They had too many questions going into the season. Guys got to find homes and settle into roles here.
And we talked about them working the count. They forced the Mariners pitch. Now, a lot of it was that first inning to throw 182 pitches.
That's like 50 in the first inning alone. Mm-hmm. They bat around. We're going to talk Lions football coming up at 8:35. We'll talk torpedo bats a little later in the show. Just wait till the Tigers get a hold of those ones. Let's get to Heather with the news.
You guys, 12 people, including 4 police officers, are currently hospitalized following a house fire in Farmington Hills. Happened this morning right around 5 a.m. Police and firefighters from all 5 Farmington Hills stations responded to this home. It's on 10 Mile near Middle Belt. There was heavy smoke, flames coming from this house. Police officers actually ran inside as well because there were lots of people in there that they needed to be rescued. The people rescued ranged in age from 5 months to 27 years old. 3 are in serious condition. Officials say it appears there was no working smoke detectors in the home. And they say that all of the victims were unconscious when police entered the home.
Because of like smoke?
I'm guessing so. I mean, they didn't go into, but yeah, that's what I would imagine. Firefighters or investigators do believe it started in the bedroom, the fire, but they haven't released other details. But hopefully everybody makes a full recovery. This is a really cool story. Allen Park track coaches helped save the life of a student who suffered cardiac arrest. So on March 12th, there was a girl, a freshman, 14 years old, Alyssa Atkinson. She was doing her normal warm-up, during a track practice at Allen Park High School when things just quickly took a turn for the worst. She doesn't really remember anything. Her next memory is waking up in a hospital bed with her family by her side. And then she later learned that she went into sudden cardiac arrest. Without a doubt, her mom said she's never shown any signs of a heart problem before, has had sports physicals every year in high school and in middle school, had no idea that this was something she was suffering from. And as she recovers from home, the 2 Allen Park track coaches are being called heroes because they performed CPR, they used an AED, and they say it was those critical moments, those seconds, that really mattered most. And being ready to respond during this medical emergency is something that the athletic director there, James Victor, said they take very seriously.
Yeah. When you mentioned they're being hailed as heroes, you save a life. You are a hero.
Yeah, but at least they're being recognized as such as well, which is great. Yeah. I think everybody was really shocked when all the details about the former Michigan assistant Matt Weiss came out. Like, I think everyone was shocked, and that includes Jim Harbaugh. So he says that he was not aware of the wild allegations of all these. I mean, they call it computer crimes, but it goes much more beyond that, I think, against Weiss until after he coached his final game with the Wolverines in 2022. It was during the college football playoffs. On Monday morning, Harbaugh just it basically said everything is shocking, called it shocking, called it disturbing, and said that he was not aware of it until he found out with basically all the other else. Everyone else. Yeah.
It is. It's shocking.
Yep. Finally, after 6 years in the NFL and most recent 3 with the Lions, defensive lineman John Kaminsky is medically retiring from the NFL. So he was drafted by the Atlanta Falcons in the 4th round of the 2019 draft. Mm-hmm. And then in 2022, the Lions claimed him off waivers and his career really started to blossom. Unfortunately, he suffered a torn MCL in his right ankle during the 2024 training camp, forced to sit out the season on injured reserve. And he did release a statement. And he said it was kind of a culmination of not only that injuries, but other injuries as well that led him to make this decision. He said he's at peace with it, thanks to the support from his family.
It's a super hard decision to make.
I believe it.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Brad Holmes speaking at the owners' meetings. J-Mo, What's the future with him and the offseason? The explanation for where they're at right now. It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, you need a law firm that cares about you. You deserve a law firm who's looking out for you. That's KG Law. Lawrence KG is a Detroiter. He built his business on the idea of going above and beyond for you. The phone number, 877-KG-CARES. You can check him out online, kgcares.com. He's won millions because he fights and he wins big. You'll have someone who sees you as more than a number. So if you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. Visit kgcares.com. That's K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. NFL owners meetings going on right now, which means we're hearing from Dan Campbell a little bit, Brad Holmes some, getting kind of a sense of where the team is at. And there's still some big decisions that need to be made. Brad Holmes talked a lot about financial flexibility and extensions, and everybody knows Aiden Hutchinson. They want to get something done. Kirby Joseph, they want to get something done. What about Jamison Williams? Brad Holmes asked directly about JMO's future with the Lions.
Was he at the zoo?
No kidding, right?
Kind of almost are distracted listening to the birds, and you miss a little bit of what Brad Holmes has to say.
We could play it again, not back to back here, because I don't want to inundate you with the zoo, but there's a lot of birds.
Yeah. So I think it's obvious. It may be one of the most obvious things that they're going to do. Maybe not as obvious as picking up Hutch's 5th year, but yeah, they're going to pick up J-Mo's 5th year.
But non-committal beyond that.
Sure. I mean, because he's got to prove that he can play 17 games. And if he's hurt, if it's a hamstring, if it's something like that, that's a completely different matter versus a suspension for something dumb or just an off-the-field issue that could create distractions. Now, there are distractions that other players have, and teams put up with it because they're special on the field. He has the opportunity to be that guy. He's a unique talent. Now, what does he add to this team above and beyond what Amon-Ra St. Brown, the rest of the receivers, what does he add to this offense? Because I think that 5th year option is going to cost him about $15 million. You give him a long-term contract, it's probably going to be more than that $15 million per year. So what's the return on that? Who do you not have because you're paying another receiver? So I think the obvious part is, we're going to pick up the 5th year option. We'll see how he does this year. And he could be a guy that, because you pick up that 5th year option, he's got great value in the trade market. And you can add draft picks, maybe another player along with some draft picks.
I assume everybody's on board with giving him a 5th year. That's the easy part, right? He had 1,000 yards. He is an extra dimension, extra gear for the offense. If anybody has an issue with it, I guess you could speak your mind. I know people get all fired up about J-Mo. He deserves a 5th year option. But you could even hear it with Brad Holmes. Anything beyond that, John, I don't expect him to be here. They have other big decisions to make, and he did note wide receivers aren't cheap.
Right.
I think it's all but certain he's going to play 2 more seasons in a Lions uniform and then play somewhere else.
Given a wild card. Like if there's something that happens.
Sure.
Amon-Ra St. Brown has a devastating injury. Don't even want to necessarily say it out loud, but these are the things that can possibly change future plans.
The most likely scenario, though, is he'll play.
That he's
play
not
out
here.
His rookie deal, and then there's just only so much money to go around. Holmes has been preparing us for that since last offseason, really.
And
what would he have to do? I mean, he had 1,000 yards last year. There's just only so much money to go around. Are you going to pay him and St. Brown a combined $55 to $60 million?
No.
I don't think so.
No, so that's why I say unless something unusual happens. And I don't foresee anything unusual, that would require him to be here for a 6th year. I think the bigger question is going to be, does he just simply play out the 5th year? And if they're in, the run for the Super Bowl, then he could play out his 5th year and then just leave in free agency. He will be a guy after this year, if he has another year even close to what he had, that a team may say, you know what, we don't want him to get to free agency. We could take him now. We could have him. We could franchise tag him, have him for a couple of years. And what type of value does that return for the Detroit Lions? If they're not going to give him a contract extension, a long-term deal, then what value can you get out of them?
I also think it's worth pointing out the guys they really like, they work the 5th year into the extension. So Penei Sewell's contract was, we're picking up the 5th year, but it's all going to get rolled into a massive contract. Same thing with what will happen with Aiden Hutchinson. That deal will get done, and it's not going to be like, they pick up the 5th, and then we'll wait and see. It's going to get applied to his extension. The fact that J-Mo will have his 5th year picked up, and John, I don't see an extension coming with it, gives you a sense of where they're at with him.
The question will be on J-Mo's side, how is he going to receive this information? When you have all of these draft picks that are getting extended, they're getting extended early, even before they get to their 4th year. And I'm the guy that you're not going to do that for? Does he go into that 5th year and demand a trade? Does he go into that 5th year and say, you know what, I'm not going to play on this rookie deal. I'm going to wait for a long-term deal. We haven't had that here in Detroit with Brad Holmes, but is that not a possibility for what we have seen from J-Mo?
So it's always a possibility, but I would sure hope not, because this team has stuck by him.
Right.
His first year was a non-year because of injury. He's been suspended because of his own mistakes twice.
And it may be a non-issue.
Yeah, and I know you're not saying it will be an issue. It shouldn't be. This team's looked out for him. He should be motivated. He should play his ass off, and he should be a hell of a player while he's here.
What if let's just say he does better this year, and he's a 1,200-yard receiver going into fifth year, or just he does the same. He's a 1,000-yard receiver as the number 2. Isn't he going to sit there and say, I want a long-term deal?
He can sit there and say it, but he's not going to get it. And I think, okay, John, I would say you could have a training camp holdout. It could go all the way until that first week leading up. But he would show because he's got to start the contract year. He wants that 5th-year money. 5th-year money's not bad.
Right, it's $15 million.
Yeah,
and it's fully guaranteed as soon as they pick it up May 1.
Yeah, so hey, look, you could have the holdout, and I wouldn't blame him. That's part of
It's part of the business.
Yes, it is. Yeah. And he's entitled to do that if he wants to. To get the extension, to me this season, he would have to have a Jahmyr Gibbs type year.
Like offensive player of the year kind of year.
Yeah, it'd have to be something absurd that we just don't think is possible, like 1,700-plus yards with some
returns,
either returns or
rushing.
reverses and that kind of thing. And I just don't think that's possible when the ball has to be spread around and you have the quarterback that you have.
Yeah, that's a huge part of this is the mouths to feed both financially, but also like within the offense. St. Brown is the number 1 receiver. He's the reliable guy on third down, got to have its spots. J-Mo gets a big splash play, but they're also going to pound the rock. They're going to throw it to Laporta. Tim Patrick, he's not J-Mo, but he has a role in the offense. There's only one football. I don't think he's shy of a bunch of injuries around him and he just takes this huge step forward, going to he's not going to command an extension from the Lions.
I agree, but there is a world where what Tom just mentioned is possible. Where, it doesn't take as many touches for that number of yards as it does for Amon-Ra St. Brown. Amon-Ra St. Brown gets a lot of, 12, 15 yards, catch, and tackled. Jamison Williams, when he touches the ball, he has the ability to go the distance every single time. It doesn't happen, obviously, because it's football. But he could turn some of those smaller receptions into huge gains.
He can do a lot with a little.
Right. And so all I'm saying is the potential is there for him to have a better year, a bigger year. And if that happens, what's the result next offseason? How does he handle contract negotiations? How does Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell, the organization handle contract negotiations?
Well, it's part of a bigger conversation we'll have as the hour wraps here because Brad Holmes talked about why they didn't do more in free agency this year and some of the plans and how all of that factors in. We'll get to it. But first, Victor in Northville, you've been waiting. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. What's happening? I like J-Mo. He's obviously really popular with the kids and sells a lot of jerseys. But on the other side, we got Amon-Ra, and he's kind of shorter, right? He catches those little passes. And he's got great hands. On the other hand, J-Mo, are you guys convinced he can catch the ball over his shoulder in 50-50 balls? He seems to, have the drops sometimes. And I think we need the other receiver to be, taller and catch those 50-50 balls, almost like a Calvin Johnson did. And I'm not suggesting that we're going to find a Calvin Johnson.
I'd love a Calvin Johnson, Victor. They don't grow on trees. Right?
No, I know. But even, I know. The one that we gave away to the Giants was pretty good for us, too. But, if we have a tall receiver on the other hand with sure hands, I'm not suggesting that get rid of J-Mo. If he signs for a good price or low, but I wouldn't give him – most of his catches are runs after the catch. Most of his yards are runs after the catch. He doesn't – are you convinced that some of his timing that are thrown, he runs the wrong route to the ball sometimes or, takes the wrong route, almost like a center fielder would on a fly ball, I don't think he's got great hands. And I don't know if that's just him.
Well, I don't know if he has great hands, but I think his hands improved. I think his route running improved. And I think he's not just a guy who's, yards after the catch guy. He's to take the top off the defense. He catches it 30, 40 yards down the field, which is a trait that nobody else on this offense possesses. I don't mean to diminish him. I just know there's only so much money to go around. It feels like they've all but told us what's going to happen. He'll play this year. He'll have the 5th year, and then he'll be gone because they got to pay Hutch and Kirby Joseph and a lot of mouths to feed. We'll get to Brad Holmes' full comments next. It's 97.1.
Anytime a pitcher is taken, are you working your way to the back or just saying, you know what, I don't want my pitcher taken? And maybe it's because you don't feel good about yourself. You don't like the way you look right now. you got to give Ideal You a shout. It's idealu.us on the web. Picture yourself 40 pounds lighter in just 40 days. What would that look like? What would that feel like? That's right. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You. I know the program works because I lost 50 pounds in 40 days, and I've been able to keep that weight off now going on 3 years. Book today, and Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free. Then you're going to work with your weight loss coach to create a plan that works for you. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal U is different than other weight loss companies because it works and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in just 40 days and be happy taking those pictures again. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free.
That's Brad Holmes. Not at the Detroit Zoo, but at the NFL owners' meetings. Is there just more ambient bird noise at the end of that?
That's amazing.
He said a lot yesterday, and Dan Campbell speaking today, and we're sifting through all of it and giving you guys the most pertinent stuff. With Brad Holmes, he did address free agency and fans who wanted more. John, you're familiar with that dynamic.
Oh, yes.
He said, if I was a fan, just as much as I love our fans, I'd be the same way. Hey, look, splash, get guys, spend money. Like, let's go. But I want to make sure that the fans understand we're being disciplined on our approach because we're trying to win now and also sustain what we want to do. He said, I don't know if I was as clear as I could have been at the Combine, but I tried to kind of let our fans know we're not going to be big spenders coming up because of all the things we have coming in the future. He said part of that discipline is required with where we are as a football team. Yes, the balance of winning now, but also wanting to sustain winning as well. That's the gist of it, John. My takeaway is they feel like they would have won the Super Bowl last year if they were healthy. Do you agree with that? That they feel that way?
I think there's a lot of people, not just Brad Holmes, that think that they would have had a chance to win the Super Bowl. To say that you would have been a lock to win the Super Bowl is ridiculous. Because as we've seen, you could have a bad half in the second half of an NFC Championship game and not even make it to the Super Bowl. But I think it's also ridiculous to think that if they had even had half the guys back on defense that were injured, would they have had a better opportunity to beat Washington? Sure.
Of course.
But could they have still lost to Washington? Yes. Mm-hmm. Would they have lost to the Eagles? We'll never know. I'm not going to play the hypothetical game, but they would have been a better team without those guys being hurt.
I say it because it feels like they are sold that they have what it takes already. Their moves were to bring back their own guys and to replace Carlton Davis with a similar player. Their belief is we're good here. We have a Super Bowl roster already. It's just a matter of dealing with the cap and paying everybody here. We need no outside help. Or very minor outside help moves are all that we need. We have a Super Bowl roster. Is that a fair thing to take away from that?
Sure. And did you think that they had a Super Bowl roster last year?
Certainly felt like it, right?
Yeah.
But the question is, other teams get better. Are you getting better with them? Their win total is noticeably not on the same tier as the Chiefs, Eagles, Bills, or Ravens.
So then line up, play the games, and then we'll see what happens.
Okay, John.
So I'm not going to sit here and say they're a 15-win team again. It's hard to win 15 games in a single year. It's hard to win 15 games in back-to-back seasons, especially with the record that they have coming up. But are they going to be a better team if Aiden Hutchinson is healthy for 17 games? Does that not make them better?
Absolutely does.
All right. If Malcolm Rodriguez, Derek Barnes, Amik Robertson, Aleem McNeil, if they're healthy, now you can't count on everyone to be healthy because you're not going to go from a decimation of injuries to no injuries. That's not. Maybe it's on the offensive side. Maybe it's split more evenly. Who knows what's going to happen? That's a hypothetical that no one knows the answer to that question. But are they better with Aiden Hutchinson, Aleem McNeil, and let's just say Derek Barnes, because that one happened early in the season too?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you feel like they made moves to get better?
I think DJ Reed is I think he can be better.
No, I said, did they make moves to get better?
Is DJ Reed not a move?
He swaps out for Carlton Davis.
I think he might be. I mean, we won't know until he plays, but he could be better.
Sure. But I feel like that was just swapping out one for one.
Is Brian Branch going to be in his third year?
Yes.
Kirby Joseph going to be playing again?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to tell you they're a bad football team. I don't know what you're getting at here. They're a good football team.
No, what you're trying to get me to say is they haven't made enough moves to win a Super Bowl.
Have they?
We'll find out.
Tune in February.
Right.
I think we have
I
every
do
right
think
to
that they have a
this
Super Bowl roster, and they can win a Super Bowl with this roster.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you.
Could they be doing more? I think is always a fair question.
Sure. And 32 teams could be doing more.
They entered this offseason with the 9th most cap space. Did they act like it? They're concerned about 26 and 27 more than 25 financially. And could it hurt them on the field in 25? Sure, because there are moves they didn't and aren't making. That's a fair critique.
What's the move?
Khalil Mack on a 1-year deal. Joey Bosa on a 1-year deal.
Okay.
What's the pushback?
Khalil Mack, before we even entered free agency, he re-signed in I want to say San Diego, in L.A.
And nobody ever back channels before free agency starts.
And maybe he just wanted to end his career in sunny California.
Okay.
All of these are possible. You can't just discount the possibilities that I come up with and think that yours are all hitting.
No, but you asked me for names. I gave you names. 1 year responsible 2025 winning moves that don't hurt the 2026 or 2027 cap that we're more concerned with than the 2025 season.
And so you spend what did Joey Bosa end up signing for? $10 million?
Sure.
Sign him for $10 million, and then what do you have? Maybe another Marcus Davenport?
He's better than Marcus Davenport. Don't do that. That's insulting.
Availability. But yes, by skill set, sure, he's head and tails above
but
Marcus
Davenport.
Davenport.
Isn't afraid to sign injured players, so why would that stop him from Joey Bosa?
Because the price tag is a little bit higher for Joey Bosa than it is for anybody else.
They had the 9th most cap space for the upcoming season. Well, why is that a detriment?
Well, you're going to sign Aiden Hutchinson to a monster contract, and that number is more now than it was when the season ended.
And I'm assuming the plan is to roll some of the bonus money into the upcoming year's cap, right?
Sure.
Is to try to start
which you've done with Penei Sewell, which you've done with Jared Goff, which you've done with Amon-Ra St. Brown, and you are going to give J-Mo his 5th year, which is going to be $15 million hit on 1 year.
And I think we just played you that audio that J-Mo, in terms of a long-term deal, they're non-committal. The point is they're not going to keep everybody as much as they want to. So in 2 to 3 years, when they're losing guys inevitably, you will look back and go, should they have not been more aggressive to win while they had everybody in the locker room and they had great vibes and they had great chemistry and they have all-pro talent?
You're assuming that, and your assumption means that they don't win a Super Bowl. You could also assume that they might win a Super Bowl.
Okay, so were they good enough to win it last year prior to Hutch getting hurt?
Yes.
So this is, to me, it's like last offseason all over again. There's 2 narratives. One, Hutch needs help, and then one that he doesn't. He was Defensive Player of the Year going up till the injury, right?
For about, a month, yeah.
He led the league in sacks without help. Now, to your point, what's the harm of a 1-year helper to it? Even if you were good enough, you could solidify it a little bit more. Look, I think the most important thing to this question here is 2 guys, Jack Campbell and Terrion Arnold. You would expect them, under what the Lions have done with this regime and coaching staff, to be better players.
Yeah, and Jack Campbell has improved every single year.
Yes, and I think he's still the one that if he takes one more step, it changes everything in my mind.
We fixate on the Super Bowl. It's the ultimate goal. Dan Campbell said it today, or maybe it was yesterday with Dan Miller. I see the videos and the clips. Either you win the Super Bowl or you're in the line with everybody else. It's the whole enchilada comment from a year ago. We're very much in this, you got to win the Super Bowl. The lesson we learned in the Super Bowl was, you want to beat Patrick Mahomes? Swarm him. It's not one guy who's going to do it. You swarm him. The Lions' upcoming schedule gets tougher, but most specifically, they're going to play much better quarterbacks. They're going to face Mahomes and Burrow and Lamar and Jaden Daniels. They're going to play Jalen Hurts. They're going to play better quarterbacks this season. So it wouldn't hurt to get better. But from Brad Holmes' comments, they got to worry about a mortgage and bills to pay in 2026 and 2027. So he better be right that this team as is needs no outside help, that he has already constructed a Super Bowl roster.
Or else face the wrath of one Jim Costa.
Or else disappoint your fan base again.
Right. And everybody would be disappointed if they don't win a Super Bowl.
Right. So get out in front of it instead of resting on what you've already done. That's not a fair critique?
It could be your critique, sure. Okay, it's fair.
Okay, 248-539-9797. We'll get Lions fans in the mix. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by English Gardens. Dan Campbell speaking with the media as we speak at the NFL meetings this morning. He said that injured defensive lineman Ali McNeil will not be ready for camp and most likely not for the beginning of the year either. Campbell also said that the team's rule proposal, which would change seating, has, quote, legs, end quote. It'll be voted on today along with the other rule changes. The Tigers beat the Mariners 9-6 last night. Jackson Jobe, through his first big league start, he went 4, allowing 3 earned runs and 4 walks. His manager wanted to make sure his confidence was still high after taking him out. With the injury to Gleyber Torres, Justin Henry Malloy was called up and led off, delivered a pair of hits and a walk. Riley Green had a homer as well. Red Sox pitcher Garrett Crochet has inked a 6-year, $170 million extension. Boston acquired Crochet from the White Sox this offseason. Golfer Tiger Woods shared the following on X moments ago, quote, "I can't believe I'm saying this, but a few weeks ago after rupturing my left Achilles, the sleeping in a hyperbaric chamber plus the explosive lifts my doctors and trainers have me ready to play the Masters next week. Can't wait. See you all on the course," end quote. He followed up 5 minutes later with April Fool's, my Achilles is still a mess. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Ticket text, phone lines open, talking about Brad Holmes' comments from the owners' meetings, explaining to the fan base that they have to budget for the future. Saying they weren't going to be big spenders in free agency this year. They have a lot of contracts they need to take care of moving forward. 248-539-9797. We'll talk Torpedo bats coming up at 9:35. Love them, hate them. Huge debate in baseball right now.
It is.
John, some ticket texters.
Mm-hmm.
Costa certainly has his panties in a bunch this morning. I mean, what would Jansen know about NFL football? Chris in Grand Blanc. I agree with Cookies 100%. The Lions and Brad are more focused on 26 and 27's cap sheet, but aren't upping their roster for 2025. John, stop defending Brad. You guys know it's a long season, right? We have the trade deadline. At that point, we'll have a better idea of where we need help most. Had we went wild this offseason and Goff goes down, we mortgage the future and don't have any chances.
If Goff goes down,
this is all for nothing.
You're hosed anyway.
Yeah. Windows closed 2 years ago was the year for the Super Bowl. The Lions were ascending. Now they're declining. They will start to tire of Campbell's message and things will fall off the rails. I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that at all.
No. I think they've got another 2 years with the current roster, and then Brad Holmes keeps drafting well, restructures some deals. Goff's going to get restructured. You agree with me on that. 2026, They're going to restructure that deal. You can extend it, but the current group of all pros, this roster that we feel like is on the edge of winning a Super Bowl, will stay together for about 2 years. And then guys are going to have to get peeled out. You can't keep everybody. So why one of those years are they more concerned about down the line? That's my critique. And Holmes says, I get it if you're a fan. You know, we got to consider this stuff down the line. 2025 should be the primary focus.
Well, I, like you, even though maybe I haven't voiced it, would have loved for them to add somebody opposite Aiden Hutchinson. A big splash, a big spend, because it would be fun, it would be exciting, and it would be great football. There's no question about it. But the business of football doesn't always allow for that. Myles Garrett demanded a trade. Right? That would have been the one that could have worked in terms of salary, because it was 2 years. It's about $20 million, $21 million per year, and that's without trying to re-up him or do anything extra. Well, his hardball play paid off for him, and he's back in Cleveland with, at the time, which is one of the highest, richest contracts in NFL history, non-quarterback. That was surpassed. It will be surpassed again when Dallas signs Micah Parsons. It will probably be surpassed, and who knows what happens first, by Aiden Hutchinson here in Detroit.
Yep.
So, I mean, you do have to field the rest of the team, and you do have to account for injuries. Injuries are going to happen. And yes, everyone would love to have another superstar opposite Aiden Hutchinson. It's not always reality.
Would you be cool, Jim, if they just brought back Zadarius Smith at a lower rate? I mean, Brad didn't rule it out necessarily.
No, that was the other takeaway among many things, that they are still in contact with Zadarius' agent, that he had some dead money that they needed to offload, which is why they cut him. They couldn't afford him, I think was maybe the phrase Brad used. But they're open to a reunion.
Him to restructure.
Yeah.
And it was his right to say no.
Right.
He could test the market.
See what happens.
And
he is still unsigned.
Maybe the best option is for him to come back to Detroit.
Now,
Detroit and for Zadarius.
I'd love your opinion on this, John, because the urgency that Jim wants for next year is, I think, a little accelerated with Aleem McNeil's injury. And when does he come back?
Campbell saying today, probably not the start of the season.
Yeah.
Okay, so then that is going to affect Hutch. Is it irresponsible not to add anything there?
Well, and part of this is they still will draft somebody in the
you're
first
counting
round.
a rookie early in the year? Okay, so to me, this is where at least bringing back Smith, or again, I've been all over this veteran for the last 3 years, and they flirted with him, but it's Calais Campbell. He's ring chasing. He had an 82.3 PFF grade last year. He had a very highly productive year. I know people think he's a dinosaur. He's still producing.
Mm-hmm.
Cheaper option.
So the answer is probably targeting a vet, more proven than Marcus Davenport, and using one of your first 2 picks on a guy who can contribute right away that would have a multi-year deal. That would probably be the best way to move forward at this point, right? And that's still not even acknowledging that you want an offensive line investment with one of the top 2 picks.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we want it all, don't we?
They lost Zeitler, and we haven't replaced Zeitler yet. I know you're optimistic about Mahogany.
Sure. I think almost everybody's optimistic about Mahogany from what you saw with him. And again, it's another guy, healthy for the entire season, could change things for that offensive line.
But my takeaway was he thinks this roster last year wins the Super Bowl if healthy. He's cool running it back with largely the same roster, 95% of the same roster, and we'll bank on that being enough to win the Super Bowl this year.
Well, I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but I too think that this team, if it was healthier, would have had a better chance of reaching the Super Bowl and even winning the Super Bowl.
I'm not even telling you he's wrong to think he has a Super Bowl caliber roster. The point, though, is when you have the 9th most cap space, you make damn well sure you're the best team in football.
Well, then let's see who he signs. Because I wouldn't particularly re-sign Kirby Joseph to a big-time contract. I think the more important person there is Brian Branch. He's not eligible for a contract extension. They already signed DJ Reed. They've got Amik Robertson. I think that is one where you let him play it out. You could even franchise him for 1 year.
Sure.
And that's the where I would have a discrepancy. Would I rather have an edge, an upgraded edge versus Kirby Joseph? 100%. And that's a 26 move, not a 25 move, because Kirby Joseph under contract for 25.
And we're not telling Brad Holmes anything he doesn't know. He knows about all these tools. But for listeners, you're right. You can restructure Goff to pay Hutch. You can delay Kirby Joseph and franchise tag him. You can pick up J-Mo's 5th option but not extend him. There's all kinds of ways to create cap space in the here and now while you're on the edge of the Super Bowl. What you don't want to do is look back and go, boy, remember in 2025 where they didn't make more aggressive moves because they wanted to make sure they had everybody in 26 and 27?
Right. We could look back and say that. We could also look back and say, he was right.
He was right. They won 3 Super Bowls.
Or let's just worry about one.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but he's more concerned about winning 3 Super Bowls.
Yeah, sure. We could look back and say, he's the first one to win back-to-back Super Bowls.
Let's get to the phones. Terry in Southfield. Terry, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing there?
Good.
What's up?
Hey, my thing is, a lot of you guys not saying this, but, Hutch, for him to return to that rare form he was in, I wouldn't go pour the bank into him. Now, I would reward him with a contract based on what he did up until he got hurt. But I think still, as far as before we just load off the bank into him, we just got to make sure he's going to be the same player again. And I just, coming off a broken leg, I know he's a young guy. He can heal and all that stuff, but to go back to the form he was at, I would just wait and see. I would reward him with a contract. And, and with J-Mo is one of them type of players, and I would take the personal feelings, some of the stuff he did off the field, but I think he's a guy that can help us, and when it gets to that 5th year, I think we should try to keep him.
Yeah, and I think we're all on the same page. Get J-Mo that 5th year. That's at least 2 more years in a Lions uniform. John, do you have any concerns about Hutch physically?
Not many. And I say not many because anytime there's an injury, there by logic, it tells you that there's concern. But what doesn't concern me is this was a broken bone. It was dramatic. It was a severe injury, but it was a broken bone. It didn't involve the ankle. It didn't involve the knee. There was no joint involved. It was a broken leg. And he had one similar to that on the other side in college.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like he's recovered from that.
I was going to say, he was having a hell of a season.
Yeah, and so, do I have concern? Again, not many concerns that he is going to be exactly what he was and maybe even better because it's another year of he's just a year older.
Yeah, look, I haven't physically examined him. I'm not a doctor. I wouldn't know what I'm looking at if they showed me the fractured, X-ray. What I do know is
you could say it's broken.
Yeah, right there, it's busted.
Yeah.
Beyond that, I couldn't tell you
those
much.
are supposed to be connected.
But what I tell you is we know the guy works his ass off.
Yeah.
We know he's going to be back out on that field. He was super productive the year before. He had 11 and a half sacks, right?
Mm-hmm.
He had 20 over the previous 2 seasons, and he was at 7.5 through a month.
Yeah.
He was going to have a 15-sack season. I don't have any hesitation.
At a minimum.
Exactly. I don't have a hesitation handing this guy a record-breaking contract to be one of the 3 or 4 best pass rushers in football. He was looking like he was number 1 a year ago.
Yeah. And that's going to be done. And I would be shocked if it's not done just like they did Penei Sewell, just like they did Amon-Ra St. Brown before he gets into his 4th year.
Yeah, they did those deals right before the draft, too.
Mm-hmm.
So T-minus 30 days, less than that. Thoughts on the offseason? Brad Holmes says he understands why people wanted to see bigger moves, and he explained why they didn't make bigger moves. It's the extensions on the horizon. It's 97.1.
I'm sure you've noticed it. I've noticed it. My grass is starting to green up. Natural Way has already been out to service our house. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. The number to give them a call, 888-GET-GREEN. Or you can find it on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. If you purchase a full lawn program right now, you're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 the ticket. You're going to get the Natural Way difference. Fewer chemicals, environmentally sound practices. Each lawn is going to be assigned its own specialist, and they're going to custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home. And if you see crabgrass, it's going to be too late. So make that call now. The first application is the most important for crabgrass control, and it's easier to prevent that problem than it is to fix it. So schedule early, call now. They're going to give you a 100% satisfaction guarantee. And throughout the year, they're not going to ask you. They're not going to say, what do you want to do? They're just going to fix the problems if they see them. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, 888-GET-GREEN, naturalwaylawn.com. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, get green, stay green with Natural Way.
Love him or hate him, it's the newest thing in baseball, the Torpedo bat. We'll get to it at 9:35. When it's the Yankees, it rubs people the wrong way. But Ellie De La Cruz had a night last night with the Torpedo bat. Talk a little bit about it. We brought up Brad Holmes' quotes from the owners' meetings where he says, I get it. I understand why fans would want the big move. I'd be right there with them, but we have to plan for these extensions. He knew they weren't going to have a big spend. He was actually pleased they got DJ Reed for what they got him for.
Yeah. The buy-in was what, $16 million?
It's the get-in price.
Yeah.
It's almost like you get to a poker table, and to get to the seat at the table, you had to put up $16 million in chips, and they got their guy. They feel good about it. Our question was just this. Are they too focused on keeping everybody in 26 and 27 at the detriment of putting the best product out in 2025? And my takeaway was he feels like the product is already the best in the league in 2025. He feels like he's done a great job assembling this roster and that they would have won the Super Bowl if they were healthy a year ago. So he's simply running back 95% of last year's team with the opinion that they will win it.
So you're saying that his quotes mean they have the best roster in 2025?
Yes. Otherwise, he'd be making moves to have the best roster in 2025, right? I don't think he's going to shorthand his team on purpose.
I don't necessarily know that I would say that.
Why?
Because I don't know. I mean, who's got the best roster in football?
Well, the Eagles won the Super Bowl.
Yes, the Eagles won the Super Bowl. They've also had some departures.
And Brad could claim, if we're healthy, we have a better roster. So I'm not going to move heaven and earth.
But is he saying that?
I think without saying it, he is.
But he's not saying that.
His actions are saying it.
He has not said those words.
I don't have a quote to attribute to him, but his actions sugged that my roster is better than yours.
Every general manager could look at their roster and say, well, we could be better at this position. I don't think there's any question that Brad Holmes would like to be better at the edge opposite Aiden Hutchinson. He's not saying we have the best of the best at every position.
But
they have a lot of the best at every position, but they don't have the best of the best at every position.
Right. If he wanted an edge, there were edges available on one-year deals that don't compromise the 2026 or 2027 cap sheets. He did not sign those players. Read into that what you want.
Right.
I mean,
the one that he had, that we know he had the opportunity to sign, would have been Joey Bosa, oft injured. Who
goes to a Super Bowl contender in Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
And Brad's not afraid of oft injured players, so don't say that like it's this.
No, I'm just saying but he hasn't signed an oft injured player to $10 million a year, has he? No, he's drafted guys that are coming out that are injured. And Marcus Davenport, I don't remember what his contract was last year.
Last year wasn't quite 10.
Seemed like a gamble. But to me, it's he hasn't signed that guy in free agency that has been oft injured.
Let's get to Mike in Livonia. Mike, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, fellas? So to me, I kind of side with, and I get what you're trying to say, John, but I am siding with Cookies for once on this. I want to look at this from this perspective. Obviously, we're blessed to have Brad. You can't knock the guy for what he's done with the program, you could say. But at the end of the day, though, I am looking at Howie Roseman and how he runs things, and just saying that we just got to worry about the cap and drafting people and paying our guys down the line really doesn't get you over the finish line. If you look at Howie Roseman, and by the way, he's drafted better than Brad Holmes. So I would say he's 1A, 1B when it comes to general managers in the league. But he's supplemented his team with free agency. So you do have to make certain moves here and there. You can't just spend money to fill all your voids. But like you can say, okay, our O-line, you can go through the draft and get some players maybe, potentially. Mahogany's going to take over for Zeitler and he's going to leave. But then like you look at the Eagles, every time somebody said, well, their cap, their situation, Jalen Hurts, they just signed a new contract with them. Okay, well, they signed A.J. Brown. They signed Jalen Hurts. They went out and got Saquon Barkley. They got Jalen, Carter. They got Jordan Davis. Like, he's got
Mike, there's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it.
He doesn't sit there and worry about the cap. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, you have to treat each year like separately. So why aren't you going out there like, Brad, I love you to death, but here's my thing. Like, make out an exception for one player, for instance. Say Trey Henderson. Okay, that's fine. Let's go get one player. One thing in the NFL has changed is we have deadlines now. We can trade players away as much as we can get players in. So if you need to free up some space down the line, who knows? Maybe you could trade Trey Henderson after you sign him for a 2-year deal or something, or a multi-year deal. A year or two from now, you can actually trade him to loosen up the cap space and get more cap space so you can re-sign some of the guys. But to sit there and always be afraid of losing players, Howie has showed us that basically you got to keep drafting well and just go year to year, evaluate your team, and fill the voids that you have so you have your best chance of winning.
Mike, a great point. A great point to illustrate that is if you look at the Eagles' first Super Bowl with Carson Wentz to their most recent Super Bowl and how much roster turnover happens in a short span, or Mahomes' first Super Bowl to his last Super Bowl, and it's the majority of the roster gets replaced. That's the NFL. It's a violent sport. Your prime is short. Guys get injured. Guys hit the free agency. You can't keep everybody. It's a tale as old as time. So what does a Howie Roseman do? You're aggressive. You trade a first for A.J. Brown, a proven player. You trade for players that help you immediately. Saquon Barkley, you pay a running back. I mean, these are risky, bold moves that you make because you want to be the best, not just be among the best.
But paying a running back is different than paying an edge. You're paying a running back $20 million a year. You're going to pay an edge, if it's Trey Hendrickson, $40 to $45 million.
But it's not that different than a receiver. You trade a first and pay a receiver. Those deals end up north of $30 million now.
But there's a big difference between 30 and 45.
About 15?
Yeah.
Thank you for doing the math for us.
Yes.
But John, here's my deal. Like at the end of the day, I mean, Devontae Smith needs to be paid. Jalen Carter, obviously, he's gonna be a defensive player of the year. So like, if you're gonna sit there and act like Brad Holmes, Howie would be freaking out right now. Well, Jalen Carter, I gotta pay him. Jordan Davis, I gotta pay him. Devontae Smith, we gotta, obviously give him a deal because he's gonna eventually take over for AJ Brown. You just can't function like that. You do have to take a gamble here and there with the mindset of, well, I'm going to draft a player eventually, maybe to replace one of these players if I lose them. So you're right. Is it going to cost to get an edge more than it costs to maybe get an AJ Brown or a Saquon Barkley? Yes, but that's a calculated risk you have to take because you're betting on this year. You asked me, could we have beat the Eagles last year? No. It turns out, like, honestly, their pass rush would have destroyed us. They could run the ball just as much as we could. Nobody thought they could beat Patrick Mahomes. But they showed the same thing that the Giants showed Tom Brady. We can be an elite quarterback if we have a pass rush. So go ahead, Brad Holmes. Go and give me somebody better than David Davenport. He's a backup piece to me. And so I'm not satisfied with the season so far, and I appreciate you guys for taking my call.
Appreciate the passion. Appreciate the phone call. Not satisfied. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, this is interesting. The gap between women and men going to college is widening in Michigan and across the country. So data shows more women are seeking higher education than men. And women outnumbered men in Michigan's community colleges, universities, and even Michigan's Reconnect, which is this program providing free tuition for adults with some college but no degree. With some more data, there was over 487,000 students enrolled in all colleges during the 2022-23 school year. And of those students, 53% were women, while 39% were men, and then 8% didn't provide a gender. And this gap between men and women has widened since 2009. Of those enrolled in college at that time, 55% were women and 45% were men.
Why do you think
that? So, of course, the question is, why, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we might not know exactly why. There's one expert that gives a couple of reasons that could be why men are not enrolling in college as much as women, is because he says they're behind developmentally and hands-on training in high school trades program has declined.
That's
he also
one possibility, sure.
He also says another factor is that the number of male high school teachers has dropped significantly. So they're not, there's data going back. I had it all highlighted somewhere. Going back after Title IX, was put into place, and that I think the gap actually was equal in like 1982, and then that's when there was a change when women started taking. Yeah.
Well, and the other question is obviously what degrees are they getting? Because some degrees can be really like doctor, lawyer. I mean, you have to go to school for that. Others maybe you don't. Maybe
they're just all Beyonce fans. Isn't that her song?
Who Runs the World?
Yeah.
Girls?
Girls.
Yeah. In other news, more than 200,000 pounds of liquid egg products have been recalled due to possible contamination from a cleaning solution. Now, I saw this and I said, because I am a huge fan of egg beaters. I eat egg beaters. I know you do this grimace face. I eat egg beaters more than I eat regular eggs, I think. Maybe 50-50.
Really?
Yeah, I love egg beaters.
Is it that much cheaper, or what's the selling point? I get it. Eggs have gone up in price. You just can't get a win. You buy this thinking you're going to do fine, and you get in trouble. But
I don't know. I like them. They're easy to make. I
don't want to take the time to scramble them.
I've always enjoyed the liquid
nature's
egg.
Superfood.
Yeah.
So anyway, they're made here in Michigan, Lake Odessa, this Cargill Kitchen Solutions. They're recalling more than 200,000 pounds of the fresh and frozen liquid egg products. Those include the egg beaters, and then there's a Bob Evans liquid egg white product as well.
Bob Evans.
So if you have a recalled product, you can look at the little establishment number printed on the carton. You should get rid of them, or you can return them to the place of purchase. They said so far there's been no confirmed reports of any adverse reactions by consuming the products, but you might want to be cautious. And it sounds like even if you did, consuming this bleaching agent isn't going to kill you. So,
that's good to know.
Yeah. Because I've got some in my refrigerator, and I'm going to keep eating them.
Whatever doesn't kill you
makes you stronger.
Yeah. So
there you go.
Here's your answer.
Students and fans at Coastal Carolina University, this is really cool, can enjoy free concessions at every home football game this fall. So any fan who purchased a ticket to the game will be eligible to obtain a hot dog, nachos, popcorn, and a fountain drink or a water each time they visit a concession stand. So it says they can go as many times as they want, but they must scan the app every time they go. There's going to be a new university app.
It got you with the app.
Mm-hmm. And of course, you can still purchase the specialty items and alcoholic beverages as well. But it's basically a way of hey, we are so glad that fans and students keep coming to these games.
Yeah.
We want to give back to you.
It's Heather with the news. I didn't know that existed. That's great.
I've heard that one.
Can I get that one more time? Torpedo bats next. They're the talk of baseball, the torpedo bats. Nobody likes when the Yankees find an edge, but they're not the only team. Ellie De La Cruz of the Reds was raking yesterday. 7 runs batted in with a torpedo bat. The Braves...
2 home runs, right?
Yeah.
He hits home runs to begin with, right?
Correct.
Okay.
My point, though, is these are making some noise. Braves players want them. Manny Machado with the Padres says, hey, our park's pretty big. I'm interested. Send a couple torpedo bats our way. How do you feel about their sudden rise in the game of baseball?
If they're within the rules, I got no problem with it. And I don't necessarily... We have no idea if it means that everyone is going to be hitting more home runs. You still have to put bat on ball. Is that how home runs are hit, right?
Yes, John.
Okay. So if you're able to barrel up the ball more often because they've done the analysis of your swing and they put the bulk of the wood in a certain spot where you make the most contact and you get more home runs, again, I'm fine with it. Love watching home runs. And I don't care. I mean, I would love to see more home runs for the Tigers, and maybe they invest in the torpedo bat. But
18 hits last night without him. Imagine if they had him.
So let's start with this. It is 100% within the rules. Major League Baseball has come out even today and said there's nothing about these bats that don't follow the rules. The rule states, it's 3.02 if you're following along at home. The bat shall be a smooth, round stick, not more than 2.61 inches in diameter at the thickest part, and not more than 42 inches in length. So that it's not going to help Javi at all. The bat shall be one piece of solid wood. And it says about experimental bats, same rule says, until the manufacturer has secured approval from Major League Baseball of this design and methods of manufacture. So it wouldn't even be used if baseball already didn't approve it.
Yeah, they're not sneaking this in, hoping no one noticed. Mm-hmm. It fits the rules. It's the proper thickness and length. So it's a trade-off. Where you want to put the sweet spot on your bat is a choice as a hitter, and it comes with trade-offs. You better be able to barrel it up. Otherwise, you're going to get punished in other areas of your swing. What I'm just surprised with is it took so long for this to be a thing. It took an MIT guy,
Michigan grad,
also a Michigan grad, to go, you know what we need to do? Let's put most of the wood where the ball is.
Mm-hmm.
We've been playing baseball over 100 years, and one really smart guy said, you know what would really help our hitters is if there was more bat on the ball. If we move the barrel just a little more in this bowling pin kind of look. But, John, some hitters, it's going to make a difference. Others, it's probably not worth it. Well, it's all dependent on the strategy of it.
And Aaron Judge, who has said, I'm not going to the torpedo bat, doesn't use a torpedo bat, and even stated over the last 3 years, my bat seems to have worked just fine. So it doesn't have to be a torpedo bat. I think the ones that are, crying foul and the tears are streaming down their cheeks is the pitchers. And the pitchers, all right, hey, you can't look at our gloves. The foreign substance, we need that. Even though it's against the rules. How dare you look at our gloves and inspect them randomly throughout the day? The other, is true in regards to this bat. So Trevor McGill, who was the pitcher when the Yankees went off, and it couldn't have been that he just had a bad day or maybe the bats are just that good. I'm talking about the swings and the individuals. This was his quote in the New York Post following the game when asked about the torpedo bats. I think it's terrible. We'll see what the data says. I've never seen anything like it before. I feel like it's something used in slow-pitch softball. He continues, it's genius. Put the mass all in one spot. It might be Bush League. It might not be. But it's the Yankees, so they'll let it slide. No, it's the rules of Major League Baseball which allow this modification to a bat. And if you don't want home runs hit against you, then throw more swing and miss. Don't be, as my friend so eloquently put it, the old saying in baseball, the golden rule in baseball is pitchers are bitchers. And this is followed right along with it.
It's not Bush League.
No.
For him to even insinuate that. You guys let us know. You like it? You hate it? It's the talk of baseball. 248-539-9797. It's not like they're getting out the like Mondo red kids bats. These are within the rules. Javi can't do an extendo bat. That would be against the rules. He may need it against righties, but he's not allowed to put a golf club out there. And
where would he put the sweet spot?
The other batter's box. It'd be a golf club.
Right, yep. Again, 42 inches is as long as you can make it.
So there's only so much you can do.
Still not going to reach over there.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do here. 248-539-9797.
I would like to know from our listeners who have heard us talk about it. I know later in the day yesterday they talked more about the bat, the torpedo bat, the way it's made, who's made it, and the impact it seems like it's having early in this season. Do you approve or do you disapprove? Is this something that, well, it just creates too much excitement? Too many home runs.
We couldn't have that.
Too many cheers. Too many loud stadiums. We want more shutouts. We want more no-hitters. Do you really want pitchers to have all the advantages?
It's fun when it's Scooble, but every team doesn't have a Scooble, and oftentimes you just get a slow baseball game. And they've done their best to speed up the game with the pitch clock, but action. We want to see guys driving the ball.
Mm-hmm.
The steroid era was
fun,
but this is the steroid era without the steroids if the torpedo bat does its thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is a little boost for the batter to move around his sweet spot to give him a chance against pitchers who are better now than they've ever been.
Yeah.
They throw harder. They have more late life. They don't have to go as deep into games. If they tire, they just throw out another super arm. This gives the batters a little bit of a counter. I like this.
Yeah, and I think right now the jury's out huge on this in terms everybody wants to jump that it's making a big deal, but there's no evidence that it really is yet when you consider that the two ballparks this is happening in are Yankee Stadium and Great American Ballpark, which yielded the first and third most home runs last year. So when Ellie De La Cruz did it last night, you're at first, you see, I saw the headline, I'm like, wow, with the torpedo bat. But then I'm like, wait a minute. That's probably the most hitter-friendly ballpark in baseball. I looked up the numbers last year, and he's a great hitter. So you don't know yet. It's such a great baseball thing. Like, look, I know some people in Ticket Text have been comparing this. This is the tush push for MLB. Well, good for MLB because it gets it talked about. It's creating great publicity for the game. They did last night on PTI. They debated what's more controversial, the tush push or the torpedo bats, and they said neither. Because they said enough with the whining and complaining. Both are within the rules.
Did you see, by the way, on the tush push, Campbell weighed in?
No, what did he say?
Or it was Holmes or Campbell. One of the two Lions' big decision makers weighed in, and I was so proud of their answer. Stop it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, pitch better.
It wasn't, well, it's not fair to us. Like I heard Bill's Sean McDermott, well, I'm concerned about injury. And the reporter goes, do you have any data to back that up?
Yeah,
where's
that
no,
injury?
but it's the posture of the players.
Right.
Okay, but you're going to still run that play? Well, yeah, but it's slightly different. Okay, so you're just complaining.
Did you hear what McVay said?
No.
What did he say?
It doesn't look like football to me.
Of course. Of course.
I knew you would.
It might be the most football play that there is. I'm going to line up my big guys. You line up your big guys. And I'm going to take my strong and physically dominant quarterback, and I'm going to run it right down your throat. What is more football than that?
It was so on brand, McVay.
Yeah.
And then his little boy, LaFleur, is the one that they're the ones that started all this.
Well, if you need to know what side of the aisle to be on, here's the Dan Campbell quote. Philly obviously is known for this because they're the ones that really kind of perfected it, and they've done it over and over again. And I'm like, good for them, man. If you've got something, we got to stop it. So, like, leave it in.
Yeah.
Man.
They're obviously not going to do it with Jared Goff. He doesn't have that skill set.
Get him in the squat room. Let's get him on the squat rack.
I'm not sure, even if you juiced him up and let him work out just for 2 years, that he is going to be that athlete.
No, the guy to do it with is David Montgomery.
Sure, you could find somebody else to take center, but then do you want to have a guy that's not,
He played high school quarterback. He threw a touchdown last year.
Yes. He played high school quarterback. Yeah, the CQ exchange, like that's just, anybody can do it.
How about Sewell running the tush push? He actually carries it.
Yes, again, it is about receiving the ball from center. It is not the easiest. It appears very easy. And some quarterbacks and center combos make it look automatic. It is not.
Well, he can throw better than Goff, according to some people.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. The Torpedo Bats. Love them, hate them, approve, disapprove. Are they going to make their way to other levels of baseball? It's 97.1. Baseball's so much more fun when you don't play the Dodgers. That's Riley Green's homer, Dan Dickerson's call. 6 runs in the first. They bat around, and even Javi Baez getting in on the action. An 18-hit win, the first of the season for the Tigers. We'll be partying on Friday, downtown Music Town.
And it could have been more without a base running error in the middle of that.
You're right, Carpenter. We talked Tiger baseball, Job's debut, Odyssey Rewind. We also talked about breast milk ice cream.
Yes.
You heard that correctly. Breast milk ice cream.
Does it stay in there in that article if it's soft serve or scoop?
I pictured scoop.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I pictured scoop, yeah.
I think so.
Not that it would matter.
Do you have a preference?
I prefer the scoop ice cream, yes, but not flavored as breast milk.
We're talking torpedo bats. Torpedo is within the rules, so is the tush push. I can see why pitchers are upset. Baseball keeps making new rules and making adjustments to benefit the offense while they're just there.
You already outlined why pitchers have advantage. How many pitchers actually see a lineup a third time? That's
rare.
That is
Bases
a conversation almost in every game. Oh, well, they've gone through the lineup first. Let's see how far he goes through the lineup a second time, because he certainly won't see it a third time.
The tush push is rugby. It's rubbish, you morons.
It's rubbish, yes.
I don't feel like I hear the word rubbish often.
Yeah,
All right.
Well.
It doesn't matter if we like it or not. It's within the rules. Who are we to say if it should stay or go? Signed Bill. We are sports fans.
Yes.
We're not shy about giving our opinions. Torpedo bat is no different than the golfers getting fitted and making tweaks for their swings. Let the ball fly. Golf is really the sport that's
used technology, whether it's in the ball, the club.
Yeah, I think golf has abused this, man. And I don't think it's good for the game, actually. And I think that is a little bit of a buyer beware with this.
For golf, not for baseball.
Yeah, because golf has just become about they can just hit the ball so far they hit over all the trouble anymore. It's like, why is this sand trap sitting at 275 anymore?
Mm-hmm.
They've
something to drive around.
They've abused exactly, or drive into.
Yes. Depends who's golfing.
It's not Bush League, it's BS. When technology outpaces rules, you fix it. Some steroids and drugs were once undetectable. Once found, they were banned. Don't let this torpedo the game. Matt in Heartland.
Yeah. I think most people like offense.
Yeah.
They like the point, the counterpoint, and this is within the rules. So just because something does something differently doesn't mean it's wrong or bad.
To the retort that, well, it's not against the rules. Remember, rules can just be changed.
Correct.
We can decide to do that. The tush push would not have been legal 25 years ago in the NFL.
Right.
We can
choose
to change rules.
Yes, we have that
we
authority.
banned the shift.
We don't, but people do, yes.
The shift was banned. It
Right.
didn't look like baseball.
Mm-hmm. It was, and then it wasn't, and they make changes. If you want to change a rule, fine. The reason it's come up, Greg, I think, why it started to come up is the Yankees aren't breaking any rules. For anybody that's upset at what happened this weekend, the Yankees got these bats approved. They're within the rules, and they're allowed to do it.
Maybe it's the facial hair. That could be the difference. It's not the torpedo bats. It's that they're allowed to have facial hair. That's why they're hitting so many home runs.
It could be it. By the way, have you seen the weather updated forecast for Friday?
No.
This is for Detroit, not Southfield where we're at. I know, big difference.
Yes, big difference, yes.
High of 55 with a 40% chance of rain.
Okay. So high of 55, 60% chance of no rain. Right? I mean, since I'm sunshine and rainbows and you're Mr. Doom and Gloom.
That's why I wanted to lock in the weather. Heather over here, I'll roll the dice.
I will.
We got rain in the forecast now. Way to go.
I'd still roll it. You have no idea. You have no idea what it's going to be like on Friday. Wait till Friday. I'd roll the dice. I want warmer weather.
Hey, 50s sound good, though. 50s would be really
sound
nice.
Yeah, fine with that. Yeah. I think it's a little chilly for Heather, but.
I'd be in a coat, a pretty big coat still.
What's a pretty big coat?
Like my winter coat.
Like with the fur hoodie.
Well,
That's
no, I
fine.
don't have,
That's
but
fine.
like
It's a long time outside. 55 can get cold. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not gonna sit
There's
here
a
and
breeze.
chastise
Especially
you
when
for
we
that.
get in. I mean, getting in today, it was.
Yeah,
It's
I
cold.
think the conversation we had when this originated was that 55 was just too cold.
Well, it's 53 when he said lock it in. I said, no way.
Oh, well, we're up to 55.
That's better.
Ready to lock it in?
2 whole degrees,
No.
but the rain.
No. Yeah, you're close enough. Just let's see how it plays
Let's see.
out. Yeah.
Find out.
Mm-hmm. See if it's wet.
248-539-9797. This texter says, I didn't like Campbell's bravado regarding the tush push. Stop acting like you have a great defense. You want to brag about your offense, go ahead.
I think you're
that right, but you're
into things a bit much.
Yeah, this texter definitely is.
Yeah.
I think Campbell's thing is simple. Someone else is doing something good. It's on us to work to stop it. That's competitive. That's sports. That's football.
Yeah. Stop it. Like it's just like there's no bravado in there.
No, I didn't read bravado.
Yeah. I mean, he's not going to, turn tail and run and say, "Oh, we can't stop it, so take it out of the game."
Change the rules. Like the whiny Green Bay Packers.
Stupid.
Yeah. Mize tonight.
I know. I'm excited.
Is it weird that I'm more intrigued by Mize than Job? I know Job's going to take his lumps. Mize is in a position to actually to make a bigger impact this season than Job.
Well, I mean, if Mize comes out and doesn't pitch well, I think, okay, it's one outing, but there's a lot of people that are ready to give up on a player, just like Torque. They were ready to give up on him, and rightfully so for Torque. But I think for Mize, I mean, his back's against the wall, very much like Torque's was, and I want to see him stand up, be counted, and just go out there, throw some fire, and get a win.
And my other question for tomorrow: are we playing Pearl Jam?
They're only 3 back as we stand right now.
Still alive. Gator's in studio. Gator, what's up?
I hope you are.
Yeah, me too.
Because I want to still have the interest in this team. It's one of the things I was thinking about is at what point, when's the point that you can officially say, nope, now I'm going to tune out because they have no chance. And 2, there's enough games left here that I can root for them to maybe tank so they get the best lottery position they can. Lottery luck. I know it's a draw, but
my answer is I got 2 more home games this week. So probably at the end of this week, if they're out, then I'm shifting to playoff percentages or lottery percentages. Right?
Yeah.
Blues have won 9 in a row, by the way.
Yeah. Oh,
if you didn't realize, and and then they have Carolina and Florida both home games at the end of the week. If they don't win any of these games, you're done.
And the Blues just added one of college hockey's best players, Snuggerud,
dude,
from Minnesota.
It's a fun name to say.
That guy's been in Minnesota for like 8 years. Maybe it's just when you hear the name Snuggerud for the first time, you remember it, and so you knew him as a freshman.
I have to check on this. I don't know if it's his father or his uncle, but there was a Snuggerud that played in Dave Snuggerud played in the NHL for years in the 80s and 90s.
Actually, it's his great uncle.
Is it?
No, I have no idea. I made that
Well,
up.
anyway, you see a name Snuggerud, it kind of sticks with you. Like, that's a funny name.
Yes, it is.
Famous Snuggerudes at 11:30 today. What do you guys got coming
also
up?
famous Shouties. That's another great college hockey name.
Okay.
What do we have coming up? Sports and stuff, but mostly Tigers and Lions. But this Tiger team is my favorite 1-3 team ever.
I like when you get the Gator.
No, it was a Jamie thing. It was a Jamie
was a
thing.
Jamie,
Yeah, you raise your voice at the end of a sentence.
Maybe.
We just don't know. Tiger team. This Tiger team.
I don't know. They scored 9 runs last night.
Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
All right, Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope everybody's doing well on a sunny Tuesday here in Detroit. Scott Anderson, how are you today?
I'm all right.
Yeah?
Yeah, a little tired, but it's all right. You know, hey, I'm okay.
Stayed up late watching baseball?
Yeah, that's all right. Look,
yeah, me too.
Me too. What, Celsius, grape Celsius is for.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's what it's for, huh?
Yeah. My favorite flavor. They got like a million flavors. Is my favorite one.
What did you, staying up late, no big deal. Anything else exciting, though?
I did check out a new TV show last night.
Oh, yeah? Is this a stream show or a broadcast over the air
I
show?
suppose you could stream it. Yeah, it's on Showtime. And I think eventually it's a Paramount Plus show. Paramount Plus has all these edgy shows. It's great. Mm-hmm. But this initially you'll get a little bit of a taste, I think, on Showtime as well. It's a new show called Mobland.
Yeah.
It takes place in England, and it's about, as you would expect, some mob type families out there that control all the organized crime. Mm-hmm. It's a Guy Ritchie vehicle, if you will. Guy Ritchie is the director for the movie Snatch, which was fantastic. Love the movie Snatch.
Okay.
Brad Pitt's performance in Snatch is incredible. But it's a really interesting movie, and that's like 25 years ago, whatever it was, it came out. He's done a bunch of other stuff that, for the most part, it's all very interesting. But it also comes with a little bit of a struggle because it's English, and the language, sometimes it's hard to follow.
Okay.
They speak very quickly, and the dialogue is great if you can slow it down and listen to it. But sometimes it can be a little difficult to discern what is being said.
Did you turn on the closed caption?
I did not.
Yeah.
No. I think I figured it out, though, and once you get into a groove, it's okay. But for a while there was like, I think I got this. But great cast. Tom Hardy is in it. He's fantastic. And Pierce Brosnan is in it. He's good. Helen Mirren. So it's I'm interested. Got me one episode in. I'm in.
All right.
Had that, and that was on at like 8 o'clock last night, so it was plenty of time before the Tigers came on.
I'm going to be looking for something because we've completed season 2 of Severance, and it did not disappoint. And it's a thinker, and I'm a big fan and highly recommend it. But they wrapped it up last Friday. We were gone, so it was a few days, and I saw all the stuff online. I'm like trying not to look at it, and I think is a spectacular television show. I'm not sure I've ever liked anything more.
Wow.
Yeah, and love Ted Lasso, love Yellowstone. Really did like. I was so into The Walking Dead, and I quit it. That sucked.
I think if you tried Lawman, I think you'd really like Lawman.
Is that Stallone?
No.
Oh.
That's Tulsa King, which I got to catch up on that. I saw the first 3 episodes when it was free.
Is Lawman, what's his name?
Billy Bob Thornton.
Ricky Bobby? Oh, Billy Bob Thornton. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, Lawman's pretty great.
Okay, good to know.
It's a lot like Yellowstone. It's just the oil business instead.
Gotcha. All right, so Tigers last night. Look, this is a 1-3 team that I'm really liking. And I the Dodger thing, I'm just like, okay, set that aside. The Detroit Tigers have 62 hits and walks. Only 3 teams in the majors have more, all while hitting just .217 with runners in scoring position. They did it last night, and I'm actually fired up because I think there's unsustainable stuff going on and there's underperformance going on. And when they settle in, my concerns about the offense, when they settle in, it's possible. It's possible that they're going to be okay. And, yesterday we did a Twitter poll about being encouraged or not encouraged and all that stuff. Discouraged, concerned. And one of the options, we usually don't give the punt option because, we have debates. You have to take
a stand.
Yeah, take a stance and a snapshot in time. 3 games in a 162-game season is ridiculous. So we gave the too early no conclusion, which was the runaway. After going 0-3, the choices were very concerned, mildly concerned, actually encouraged, and too early no conclusions, which was the runaway winner with 47.9%. And it's logical, and I get it. The mildly concerned group was second with 22.5% of the vote. The vote.
The vote.
It's the vote. Get out and vote, people.
That's what they say in the Netherlands.
Mildly concerned people had 22.5% of the vote, and the actually encouraged had 21.1% of the vote, and very concerned was 8.4%. So look, there was, I'm actually encouraged, and how could you not be last night when they put up 6 and chased the starter in the first?
When you have 18 hits in a game, that's going to do it as well. I thought they gave away some at bats in the second half of the game last night, but it also felt like they were being ushered quickly through by the umpires, started to widen the zone and stuff. But it's fine. Look, that's baseball. As long as they were able to hang on and win, that's the most important thing. There was so much to like about last night's game.
You mean all the players doing well?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. When you got they didn't in a blowout like they looked like it was going to be. It ended up being a 9-6 game, but they didn't have any pinch hitters. They stayed with all guys throughout the game. Everybody had 5 at bats in the game, or at least 5 plate appearances anyway. And only one guy didn't get a hit. That was Zach McKinstry.
Mm-hmm.
He had a rough night. Not only at the plate, but in the field a little bit. He had a rough night going for there were several hit balls to right field in the corner that very difficult to field there. And then other than that, Riley Green had only 1 hit, but it was a home run. Everybody else had 2 hits or more. Javi Baez had 3 hits. Dylan Dingler had 3 hits and a couple RBIs. Baez had a couple RBIs. Torkelson continues to hit. His first 2 at bats were single double. I should say pair of singles. It was there's a lot to like. Now there's stuff that maybe you don't like, or maybe a little disappointing. Jackson Job's debut, you can see on full display why the ceiling is so high. Fastball that reaches 99, triple digits, whatever. I don't think he threw triple digits last night, but we saw 99. He's capable of triple digits. The changeup is wicked. When you go from 99 to 85 from one pitch to the next, and it's the same motion, good luck.
Mm-hmm.
And his cutter is pretty good and all this, right? But he still has to learn how to pitch. He's got to learn how to sequence. He's got to learn to trust a catcher or trust A.J. Hinch or whoever is giving him, if A.J. Hinch is telling the catcher what to call or however that works, because he was shaking off a lot of pitches. And it's about location. It's great to throw 97, 98, 99. Not so great when it's right over the heart of the plate. And these are major leaguers that can catch up to it. He's finding that out. He found that out in the spring, and he found it out last night for sure, giving up a couple of home runs. The other thing that has been his calling card, at least the first couple of years in the minors, was he didn't walk anybody. Then last year he started to walk a little bit more. It still wasn't an alarming rate, but last night he did walk 4 batters through 4 innings. That's not good. So I'm encouraged by his talent, and I know he's gonna learn how to pitch better. Like Verlander wasn't a Cy Young winner the first day he stepped out on the field either. Give him some time, he's going to end up being fantastic. But it is a learning curve with Jackson Jobe, to be sure. The bullpen had their issues last night as well for a little bit, but by and large, what a start. Not a start to the season, but for a couple of guys, it's a hell of a start to the season. For this 3-game trip in Seattle, I mean, you can't ask for too much more than that. I mean, 9 runs and 18 hits is pretty great. And, there was some pretty good fielding going on there, too. Baez looked really good at third
base. The play
base.
he made from his knees, it was second and third, and where he took a look home, and then from his knees just casually threw it across the infield to Torque to get the out, was a high-level play. And there was some, like you said, there was some great defense. Baez, Torque with the great play, then the air. I mean, there was a lot.
Keith made a couple plays.
Yeah, there was a lot to like, man. There was a lot to like, and I'm telling you, man.
And how about the guy who didn't sleep?
Yeah, Justin Henry Malloy.
Doesn't sleep, comes all the way out to Seattle, goes 2 for 4 with an RBI and walks twice. I mean, can't ask for more. And that good for him. Ready to play. Didn't get too down being sent down to the minors. Hey, you didn't make the team out of spring training, even though you hit the ball pretty well. Obviously, the Tigers are going to go with a defensive lineup, but all of a sudden, Gleyber Torres gets hurt. And because Torkelson gets off to a hot start, it's so easy to do. Colt Keith, go back to second base. Torque, go out to first. And now it frees up that outfield/DH spot. We can bring in Jay Henn, and he gets it done. Last night, anyway. Look, they only have, by my calculation here, Doug, 158 more games.
My favorite 1-3 team ever. 248-539-9797. Tiger fans, chance to talk about that win last night, first of the season. 2 more games in Seattle before the home opener on Friday. Got Lion stuff we'll get to. Your open line calls next. Champ and Chumper posted. See who the people selected as Champ and Chump of the weekend. Interesting choices, and certainly approve of what the people did. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, I've got some really good news for you. Now, I think, I don't want to jinx things, all right? But I think we finally officially moved on from winter, which means there's perhaps more great news. The red, white, and blue trucks that are everywhere that belong to the expert technicians over Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, well, they're going to make sure that your HVAC and your plumbing are ready to take on the heat that hopefully is just around the corner. But don't just take my word for it. You got to check out their A+ rating they have from the Better Business Bureau, or how about some of those 5-star reviews that they have on Google? So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, boiler, or water filtration, your AC, whatever it is, schedule an appointment at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Kalen. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kalen.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, thank you.
I just wanted to say, I think the only bad thing about the torpedo bats is that the Yankees figured this out first.
Mm-hmm.
100%.
And, also, I just think it's really cool, actually, that after 100 years of baseball, someone has figured out a more effective way to make a bat. I played baseball all the way up through high school, and, I just assumed that, this was the way that it's done. The bat that everyone's been using for the last 100 years. And just the fact that
bats have evolved quite a bit in the last 100 years. I mean, they've gotten lighter.
Yeah, but the general
changed.
shape of it is pretty much stayed the same. And this does change it. And I'm not sure if it's good or bad. I mean, obviously it's good for the hitters. If this is, the Yankees are showing at least it looks like it's an improvement. Ellie De La Cruz last night hit a couple of home runs, had 7 RBI for the Reds while using a torpedo bat. There is some early evidence that this is something that's going to benefit the hitter, which also tells me that there's probably going to be, a more of a study done about this bat, and is this something that Major League Baseball wants to use moving forward? Because it is a departure. I mean, there's no question the bat is different, and it looks different, and it is different.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, it remains to be seen if the MLB is going to do something about this. But, just the fact that the dimensions of the bat, the rules of it have always been so wide open that I'm surprised that it's taken so long for something like this to happen. So I think it's really cool. I played baseball, through high school. And, as a kid, I always thought, well, is there a better way to make a bat? And obviously, this requires a high level of skill to make that contact anyway, to get that barrel contact to really have this effect. Like, I think someone said, okay, the pitchers need to get more swing and miss.
Well,
and if the MLB doesn't decide to make a change, then I think the pitchers have to adjust and be better because the pitchers are at such an advantage anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to, unfortunately, the decision will probably be made by TV ratings. And God knows we want to make sure at all costs that the networks are happy. But if the TV ratings are reflective of what the people want, honestly, and if more people start watching the game because there's more home runs, and look, when baseball had a work stoppage and came out of it right into the midst of the steroid era, and Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa and Barry Bonds were launching home runs every other night, people say it saved the game after a very, very tumultuous time. I've actually liked the pitching and defense and quicker game. I find the baseball that's been played the last couple of years to be more attractive. And Yama's even sitting there last night just going, God, I love this pitch clock. And even in big innings, it moves. And
the pitch clock is the best thing baseball has done, and I don't know how long. Yep. It really is. It speeds the game. It doesn't speed it along. It speeds it up. Yep. Because it for a while baseball was great, and then it wasn't. The 80s come in, and it's the human rain delay and all that stuff. It's brutal. Now they got it back to a reasonable time for a baseball game. Between 2 and 3 hours, which is where it should be, not between 4 and 5 hours. But my concern with the torpedo bat, other than I hate the fact that the Yankees are the one that went with this, is that if you, and you would know this better than I would, Doug, because your kids have played baseball recently, is, correct me if I'm wrong, bats are different, softball and baseball, when it comes to, obviously they're aluminum bats, but the barrels, they look physically different.
They are.
So the previous caller saying he's surprised it took all this time for baseball to do something with the wood bat and change the way it looks. I agree with that part of it, because we already see it in Little League Baseball and with softball, that the bats are completely different. Is this torpedo style, is this more in line with what the aluminum bats look like?
Aluminum bats are so have so much bounce. Like they've dulled them down at the collegiate and the high school level, where every bat has to be a drop 3, which is
basically it deadens the
the ball. It was back in the college baseball era where your scores were like 17-15 regularly, and they were like, okay, and they deadened the bats. I'm not sure the exact specifics. I just know that they didn't deaden the bats down to the high school level, where you can't use the ones that little kids are using are like really whippy, and you can you can do some damage with them, and they don't want those in the hands of high school and college kids. But so they did deaden the bat at the collegiate level, and look, time will tell. I want to be outraged by this because it's the Yankees,
right?
And I kind of am, but it's a technology that's available to everybody. I guess we'll just see if we like the game more when it's. And I mean collectively, I don't mean we, you, and I, Scott. I mean the public, the baseball public, and the non-baseball public, which might be the ones that
really matter.
That really matter is your baseball fan's going to watch. It's the non-baseball fan. But
you mentioned it. With the ratings, that would have a role in this, and I don't disagree with that. The other thing that'll play a role in this, if they do studies, which I imagine baseball is looking very closely at this now because it's definitely in the spotlight, is player safety. Is the exit velocity that much different coming off the Torpedo bat than it is coming off a regular bat? And I know that they'll say, well, they're still barreling, they're just barreling it up now. Well, if you've got the strength of the bat at the barrel, more so than ever before, then you got to watch those. Because if the average exit velocity increases by, I don't know what the number would be, 5 miles an hour or 8 miles an hour, I got to imagine baseball is going to, all right, hold on, slow down. We're not sure we can do this.
And it's nothing new to say, okay, that's enough. You can only do so much with a driver in golf.
Correct.
I had a relative that bought an illegal driver. And he'd tee the ball up, and everybody knew it was illegal. He made no bones about it. He's like, yeah, this thing's illegal. And it sounded like a cannon, okay? and he would launch the ball, and we'd all laugh. But, I mean, and because we don't really care. None of us are trying to qualify for the tour. And we weren't playing for money. We were just out there having fun. And that can – but, I mean, in golf, they've put a limit on what the golf club and the ball can do to try and, Otherwise, the courses would be rendered obsolete and to a degree that they were, because you can hit the ball so stinking far. But back to the Tigers. Gator, do you have the box score in front of you by chance?
I do.
Okay. How many innings did Job throw last night?
4.
Okay. How many pitches?
79.
All right. And how many hits?
3.
All right. And how many walks?
4.
All right. So this is a better outing, I would say, than Justin Verlander's first career outing.
Well, yeah. JB's first career outing came, July 4th in 2005 against Cleveland.
Exactly.
And then he was immediately sent back down and didn't come back. I don't think he made it.
He made another start 2 weeks later.
Okay.
Yeah. So JB went 5 1/3, 7 hits, 3 walks, gave up 4 earned runs.
How many pitches?
95.
Yeah. That's the difference in the era, right?
Yeah. Second outing, 6 innings, 8 hits, 2 walks. So he gave up 10 walks and hits in each of his first 2 outings. Gave up 9 earned runs in his first 2 outings. In his first season, his ERA was 7.15. Jackson Jobe is going to get more than 2 opportunities to start this year. What's important is when it comes to why he's here at the age of 22, it's what the ball does when it leaves his hand. It's the spin rate, it's the bite, it's
velocity.
It's all these things that as he learns how to pitch, it's like the raw physical tools are there. When the ball leaves his hand, it's doing elite stuff. It's just a matter of learning how to pitch. The command, where he is in the strike zone, the pitch sequencing and all that stuff. The development of all of his pitches, it's amazing at the age of 22 that guy did what he did with as short a track record as he has. And there is reason to be excited. A lot to be excited.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely there's reason to be excited. And he has, for the most part, he has dominated the minor leagues. He's had some clunker starts, and everybody will. But, I mean, his ERA was in the 2s last year. The year prior to that, he was nearly unhittable. Justin Verlander in the minors, his last couple of years in the minors, was devastatingly good. There was no way you're going to hold him back. And I think Job is kind of, falling in line. When I'm watching the game last night, part of me wished that the Tigers had signed Justin Verlander this offseason to be a mentor, because I think in some ways, I don't know if Verlander would want to be that type of guy, but he seemed like he would be the perfect guy to fit that role, given that
he has already lived through what Jackson Jobe is now starting to with this team, in fact. So I thought it might have been interesting, but I totally get why they didn't sign him. Money-wise and fear-wise, this late in his career would even fit in here, and we'll see what transpires. But that thought did cross my mind.
Of all the stuff that's going on right, there's a next thing that we wonder, will it go right? We will get to that today. They're 1-3. I have to remind myself because I'm way too excited.
I got the first win of the year last night, Doug. Slow down.
I know, right? But is there something else getting set to go right? We'll get to that today at 10:39 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tigers get their first win of the season, and the bats and the plate appearances. Right now, the 62 hits and walks, only 3 teams in baseball have more through 4 games. They have a .217 batting average with runners in scoring position. So, look, there's something to be said about that. And there's some sustainability things like torque. This is awesome what Spencer Torkelson is doing. We've seen Spencer Torkelson kick up his heels. We hope that this one doesn't fade, that whatever he's got, whatever he's bottled up, he can keep doing it. And certainly left field production, Margot and Justin Henry Malloy are 7 for 13 right now.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So there's some things that are like, okay, yeah, that's probably not sustainable. Certainly not sustainable, but that doesn't matter because there's some things that are going to get better. Carpenter, Green, Keith, they can give more, and they obviously Green with the home run last night. Another solo shot, by the way.
Yeah, right.
It should have been
opposite field. Nice hit. I mean, as soon as he hit, I'm like, that's gone. That's a loud hit.
One of the big differences in the Tiger series with the Dodgers. I mean, the Dodgers hit more home runs, but B, they were getting more than 1.5 runs per home run. The Tigers hit 3 solo shots in that series, and they hit another solo shot last night. It's probably not a team that's going to push for the top of the majors in terms of power production, but when you do come up with hits, they need to be timely when your team is constructed this way, and they didn't do that in L.A. Certainly more so last night. Starting for the first inning, they jumped all over.
Yeah, that they did. Last night was a lot of fun to watch. That first inning was fantastic. Chasing the starting pitcher out, making other pitchers work. They got to their bullpen early and often. And, you mentioned Torkelson. He looks different at the plate. I mean, there's a different stance. There's more. You mentioned yesterday he was so robotic before, machine-like. There's a fluidity about him that is able to adjust to different pitches, even if it's just fouling him off, which is what he was doing. And he got squeezed on one of the plays. I think he was called out on strikes, or was called a strike anyway. There was no way it was a strike, but whatever. It's going to happen. But he just looks different. He looks more confident up there. And like I said, there's a fluidity about it that makes it look like he can get to the pitch out of the zone if he's going to swing at it. But he hasn't been swinging at pitches out of the zone too often.
It's one of the reasons why when he made the comment he wasn't going to watch film, I'm like, okay, look, don't get carried away. We were talking, in the office about how big of a deal is this, because some people, like we could tell, really didn't like it based upon the social media reaction, and I'm like, let's just see what happens, okay? And I think sometimes players get frustrated with questions and say things they don't even really mean. They just kind of push back a little bit, and it doesn't really matter. I've gotten to the point where I've come to discover a lot of that stuff that feels like it doesn't matter what you say as much. It's just what you do, and what he is doing has been great, and let's hope it's here to stay. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Nice to see the Torpedo bats came in yesterday. I'm looking forward to the My Start today as everyone's predicting a big season for him. I also think it's going to be Dingler's breakout year as well. So far, so good. That's from Brian. The other things that aren't sustainable, their catchers each have a triple.
Well, yeah, but as far as Dingler's concerned, that's another guy that passes the eyeball test. Big kid, and he looks like he's got a real good approach at the plate. Had 3 hits last night, hitting a robust .455 to start the year. His slugging percentage is .909. He looks very good up there, and I like to see it. Look, 4 games in the season. We all get it. Yep. This is just one of these things. You're looking at it right now. Looks good, and Dingler is one of those players that been following the minors. He's had some success. It wasn't like he's dominated the minors, but gets this major league level. And they were describing last night, Dan Petrie was talking about it on the broadcast. He's like, okay, here's a guy who's kind of started slow every level he's gotten to, but then he figures it out and gets to move on to the next level. Starts off slow, figures it out, does well, gets promoted. Well, last year he was with the Tigers and started off slow, started to figure it out, and this is where he's at. You're in the majors, dude. You're already here. So if you figured it out, let's see how good it can be. How good is your good? It's early, but he just, like I said, he passes the eyeball test for a major league player.
Unnamed texter, Jackson Jobe is like a sports car without a driver right now. Lots of potential and speed, but not a lot of control. Excited to see how Fetter gets him in shape.
I would agree with that. I think that's a pretty apt comparison.
Jobe stuff plus Fetter's leadership.
Oh, Fetter and Hinch, yeah.
Yeah. The best era of baseball in terms of viewership, this is from Dave in Detroit. The best era of baseball in terms of viewership and fan engagement was the steroid era. Sosa and McGuire chasing history. Give them all torpedo bats and have at it. I mean, that's what I'm a little afraid of.
Hey, juice the ball too.
Yeah, I mean, this is I've liked the brand of baseball the last couple of years, and I feel like, unfortunately, it's going to be driven by TV ratings, and maybe I'll love that too. I try not to be old fuddy-duddy here when it comes to anything, so adapt and see if you like it.
Think about this. In the next couple of years, there's going to be some other things that are going to change with the game. So in like a 5-year span, if you had tuned into baseball in 2019, right, and then you tune back in 2000, let's just say 2030, in that time, you will have seen a pitch clock implemented.
Yep.
You see torpedo bats probably. I mean, they're here now. We'll see if they're still here, but torpedo bats. And you could see the automated balls and strikes. Massive changes to the game.
Yep.
That all you would imagine, if they're still in the game, they're only there to make the game better. I like the ABS system, and
automatic balls and strikes for people who don't know what that is.
Yeah, and watching the game last night, I mean, I'm waiting for the. Oh, that's right. The player can't tap his helmet because that was just a thing in the spring training because they're checking it out. But this is definitely coming.
For people who don't know, when you tap the helmet, that will allow them to look at the automated balls and strike system and determine whether or not a ball or strike needed to be reversed.
And it was done within 10 seconds.
So quick, I couldn't believe how much I liked it.
Yeah,
I was very, very pleased with it. Question is, could it get out of hand? Where but they've, I think they're onto something there that could be implemented soon.
Well, what I like about it most is that you get the call right way more often than you would with just the umpire, and 2, it holds the umpires accountable because they're not accountable for balls and strikes.
All right, now next up for what has looked improved is Casey Mize, and this one's intriguing because he was filthy in the spring. And it wasn't just Detroit talking about it. It was people outside of Detroit. It was other teams talking about it. Filthy. And let's see if it translates to the regular season, because that would be extraordinarily useful if Torque and Mize, 1-1 guys, became what they could be. Lived up to the billing, lived up to the hype, right?
Yes, and he was very good in the spring this year. I'm trying to pull up his stats. Having a difficult time pulling up his spring training stats, but they were very good. And hopefully that continues.
Yep. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. 97 won the ticket. Hey, all our female sports fans, Tuesday are the days for you at your favorite Twin Peaks. Grab your friends and join them every Tuesday at Twin Peaks for Ladies' Night. $4 Happy Dads, Twisted Teas, Mimosas, Long Islands, margaritas, sangrias, $5 lemon drop martinis, green, white, and orange tea shots, 10-ounce draft ciders, 20% off all food, half off all wine, and be sure to check out their awesome mimosa flights or buckets of bubbly, sure to turn some heads. Favorite lodges have gotten even better. The Livonia Lodges now boast not 1 but 2 video walls. Madison Heights has added 4 98-inch TVs, and Auburn Hills added a 98-inch as well. The Detroit hockey and basketball teams are in the thick of the playoff hunt. Watching the games at Twin Peaks is now a must. All the sports you crave with the coldest, teeth-chattering 29-degree draft beer, extensive bar with enhanced craft cocktails, and a scratch kitchen pumping out all your favorite dishes. There's no place else to be. Twin Peaks, eat drinks, scenic views. So you put in your show sheet that Seattle looks like a pretty good road trip experience?
Yeah, I don't know about this time of the year, but at some point, I haven't been in Seattle. Closest I've been to is Eugene, Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
And Eugene was fantastic. It was beautifully green and loved it. And the trip up there through the mountains in a plane was fantastic. Couldn't ask for a better scenery. Seattle strikes me as, in the summertime, that is a place, that is a destination to go to. It looks amazing from what I hear. There's like a couple months of the year in Seattle where it really doesn't rain all that much, and they want to keep that quiet to themselves because it is so freaking great. The geography of where it's at, with the that close to the the ocean, you got the Puget Sound and all this, and the mountain, you got Mount Rainier and St. Helens, all these mountains are over there. It's like incredible. And it's, there's very much an international type city. There's a lot that I really would like to see it. And I've got some friends that live out there. One of these days I want to get out there.
So I've been there 3 times. Once for vacation with the family. I went as a kid too. I don't remember much about it. But this is like in the last 5 or 6 years. My daughter was considering the University of Washington. I committed. My wife and I were ready to.
Yeah.
And then was there with Michigan football this past fall. Scott, it's incredible, except for the rain. And I'm like, whenever I've been there, the weather has been pretty sketchy. But when the sun came out, I'm like, this place is incredible. One time we actually stayed downtown and we're down by the baseball stadium, and it seems very, very cool. It's not easy to get to, clearly. I hope to be back there in the future. And look, I love where I live. And then you go to some other place, you're like, God, this is incredible. Why don't I live here? I got a cousin that lives out there. Seattle's amazing. It seems amazing. But I just wonder if all of the rain make it unlivable. Well,
that's the thing, right? Yep. And I mean, they get snow, but it's not, I don't think they get anywhere near as much snow as we get here. But it has to just really take a toll on you.
Yeah, guys,
mentally.
Just for an input, I lived in Portland, Oregon, not quite Seattle, but we did have quite a bit of rain, and it was rain season, and then it was a few months of summer. But honestly, you get used to it. The rain is not that bad. It doesn't get very cold. It's super mild, unless you're close to the mountains. But
Bobby, you and I are different because if it's raining and gray outside, it impacts me, man. I can't. I don't know that I could get used to it.
This is one of the rare occasions where I'm going to side with Doug on this. I do get affected by the weather sometimes. It's just depressing as hell.
I totally agree. I wasn't a fan of the rain. I don't like rain here.
Yeah.
But being able to wake up, go outside, and you see the mountain ranges, it's fantastic when the sun is out. Absolutely.
That's a little different when you look out there and, hey, look, it's Mount Hood. Beautiful.
Yeah. There's a lot to like, man.
I think I've run out of mountains.
What, in terms of the range? What'd you say, Rainier?
I think I was saying Rainier, Hood, and St. Helens. I don't know if I got any more.
I think you pretty much nailed. I'm sure there are more
in the region. Yeah.
Yeah, but
is there a Matterhorn or something? I don't know.
Yes, the Matterhorn is actually, it's a little known fact, but it's located in northwestern Washington.
I have no idea.
Matterhorn's in Europe, my friend.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
248-539-9797.
So that's not close.
No, it's not. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. If you want to get into that, I'm a big fan. Well, I don't like Sounders fans.
Oh, you're right. The soccer fans. Yeah. I got it. Yeah, you had a little issue.
Yeah,
you had an issue there.
That's the closest adult Doug came to getting into a fight. Was at the Sounders game. I think if something had gone down, everybody around me would have had my back. They were so sick of these guys that wanted to be in the fan section and they were mad at the world because we couldn't stand up. And I'm like, yeah, I don't really care about the Sounders, dude. I'm just here for.
Honey, take the kids.
Yeah, well, that's what I said. Take the kids. Get them out of here.
Daddy's got something to do.
We'll get back to the Tigers in a sec. Dave in Sterling Heights here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how you doing? My son moved out to Seattle about 9 years ago, graduated from U of M.
Yeah.
And I went out there last year for the Washington-Michigan football game. It was awesome. And I went out a number of years before that to see the Mariners play there. I highly recommend it. It was really awesome experience every time I got out there, and you got the Pikes Peak Market. And as you know, with the football game, you got look at the bay over there. It was awesome. So highly recommend going out there. Had great times every time I've been out there, and it's really cool.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, September seems like a time to go, right? Because you can go to a football game at Washington, go to a baseball game at what used to be Safeco Field, or the hell they call it now. Maybe even check out a Seabags game. I mean, it's different stadiums, all in that same area. And, yeah, it's cool. Would I be able to enjoy it, though, because I don't drink coffee? Is it still okay?
No, you wouldn't be able to enjoy
No,
it. No, that's a good point. I forgot about that.
There's a barista every 5 feet
you're
yelling
not,
at you.
You're actually not allowed.
Why aren't you having coffee?
Yes, you'll get exported immediately.
Yeah.
Joe in St. Clair Shores, you're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys. So I was actually stationed out in Seattle for 4 years, and from like the middle of May until like the first week of September, it is the most beautiful place on the planet. It is like 70 and sunny every single day, perfect weather, doesn't rain. And then like, the other 8 months, it's like it's more of a mist than it is a rain.
That's worse.
And the baseball field, like when you go to Safeco, at least when I was there, it only smelled like garlic.
What?
These garlic fries they would serve were phenomenal. But oh my gosh, the whole stadium smelled like garlic, and your breath smelled like garlic for at least a week after eating them.
No way.
No matter how much you brush them, no matter what, you'd burp and you would taste the garlic still. It was.
I don't need any of that.
No, that's not much. That's not the endorsement you want.
It's like the almonds that they have at Comerica
Cinnamon
Park.
almonds?
Yeah.
They smell fantastic.
They
You're gonna
smell
tell me-
fantastic. I'll go back again this
Of
year.
course.
I always do, and I'm always
It's only
like,
a hint of the flavor.
Yeah,
the smell is like 20 times more potent than the flavor.
Yep.
Which is unfortunate.
Rick on a cell. You're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Rick.
Hey, how's it going?
We're great.
Hey, I just wanted to put my 2 cents in. I lived in Seattle for 6 years and graduated from the University of Washington. And I'm biased, but it is the most beautiful setting. You got Lake Washington. You did forget the Cascade Mountain Range.
Oh, there we go.
I could see those
Throw it in there.
from my dorm room. But the diversity, the closeness, proximity to downtown, all kinds of events. I mean, I saw Nirvana when they were still just a local band at the Hub. I saw Soundgarden and all the local bands like that. Alice in Chains, saw them at their first arena gig. And the music scene is vibrant. The nightlife is vibrant, diverse town. And it's just, it's growing and gotten better. It's more expensive now, but a great city, great, the weather you can deal with. To speak on that, it's somebody mentioned it's a light mist. I carried an umbrella in my backpack every day just in case, because I'd leave in the morning, it'd be sunny. Within an hour or two, it'd be raining, and it's just heavy enough that you need an umbrella, but not heavy enough that you get any real accumulation. So it's kind of annoying, but people deal with that, and the benefits far outweigh.
I guess what it comes down to is I know my strengths and weaknesses, and I don't know that I'd be able to handle the weather.
I hear you. I understand.
So look, enough leg humping of Seattle. We've done enough.
I just thought, one of these days I'd like to get out there.
Yeah, I recommend it, but
in the summer, apparently.
We don't have to continue talking about it. All right, so we mentioned Casey Mize getting the start tonight, and we'd heard, hype about. We always hear spring training hype. Do you buy this one? Is Casey Mize going to turn it around this year, or are you not going to go there yet? In fact, let's take 10 texts now. You know how this works, people. You send us a 10 text, sign your text, and tell us why you think Casey Mize is going to turn it around, or you're not buying in yet. If you start thinking about this staff and what they have with Skubal and Flaherty and promising young arms like Jackson Jobe, Reese Olson can be a very effective pitcher. If and only if Casey Mize could live up to the billing, is now the time. Do you buy into it? Do you think it's going to happen for Casey Mize? The spring training reports, the bite, the stats, the heavy ball that he threw, opponents raving about him, analysts saying that he is really finally looking like that guy. Are you ready to buy in? Yes or no, Detroit? 248-539-9797. Get those texts in, sign those texts, and tell us why. The first 10 we will read on the air coming up today at 11:02. Gator and I will give our 2 cents. Then we got some Lions stuff to get to. Brad Holmes spoke yesterday and touched on a lot of hot-button topics that Lions fans like to talk about. We will get into it, including what I think is a spelled-out and mapped-out draft plan that he didn't give away at all. But we will get to that today at 11:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by DR Trailer Sales. The Lions made their pitch to NFL owners, but automatic first down penalties on defensive holding and illegal contact will continue. The league is now moving kickoff touchbacks up to the 35-yard line as well. With that, they're projecting that kicks are returned at a 60 to 70% rate this season. compared to just 33% last year. Meanwhile, the potential tush push has been tabled, the ban that is. Dan Campbell spoke with the media for the first time this offseason at the NFL meetings as well. Aleem McNeil is recovering from an ACL injury, and Campbell says he will not be ready for training camp. He says if he returns by the end of the season, quote, that will be plenty, end quote. Campbell also spoke about the battle for the number 2 QB position after the Team Inc. veteran Kyle Allen this offseason. The Tigers send Casey Mize to the mound for the first start of the year. Mize earned the 4th spot in the rotation this spring, in part thanks to a 1.89 ERA and 6 starts. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket against the Mariners at 9:45. The Red Wings are in St. Louis tonight. Goalie Peter Mrazek did not make the trip, but is expected to start skating in a few days. Your face-off over on WWJ News Radio 950. That starts at 8. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Trying to think if I ever had to do in my lifetime what Justin Henry Malloy had to do, like an emergency break glass career opportunity, and you're just like, sure, whatever, and thrown into the fire like that. So he got the call at 1:30 in the morning earlier Monday and flew out to Seattle and hit leadoff. Where was Toledo? Were they in?
They were getting ready to travel to another place, I believe, because I saw a tweet earlier on Sunday about that, because somebody had speculated that, he's got his bags packed, he's ready to go, he's going to travel to meet with the Tigers. That was on Sunday. Mm-hmm. And then it was, hang on, Toledo is going to a different city here, so maybe he's traveling with that team.
I did once do a show where I knew that there was an opportunity at a network, and a guy called me and we talked about it. He said, I'm going to be listening today. And then he said to me, and I'll know all I need to know in the first 5 minutes. And I'm like, oh. And he goes, no, I'm just kidding with you. And I'm like, good God.
Jerk.
But anyway, yeah, when you get thrown into the fire like that, I mean, it's not like Justin Henry Malloy wasn't here before, but to get the call at 1:30 in the morning and be ready and show up and start the game off with a double and just rake and look every bit like, yeah, I'm ready. I got this.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to answer the bell, right? I mean, it's definitely happened here at the station where I've been called before you and I started doing the show together.
Dude, they called the mailroom kid and threw you on the air.
Well, they
not directly.
Not directly. But I just think back to a famous, infamous part, I guess, of Mike Valenti's career with the whole screaming at the John L. Smith thing, just make plays, and he lost his voice.
Yeah.
Guess who got the call an hour and a half into the show? Need you to come in. Joker just lost his voice. Do something about it. So I came in and finished off his show because of that, because he was yelling so much. Mike. I mean, that wasn't a big time, but it was one of those instances where I've had to come in and fill in for somebody where something happened at a moment's notice. And it happens to this day with different people. I mean, I'm sure Jeff Rieger's got bunches of stories where he's expected to go cover the Red Wings or say, hey, we need you to come in and do the show because so-and-so is out. It's
not easy.
No, when people get sick or whatever the case is, that kind of thing happens. And it's very similar to what happened with Justin Henry Malloy. Yeah. Just so happens that, he got the call at 1:30 in the morning. Yeah. I'm sure Bobby's gotten a call. Hey, so-and-so couldn't make it into work today. I know you just got done working a shift till 6 o'clock in the morning, but we need you to come in by 10. Can you make it here?
Yeah.
Bobby, who's working our show today, King is out until Thursday.
Why do you guys think I'm here today?
Well, this was scheduled.
Yeah. Okay, so we asked for 10 texts. Is Casey Mize, do you buy in that Casey Mize is about to turn the corner and that he is the next, we hope, the next guy that is going to come through for the Tigers. Marlon Wall Lake says Mize will definitely turn it around. I think he's frustrated with the results, the injuries. I think he's so determined and locked in, he will have a fantastic year. Next text, Greg, Mize is going to turn it around because he's shown glimpses of this stuff before he got hurt. Matt in St. Clair Shore says, buy the hype. The splitter can be an elite out pitch. Mike in Okemos, all he needs for Mize to stay healthy. He has all the potential in the world, and just like Torque, is his last chance. I believe in him. Rick in a truck, I'm in on Mize. He looked fantastic this spring. Scott in a work truck, I think he's going to have a really good year. Velocity is up, and the movement on his out pitch is finally where it needs to be. Blake in Brighton, I'm in on Mize. He's supported by such a good cast, so hopefully it reduces the pressure, and Fetter is a wizard. I have faith. Jack in the Clem says, Casey at the bat is nothing but a series of short stories with long injuries. Okay. Kevin in Ann Arbor, Casey Mize will turn it around. Velo's good. Splitter is great. He will be the third best in our rotation this year. Phil in Waterford, I'm not ready to buy into Casey Mize just yet. I am happy with the spring that he's had, but I need to see 4 or 5 regular season starts before I can have any determination of where he's at and if he can have a quality season. I'm rooting for him, though, and that is from Phil.
Phil.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Yep. So most people are buying in on Mize.
Well, I have high expectations for him this year, and nothing's going to change that. I mean, of my expectation. What changes is reality. If he's not good, then he's just not good. But if you're going to base it only on spring this year, be careful. What he did last spring is almost as impressive. Here are the difference in numbers. Last year in the spring, he went 20 and 1/3 innings. This year, he went 19 innings. So he pitched an extra inning and a third last year. Mm-hmm. Last year, gave up 12 hits. This year, gave up 11 hits. Last year, gave up 5 earned runs. This year, gave up 4 earned runs. Last year, gave up 1 home run. This year, 1 home run. 9 walks last year, 8 walks this year. 20 strikeouts last year, 25 strikeouts this year. A 2.21 earned run average last year in the spring. 1.89 earned run average in the spring this year. 2 really good spring trainings for Casey Mize.
That is remarkably identical.
Yeah. And, you know, what did that turn into last year for Casey Mize when he pitched with the Tigers? Well, last year he made 20 starts, and he ended up with an earned run average of 4.49 with 121 hits and 102 innings. And he didn't walk that many. Actually, his walk rate went way down. Only walked 29 and struck out 78. But not a great season for Casey Mize last year, despite a great spring. This year, an even better spring. But I do think he looks different. I think the velocity is higher this year, it looks like. And we'll see. I mean, inevitably, it comes down to how you're going to pitch in regular season. He was my guy to click this year. Bold-ass prediction to start the year. I said he's going to have a better year than Jackson Jobe. And I still think Jackson Jobe's going to have a good year. But I think Casey Mize is poised to have a really good year. And if he doesn't, then this might be his last season as a Tiger.
Yeah, I think having optimism about Casey Mize is a little bit different than having optimism about Alex Cobb or some veteran that is just been around and is never, like Brian Moeller. I'm trying to think of a guy who the Tigers had. Is he a good example of a veteran who was just a guy but could give you innings? And by guy, I feel like
he was
Mize,
kind of just a guy.
Yeah, you want to be. Could Casey Mize be more than just a guy? There's a reason why he went 1-1.
You know what Casey Mize seems like to me? Casey Mize seems like to me, he's a guy, if he were pitching on another team and was released, that the Tigers would sign as a reclamation project.
Interesting.
He's a guy that I think that Fetter and Hinch and Scott Harris would identify and say, let's fetter him up. Let's bring him into camp. There are different metrics that we can look at that we like from him that we just have to fine-tune stuff. Like he's the next Lorenzen.
Yeah.
Or Flaherty project.
Yeah. And sometimes it works, sometimes
it doesn't.
Sometimes it doesn't. But, you know, you start thinking about, I mean, who have we had like that in Detroit? I feel like the Pistons did that, right? They were always into the high draft pick reclamation project, specifically under Weaver, like the Marvin Bagleys of the world.
Well, they had more number 1 overall picks, I think, than any other team in NBA history of guys that they ended up signing at some point.
Yeah.
But this could just simply be Matt Boyd 2.0.
Could be.
Has some good starts, some not so good starts, and is what it is. I think there's reason to be hopeful there's higher upside.
If he goes out and continues to do tonight, I'm going to make a proclamation right here, okay?
Okay.
If he continues his spring performance tonight and dominates and the Tigers win in Seattle, the proclamation is tomorrow I will claim that this is my favorite 2-3 baseball team of all time. That's my I promise to
go
you,
for your
people.
favorite 1-3 baseball team of all time to then your favorite 2-3 baseball team of all time. Wow.
Correct.
I can't wait to see what happens the rest of the season.
Okay. Brad Holmes yesterday talked, said some stuff. You can start to think they might be putting together a plan or that they have a plan. The question is the plan good enough, in your view, to make this team hold the Lombardi Trophy overhead? We will get to that today at 11:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Finding reliable service can be really tough, but I've had great experiences with Precision Garage Door, and this is why I tell you all about them. Years ago, my garage door needed some repairs. Just wasn't working properly. I needed a new battery. I needed some additional parts. I called Precision. They came out right away, and they fixed all the issues. They were absolutely amazing, and the garage door is working fantastic after that. And right now, you can get free door opener when you buy any new garage door. That's a $499 value. Nothing to sneeze at there. But you got to hurry because the sale is going to end soon. Plus, if we mentioned 97.1 The Ticket, they're going to waive your service fee. All right? That's pretty awesome as well. Precision is amazing because they're available on weekends at no extra charge. All calls are answered 24/7. And if you schedule an appointment online, you set it up for what works for your schedule. You're not just beholden to what they want to do and set up their own window. This is what works for your schedule. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com and book that appointment.
All right, there's tabling going on. Nothing quite exciting as a good old-fashioned tabling of rules proposals. Some of them are being turned down. Others are being tabled. Some are being adopted. Diana Rossini has been all over this, NFL reporter. We'll start with this. The Lions' proposal to reseed the playoffs based on record has been tabled, Gator. It's been tabled.
Tabled, yes.
Yeah, all right.
Which basically means we're going to do some more research into it and see what we want to do.
More news from Diana Rossini. The NFL's owners have tabled the proposal to ban the tush push. It's getting tabled. The NFL owners have passed a rule that will allow both teams to possess the ball in overtime during the regular season per source. The overtime period will remain at just 10 minutes. What else do we got here? Kicking updates per source. This is again Diana Rossini. The NFL's onside kick amendment will be adjusted and voted on later in May. Touchbacks on kickoffs will now bring the ball to the 35-yard line. Lions' proposal to eliminate automatic first downs on defensive holding and illegal contact penalties did not pass.
Oh.
Expanded replay assist has been approved.
Yay.
Yeah. So we need to table more stuff here. We don't ever table things.
No?
No, we don't. I want to use that term. I want to table something.
We've used it. Like if we start a discussion about something and it's a little premature to do that, like we'll table this for later in the show or table for later in the week.
I think the term we've used a lot is we'll put a pin in this and revisit it. But I think we should
back.
Yeah, let's use the term tabling.
Table.
Let's table
Okay.
this.
Let's table
this
it.
and move it forward. That sounds far more official. Sounds like we know what we're doing, and I'd like to keep up that facade. Okay. So Brad Holmes spoke yesterday. Look, there are hot button issues we have discovered, and we figure this out because we'll talk about, teams, and we'll understand what the hot button issues are based upon the feedback we get from the people. Hot button issues are things like J-Mo's contract, Aiden Hutchinson's broken leg,
Lee
McNeil's
ACL.
injury, his ACL injury, Hendon Hooker.
Dwight White's calf.
That wasn't that big of a hot button issue.
Oh.
Yeah. And certainly the edge rusher opposite of Aiden Hutchinson might be the biggest hot button issue in the world of the Detroit Lions. So Brad Holmes was asked about it. The offseason has been filled with massive edge rusher contracts that were all preceded by massive rumors. Max Crosby, Myles Garrett. Now it looks like Micah Parsons and Trey Hendrickson. There are rumors about them, and could a team trade for them? And I guess it's more than a rumor in the case of Hendrickson because his agent has been told to seek a trade.
Yes, that's been a few weeks now that has been ongoing, and he has yet to find the trade partner because it's difficult. You got two pieces to it. You've got to be able to hammer out an extension for Trey Hendrickson that's going to be $35 million a year likely or more. And the other part is if you're going to part with that, you don't want to also part with too much draft capital to acquire him. Mm-hmm. But Cincinnati's holding the cards here because they got Trey Hendrickson. So they're like, okay, look, you can go ahead and we can work this trade out, but it's going to cost you a first and a second round pick or whatever it is that they're asking. I don't know what they're asking for. But it doesn't sound like there's been any movement on this. Like that, there have been no offers. There's been nothing leaked to this point that links Trey Hendrickson with any team. It's all just speculative based on teams that have a need. Hey, it'd be great if the Lions had Trey Hendrickson to this defensive line, or would make a lot of sense if Washington were go out and trade for Trey Hendrickson. Yeah, there's that, but there's been nothing concrete about Trey Hendrickson. Micah Parsons. There's a story today that says that the Cowboys have made him an offer that would make him the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history, passing Myles Garrett's number of $40 million a year. If this is true, and let's say for the sake of argument that it is, and let's throw the number at $41 million a year for Micah Parsons, I think that would tell the Lions there's a ceiling. Love Aiden Hutchinson, okay? But Micah Parsons has been incredibly productive throughout his very young career. He gets to the quarterback all the time. Aiden's on track to be an outstanding player. But I don't think if you're going to talk about signing somebody this offseason to give them an extension, if the Lions are willing to do that with Aiden Hutchinson and get something going, I don't think that his number would exceed Micah Parsons in the next 6 months before the football season starts.
Coming off an injury, you might be right. Because I feel like the typical rule is even if you aren't the best, your contract's up, you're going to set the market. But, if he's coming off an injury, they might be. It's certainly easier for the Lions to keep the cost down a little bit than if he finished last year with 18 sacks. And being Defensive Player of the Year. We all value him. He is incredibly valued. I don't want to misinterpret this to be misinterpreted. But if they sign Hutch now, it would certainly be cheaper than had he had the type of season that he was tracking towards having.
The other thing is that he's entering year 4. So they don't have to sign him, right? So if you were to give an extension, you're giving him a little bit of a head start by, could be a year or 2 head start, depending on when the contract extension would kick in. Do you rip up you don't even worry about the 5th year. He gets paid what he's getting paid this year for the 4th year, and then it starts next year, whatever the case is. So maybe that also helps to keep the cost a little bit lower. But the cost being lower doesn't mean it's at $30 million. The cost being lower means that maybe he comes in at 39, maybe 38 or 40. I don't know but the number is going to be awfully high. I just think with Parsons, if this thing comes true with Parsons, and we still don't know what the offer is, but if it's around $41, $42 million a year, I do think that sets a ceiling on what Aiden Hutchinson can get in the next 6 to 12 months.
We'll see. Trey Hendrickson, that thing seems like a pipe dream for Detroit, and Brad Holmes spoke a little bit yesterday how they couldn't afford Zadarius Smith at 5.9 and 5.2 over the next couple of years. So how are you going to afford the $35 million to get Hendrickson? But look, there's always
different players make you do different things.
I guess so. I would say that if it's possible, it would take a lot of gymnastics and a lot of probably guys who you don't expect losing. You might lose. But anyway, Brad Holmes spoke yesterday. Here's what he said about the edge position and emphasizing that it's really not in a bad spot here. People want to add more, got it. It would be great, but he kind of emphasized they're in a pretty good spot as it is. His way of basically saying, we have one of the guys. We're in a good spot because we have one of the guys, but that doesn't mean you ignore the other side.
No.
And Zadarius Smith, take 3 and 3-2-1, is not coming back, but Brad Holmes emphasized that there was a plan. Okay.
So I interpret that this way. I think there are certain players that you will move mountains to try to find a way to get onto your roster. And then there are other players that you're like, you know what? It's okay. Here's the number we're comfortable at. And you're just too expensive for us because you want a little bit too much, but we'll keep the door open. Zadarius Smith wasn't a world beater for the Lions last year after they traded for him. He had some moments, but it's not like this is a guy that they would pay in excess of $8 or $10 million a season to have. They're not going to do that for him. So they've got their money that they would budget for him. But I feel it is different if you're talking about someone who you know is a disruptor and a game changer like a Trey Hendrickson, that would be a player that then they go, okay, look, we only have X amount of space right now in cap space. What do we got to do, guys, to clear up space and make room for a guy like Trey Hendrickson? And that can change things right now. Right now, I don't know if I would imagine the Lions are leaving open part of the budget or part of the surplus, if you have, or cap space that they have. They're leaving open some of that for a trade deadline acquisition if necessary. I think that's wise to do so that they're not handcuffed when they go into the trade deadline. If they need to add a piece, that they'd be able to add a piece. But if they're able to, all of a sudden it seems like it's realistic that there's a chance you can get someone like Trey Hendrickson, that's when you start talking to guys like the veteran players that just signed extensions and say, okay, look, maybe we can start thinking about a couple years down the line, we're going to have to restructure your deal and your deal because we need to have this guy on board.
Well, let's table the Trey Hendrickson part of the conversation for now.
Table it.
And circle back to it and talk about the draft, what all this means for the draft, and more from Brad Holmes. We'll get to that today at 11:32. Here on 97.1 The Ticket. A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out, and that's where True Green comes in. They are the local experts in Detroit and the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. And here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results. There is some breaking news from the world of college basketball that we are double and triple checking to make sure that it is not an April Fool's joke.
I hate these things.
I know.
It does seem like this is legit, though.
Trey Holloman from Michigan State to the portal. I don't know. Like, I interpret all this stuff as I see that and I think, I have no way of knowing, okay? I don't cover that team. I'm not around him. But one of my first instincts is always negotiations.
Well, when players enter the portal, I mean, it doesn't mean they're necessarily leaving the program. Yeah. They're exploring the options, and I think it's probably wise most players do this because now it's a business. Before it was just about college experience, who gives me the best opportunity to advance my dream of making it into a professional league. Hey, I want to have this great experience of playing for whatever, conference championships, playing for a Final Four, playing for a national championship, all that. It's business. It's the same thing in football. It's all about business now because now you can get paid. Yep. So I don't begrudge any athlete at this point if this is what they're going to do. So
it's weird to get
go
used
ahead
to.
And do it. It is. Yeah, I don't love it, but it is what it is. And now that Michigan State has been knocked out of the tournament, well, now they can start looking at filling some spots. And if Trey Holloman's going to move on to literal greener pastures.
Make a suggestion. Can we not start the offseason before the season's done?
Yeah, I hear
Because, there are guys probably on rosters of Final Four teams that aren't playing that want to go into the portal, but they don't want to do it yet. And it just it makes no sense that they open up the portal.
Well, it makes no sense that they should. Here's what I said. I think I said this last week and you were out. For football is a little bit different because you got the semester break, right? So it's a little tougher to maneuver. But in basketball, why not just have a freeze period until a couple days after the national champion is determined? And that's not just for the players; that's for coaches too.
Yeah,
there's been a ton of coach movement right now that really has changed things as well. I mean, you got coaches changing teams all over the place. The Xavier coach, Sean Miller, left Xavier to go take Texas's job. What Maryland's coach is leaving. All these coaches are leaving to take on other jobs, and yet it's like, what are we doing?
I don't
haven't even finished crowning a national champion.
I don't think it's asking too much to have a defined period that officially begins next year, and it should be not before this year is done.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's become one of my biggest gripes in all of sports, and the NCAA and the college sports, like off seasons before a season's done is insane, really. It's ridiculous. But all right, Brad Holmes, one more from Brad Holmes. You heard him talk about the edge position and say, look, we've got one of the guys. Certainly we'd want more, but when you look at 32 starters, 64 starters, we got one of the top 4 or 5 guys in the league at the edge position. Zadarius Smith couldn't afford him, but we have a plan. We do have a plan. It's not like we're ignoring that. And then he talked about what they already have done in free agency, what they've accomplished thus far. Okay, so that's him talking about mostly DJ Reed, adding DJ Reed, and how happy he was to get him at that price, and happy with who else they added. So what was that? Ray Lopez from outside the organization. Mm-hmm. They got Lopez at the defensive tackle spot. They got Stewart at the linebacker / special teams. They got Kyle Allen at quarterback. They got the Kenny Yoba tight end. They got Rock Ya-Sin They got Avonte Maddox.
Yep.
They brought back their own guys like Derek Barnes, Tim Patrick, Onzarike, Davenport, Miles Adams. Some of these things people didn't like.
Agude.
Yeah, they were sort of they're depth. A lot of depth guys here. Okay, so here's where I think this is all headed. Brad Holmes, he hasn't given away the game plan. But to say we can't afford a relatively low-priced edge rusher tells me, but I still have a plan at the position. And we talked about this yesterday. It's the draft. It's the draft. He plans on adding depth and maybe a starter at the edge rusher spot in the draft. And I guess if I'm right, okay, and that's the plan, even though he's adamant about we always, take the best player available, we just we hoard talent. If I'm right, and that edge rusher, the big addition in this offseason at the edge opposite of Aiden Hutchinson is coming in the draft, are you okay with that? Are you as a Lions fan saying, you know what? I am okay with it because they really went out and did a hell of a job replacing Carlton Davis. They were able to get a guy at a good price at that position. And maybe if there was a Carlton Davis, a DJ Reed comp, an edge rusher, an affordable edge rusher that was highly regarded, maybe they would have done that, but what they found was at a corner spot that they actually needed. And you can't, the cap does have restrictions. You can't add great players at every spot, no matter how much you may want to. Are you okay with this plan? And let me marry that with the fact that this draft is absolutely loaded with edge rushing prospects. I was listening to Todd McShay's podcast, his new podcast.
Todd.
Yes. And he is projecting. Now, this is one man's projection, but he's projecting 35 defensive ends and defensive tackles with first, second, and third round grades to go in the first, second, and third round. 35 edge rushers and defensive tackles, a third of the first, second, and third round, maybe a little bit less than that because of compensatory picks, but right around a third of the players taken in the first 3 rounds will be edge rushers and defensive tackles, which if that's accurate, if he is right, that will break the record by 8, a substantial amount. This might be the deepest group of edge rushers and defensive tackles on record. What does that mean? Well, how does that translate to the next level? Time will tell. But does this plan make sense to you? There's a lot of people that want more, and I can understand the allure of more, why you want more. But does this make sense? Would you as a fan be satisfied if I'm right and this is the plan? 248-539-9797.
Well, I can see that is a plan, and I still think, the fact that he says he's still open to talking with Zadarius Smith in his camp tells me they still have money to spend, and they'd be willing to spend it for the right player. Does that come in the form of Von Miller, a free agent edge rusher that has yet to find a home? Would he be willing to take a 1-year contract at $8 million? Can the Lions afford that? I would think they'd be able to afford that. I don't think they have to do too much juggling to figure that out. You really never know how much cap space they have. So many contracts aren't even available right now of guys that they've signed in free agency for, sources like Over the Cap or Spot Track. They haven't even gotten to some of these contracts yet. So you really don't know how much cap space they have. But I would imagine that if it's something in a single-digit $1 million year contract, that they could probably afford that. In addition to going out in the draft and taking somebody. But if they don't sign anybody else, and here we are, end of April, ready for round 1, I would completely expect the pick at 28 or the pick that they move up or slightly move back, their first pick in the draft, I would completely expect it to be an edge rusher. There are other positions absolutely they could go for. And because there is such depth at that spot that maybe they can afford to wait to pick 60, or if they're going to trade back, maybe you pick up an extra second-round pick or whatever the case is, that maybe that's what they can wait for that edge rusher at that point. But I feel like somebody really good is going to be there for them to take, and they're going to have options, and they're going to have discussions. Do we take the edge rusher here? Do we take this offensive lineman here? Do we take this defensive tackle here? Do we take this corner here? I think those are 4 positions that you really look at and scrutinize over a ton. And these are discussions that are going on, in Allen Park right now with the people that aren't at the NFL owners meetings. These are people that are setting up draft boards.
Yeah,
this is why I would love to see. Everybody would love to see a draft board, but to see where they really truly value these players, like a Gray Zabel type player, where is he valued there in comparison?
North Dakota State.
In comparison to an Anthony Pierce,
so
the edge rusher from Tennessee,
James Pierce.
Sorry.
Yes,
James.
it's okay. Look, it's okay. The cluster of edge rushers that are likely available at the end of the first round, if things go as planned, they never do, but are a fascinating group of players. And McShay put it, these are high-end talents that seem to, all of them have a yeah, but. Like, here's what I really like. Yeah, but. And we'll get into some of those options. But would this plan work for you, or are you underwhelmed if that's what's going to go down? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, you want your lawn to be beautiful? Of course you do. Do what I do and call the great folks over at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is a telephone number. Go to naturalwaylawn.com, and for a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program. You get free grub control, but you got to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. Look, you call right now. This is awesome. You get green and stay green and save green when you prepay. You call for the early bird discount, and you're going to be glad that you did, because you want to stop not only the grub control, which you get for free, but that first application is the most important when it comes to crabgrass control. You see crabgrass in the summer? Forget it, man. Your lawn is done, so you can't really treat that problem at that point. You got to take care of it right now. Natural Way uses fewer chemicals, environmentally sound practices. In fact, each lawn is assigned its own specialist. They've got certified applicators and arborists that come out and custom tailor a solution that's specific to your yard and your home. This is a company I've trusted for nearly a dozen years now. They do amazing work. I love what they do. It's a locally owned company. Over 35 years they've been around. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
All right, so group of edge rushers that could be there for them. And then we, opened the show with a lot of Tiger talk, and now we've shifted to the Lions a little bit. And part of this has to do with Brad Holmes speaking yesterday, saying their edge position is not in a bad spot here. Keep that in mind. We got one of the best in the game at what he does. Says Zadarius Smith on him not coming back, although he did say he's still in contact with his agent, but we do have a plan. But if Zadarius Smith was too expensive at that price, which wasn't super expensive, what could that plan be? And then he said, look, we're really happy. We tried to let you know we weren't going to be a big player in free agency, but we're really happy with what we got done. In fact, he says he got more done. They got more done than they expected. So with that said, the group of edge rushers that could be there, I mentioned the Yabuds, right? There's a lot of talented players that really have a lot of bringing a lot to the table as far as what to be excited about. But it feels like all of them, the reason they will be available at the end of the first round is the questions they have about them. Mike Green, the edge rusher out of Marshall, explosive, talented, 17 sacks last year, went to the Senior Bowl. Okay, when you're at Marshall, it's important to go to the Senior Bowl and stand out when you're going up against the big college guys, and he did. But there's the off-the-field accusations. There's Shamar Stewart.
What are the off-field accusations?
Well, there's 2 accusations of sexual assault.
Okay.
That happened when he was, I believe, both of them at Virginia Tech. I don't know the details, and just leave it at that. There's some accusations that probably need to be properly vetted. Shamar Stewart, he blew up the combine. He looks the part. Everybody thinks that he has the skill set to be elite, but lack production at the collegiate level. James Pierce, the freak, a plug-and-play guy, probably right behind Abdul Carter in terms of a talent at the edge rusher spot. But again, outside noise.
Well, people say that he interviewed horribly at the combine. And there are some that say that there are massive character issues with him and that some say he was uncoachable at Tennessee. Then there are other people that say, no, he was fine. He did fine with the interviews and there are no character concerns. But look, there's smoke there for sure, which would tell me that that's a guy that's going to slip, and that's a guy who had a ton of production.
Donovan Ezaraku, a player that you brought up yesterday, who had great production, but his yabut is he's undersized. Mikel Williams out of Georgia. Again, he looks the part. People say there's not a negative thing to say about him, but the question is he's never quite really lived up to the potential.
No, he's had 4.5, and 5 sacks. 5 sacks being the most recent. That's what he's done in the 3 years at Georgia. Although, to be fair, Georgia's defense is pretty dynamic.
Yeah.
So it's hard for one guy to just stand out because the whole defense stands out.
So the field of candidates is awfully impressive. It's a really good year to have these needs. You still got to get it right. And, the perfect team is what you want to put on the field. But given restrictions from salary caps, you have to pick and choose where you're going to take a risk. And if it's here's what I think it's going to be. This is what I think it's going to be. I think your edge rushers next year are going to be Aiden Hutchinson and a cross-finger stays healthy Marcus Davenport and a rookie. I would venture a guess. I'm not going to shoot the boot, guarantee it. But that to me is my predicted edge rushing pool of players next year.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. I think there are other guys that have the versatility that they'll play inside outside type, like a Levi Onwuzurike or a Josh Paschal. These guys play inside outside. Agude and Muhammad, these are all depth type players that do that. And I would agree with you. I think that coming from the draft, you're going to find somebody. It doesn't have to be at 28.
No.
Because here's just a little bit of a taste of like a player pool that might be available to you in the second round. Mm-hmm. But guys like JT Tuimoloau from Ohio State or Jack Sawyer, his teammate who finished the season so very strong. That's not bad to look at, when you see a player like that. Oladejo, the player from UCLA, the outside linebacker there. There's a lot of players that have that high upside. There's the big guy from Arkansas. Who's the big guy for Arkansas?
I don't know.
Landon Jackson.
Landon Jackson, I'm sorry. Yes.
There's players that I think will be there at 60 that they could look at as well. And then when you factor in the defensive tackles too, if you want to go that route, because there's no guarantees what Ali McNeil is going to come back as. DJ Reader isn't here long term, so you're looking, perhaps you have to do that. Broderick Martin, who you drafted, we haven't seen him play, haven't seen him come close to breaking out. So you can go that route as well. And that expands the pool of players.
Did you see Matt Miller, ESPN draft guy, last week, did the impossible 7-round mock?
Yes.
Yeah. And did you go over who he had the Lions taking in the second round?
Yes, but I can't remember.
Nick Scorton.
Yeah.
Edge rusher out of Texas A&M.
Which is, that's who I think Dave Burkett at one point had one of his mock drafts, the Lions taking in the first round.
Yeah.
So, I mean, again, it speaks to a talent pool of players on the defensive line, whether it's a defensive end, an edge rusher, outside linebacker, or defensive tackle. There's a big pool of really talented players.
I get that people don't necessarily agree with this path, this approach.
It's not shiny.
It's not shiny, but to me, it makes a ton of sense given cap restrictions, and I think it's what they're doing. If next year they take the field and it's Aiden Hutchinson and Marcus Davenport or a rookie edge rusher on the other side, which I think that's your pool of edge rushers in the 2025-2026 NFL season, are you okay with that? Will you be okay with it, or will you be a little underwhelmed?
I think there'd be a slight underwhelmment, but I also, I kind of get it. I mean, I don't know the full facts and figures when it comes to the salary cap and how much cap space there is and all that, and how realistic it is to think that you can add a monster addition like a Trey Hendrickson and how much that's going to affect things down the road, which we all can agree it will affect some things in terms of what players are still going to be here, in the next couple after 2 years are done. But it's that window of opportunity that I think Lions fans want to jump on. And I heard somebody talking in the morning show, and it wasn't the first one I heard say something like this. We've heard it on our show, that if you do the comparison with what Philadelphia does, Philadelphia also has drafted extraordinarily well, just like the Lions have. And you can make a case Philly's drafted better than the Lions have. But Philadelphia also has gone for it. Adding Saquon Barkley last year, obviously that was a game changer for Philadelphia. The way that Philadelphia ended their season in 2023 was not pretty. Was not pretty at all. They buckled down, got things done in the offseason, made some major acquisitions, and they ended up winning the Super Bowl. And I think Lions fans look at that and they see that's a team that didn't rest on what they had and just expected to run it back next year, and they were able to go over the top. I'm not saying it's the right way to do it, but that's the other school of thought, and it's a pretty attractive school of thought if you can find that player that puts you over the top like Saquon Barkley and others helped to do that to Philadelphia.
Jimmy's in Ferndale on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jimmy.
Hi, how are you?
What's up?
Hey, I feel comfortable with Brad looking to get that edge rusher in the first round. That's going to help us out. He's drafted so many that have become starters in the first, second, and third round. But I also think there's one thing that we haven't talked about, at least I haven't heard you guys talk about it or some of the other shows, is that we re-signed Derek Barnes for a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
And we typically, the Lions are in nickel package 75% of the time with only two linebackers. We didn't pay him just to back up Alex Alexoni and Campbell. I think, and if you look at the beginning of last year before he went out, he was lined up with that rush in a decent amount of times in the nickel package, and he had quarterback pressures and sacks as well. And I think that's good. Obviously, I'm not going to come out and say that to other teams so they know that's going to be the plan, but I think that's going to be part of it. I think you're going to see him a lot back at that rush defensive end spot because of the success that he had.
I think it's a very astute observation. He lined up a couple of years ago. I found the stats from a couple of years ago. He lined up at about a quarter of his snaps at edge rusher. Let's see here. Last year was about a third of the snaps.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of those linebackers that has that ability to be a guy who can, set the edge and stop running backs from getting around the corner, or he's a guy that can you turn loose, and they did turn him loose a lot. And it's, a 3-year deal for $24 million that he's got with the Lions. I think that there's definitely a pass rush role for him, but there's also a role, I think, in the future that how much longer are they going to expect Anzalone to play?
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. On 3 reporting that Michigan State basketball guard Trey Holloman plans to enter the portal. The junior averaged 9 points and nearly 4 assists this year. Recruiting analyst Sam Kaiser says that Michigan is talking with Maryland transfer Rodney Rice. The NFL is getting ready for a Christmas Day tripleheader this year. 2 will air on Netflix with a night game on Amazon. They'll also have a line, postseason, and regular season rules where both teams will possess the football once in overtime, regardless of what happens in the first possession. They're also expanding replay assist. The Tigers are back in the field tonight in Seattle looking for their second straight win. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pregame at 9:15 as Casey Mize heads to the mound. He'll match up with 27-year-old ace Logan Gilbert. He tossed 7 innings of 1-run ball against the A's on opening day. According to College Hockey Insider, Red Wings prospect and Michigan State star goalie Trey Augustine has informed the Wings he's returning for another college season. After realistic national championship hopes, the Spartans lost in the first round of the national tournament to Cornell. The Wings also back on the ice tonight against the Blues. Pregame at 7:45 over on WWJ News Radio 950. Detroit still 3 points back of the last wildcard spot. Speaking of top prospects, Jimmy Snuggerud, who's fresh off a collegiate season of his own with Minnesota, is set to make his NHL debut tonight. Ex-Michigan football wide receiver Tyler Morris, who transferred to Indiana, is now out for the season thanks to a non-contact knee injury. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, Doug, great news.
What's that?
I have confirmed that Jimmy Snuggerud is, in fact, the son of former NHL player Dave Snuggerud.
All right.
Just wanted to make sure we got that.
When you hear a name like Snuggerud, and I don't remember Dave Snuggerud, so I didn't hear it at the time. When you hear a name like Jimmy Snuggerud, I immediately knew Minnesota hockey player, Snuggerud. What do you think that is?
That's a great question. I would imagine it's something.
Muppet?
You're Muppet. I would guess like Dutch.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah. His dad played for the Sabres, the Sharks, and the Flyers in the 90s.
Okay.
Let me see what kind of name Snuggerud is.
Yeah. I just wondered what is that etymology? I don't know. I'm not smart. But where do the Snuggeruds come from?
It's
yes.
Norwegian.
Norwegian.
There we go.
Came over from. Dude, I had a funny one the other day.
It might have some Viking blood.
Some friend of ours sent us a text with an invitation to a graduation party.
Yeah.
I don't know how this happened, but I had a good laugh about it. I have no idea how, and I had to ask the question. And I looked at it, and I'm like, what am I not getting here? Save the date. Graduation party. And then it said, at Nilic Organizatori, and I had choices. Gidaliorium, Belki, or Gidaliorium. And then it had the little calendar thing, and it said 14 Hazaran. And I'm like, what is this?
What is this?
So I looked it up. 14 Hazaran. Hazaran stands for, it means June in Turkish. And Giliorum, I guess, means I'll be there.
Well, Giliorum, indeed.
And I'm thinking to myself, did they send me the grad invite in Turkish?
Are they a Turkish family?
No. They're like, they have no idea why it got translated into Turkish.
Why don't you send them a response in Greek? See what they say.
And now I know what Harazan 14 means, June 14th, or Giliorum.
Gilliorn.
Yeah.
Are you going to Gilliorn?
I hope so. See, the problem is summer baseball schedules, but he's one of the players on the team.
So you would imagine that is built around that.
Yeah, but the tournament schedules don't come out till right before, the week of the games. So I may not have a third baseman / pitcher for a game that night, but hopefully sometimes you can get requests in and they can grant said requests. So
Maybe you can all Gilly Orm together.
Yeah, I want to make sure the whole team can Gilly Orm, or we will have to hold on. The option for what is no in Turkish or won't be there is Belki, or we'll have to Belki. So we either Gilly Orm or we'll Belki.
Nobody wants to Belki.
No, you never want Belki. No. I certainly hope we don't have to Belki. All right, so Tigers, 1-3. I've proclaimed this my favorite 1-3 team of all time. Worried a little bit about the offense and the injuries and who was going to produce for them. And going into this season, they have 62 hits and walks through 4 games. Only 3 teams in the majors have more. The problem that really haunted them in L.A., but not so much last night, is they're hitting .217 with runners in scoring position. But I'm actually pretty encouraged here. Sustainability of torque and the left field production, certainly worth questioning. I don't think that they will combine to be over 500 batting average, but torque is that right now. And Margot and Justin Henry Malloy in left field are 7 for 13 in the 4 games. And Dingler and Rogers each have a triple. These aren't things that are as likely to happen. But there are other things like Carpenter and Green and Cole Keith that can probably produce more than they have through the 4 games, although more production last night. There was a reason why 21% of the Twitter poll that we ran yesterday said, yeah, they got swept, but I'm actually encouraged. And, you can see the tantalizing skill with Jackson Jobe. I think to be able to work your way through major league lineups at 22 and is really incredible, but he's got a long way to go in terms of learning how to pitch. It's awfully nice to take the hill in your first career start, already leading 6-0. I wonder how much that sort of helped them relax, knowing that he had sort of a safety net, that he didn't have to be perfect.
Yeah, I don't know, because he was affected from the first pitch he threw. The first pitch he threw was close, but the umpire called it a ball. Mm-hmm. And I mean, right away you could see he was pissed. And I'm like, don't have that attitude then. First game, this is what you're a rookie. Yeah, you pitched a handful last year, but you're really a rookie right now making your first ever start. You're going to get squeezed. It's going to happen. Don't show emotion about not getting that first pitch. And the fact that he walked 4 batters in the game. He didn't look as sharp as you wanted him to. But yet you're also seeing 99 on the gun. Mm-hmm. You're seeing incredible movement with his cutter, and his changeup drops off the table, and it's 15 miles an hour slower than his fastball. So that's going to be an amazing pitch. There's so much talent that he's got. It's just a matter of time before he puts it all together, where sequencing the right pitches, learns how to command the strike zone, not just, throw a bunch of strikes, but throw them where you want to throw them. Throwing a 97-mile-an-hour heater right down the middle, probably not advisable right after you threw a 98-mile-an-hour heater a little bit higher and it was fouled off. These are major league hitters. They're going to catch up to it, and that's what happened last night. I mean, they made him pay for some mistake pitches. He gave up a couple of meatballs, but he's going to be fine. He's got so much talent. It's a lot of fun to watch a guy pitch like that.
It's cool to have one of these guys, and the upside for this guy, the combination of what the ball does when it comes out of his hand and the Tigers' organizational ability to get the most out of their pitching prospects is awfully exciting. Like, this feels like a formula that if I were watching as an outsider and no vested interest in the Detroit Tigers, I would be like, Jobe is going to be a problem. He is going to be a problem in this league for opposing hitters. When you combine him with Fetter, and you mentioned, don't forget to credit A.J. Hinch, but give this young pitcher with this skill to Chris Fetter and watch them cook, right? I mean, this is a really, really good formula. I'm really, really encouraged.
Yeah, I'm encouraged too. I like what we've seen. I mean, certainly from Joe, but with that potential that he has, it could have been a better outing. Sure. Yep. We'll see more, much more outings and better outings as the season progresses. But the lineup, man, they're getting the job done.
Mm-hmm.
They're getting the job done. It's not just, it's nice to see Torkelson start the season well. He started extraordinarily well. Javi Baez had 3 hits last night. He looks more comfortable at the plate. Now, maybe some of that is that the pitcher they went against was unable to get the pitch in the right location. I mean, it looked like on the double that he crushed off the wall, that he missed a home run by 2 feet.
Yeah.
That that was a pitch that I'm sure the pitcher would like to have back. Catcher setting up on the outside. Here comes the sweeper. You're going to see it. And it just hangs over the heart of the plate.
Mm-hmm.
And he just steps into it and crushed it. But you'll take it. Anything that's positive with Javi Baez, you'll take it. And watching Javi play a very competent third base, a couple of plays just screaming atom balls, and he was able to make the play on those. That's encouraging too, because they need a viable option at third base, and they need Javi Baez to hit.
Now, if you at 1:30 yesterday morning, if you got a call from the Detroit Tigers saying we need you in Seattle, you're hitting leadoff, then you are Justin Henry Malloy, because he got the call at 1:30 Monday morning, made his way to Seattle, hit leadoff, doubled to open the game, went 2 for 4, walked twice. Welcome back, Justin Henry Malloy. You know, the trip to Toledo was brief, and may it be brief, and you continue to produce. But talk about a great story.
It is a great story. We'll see what happens with Gleyber Torres, how long he's out. It doesn't seem like he's going to be out that long. That hey, maybe it's just the 10 days, and then they'll have a decision of what to do. But so far, he had a nice debut last night. Margot has played well he's hit well for the Tigers in the early start as well.
Yep. So tonight, Casey Mize. We did 10 texts earlier whether or not people think that Casey Mize is really for real this time. You pointed out a very scary trend that last year's spring training numbers for Casey Mize were remarkably identical to this year. And he went out and he was okay. This year, is it any different? Another year of knowledge, a little bit better in spring training, throwing a little harder.
Hopefully he's healthier and that he can make 30 starts for this team. That'd be a huge plus if he can make 30 starts. And I suspect he's going to have a better effort this year than he did last year. I'm predicting it. I think he's going to have a better year than Jackson Jobe. And I think, like last night was a little rocky for Jackson Jobe. I think Jackson Jobe will be fine, but I think Casey Mize is going to be a nice surprise this year.
If you are correct, you start thinking about Skubal, Flaherty, Mize, with Jobe and Reese Olson, healthy group of starting pitchers, with an offense that is giving me reason to be optimistic here in the early going. I like it, Gator. I like it a lot.
Well, you love this 1-3 start.
Favorite 1-3 team of all time. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
So I've had great experiences with Precision Garage Door. I told you about the repairs. That was awesome. When the time came to actually get a new garage door, you knew who I was going to call.
Okay, so we got a breaking news story at this hour. The Detroit Pistons organization just tweeted out the following. Detroit versus everybody. Why did they tweet that out? Because suspensions have just been announced for that melee up in Minnesota the other night. Isaiah Stewart is getting suspended 2 games. Ron Holland, Marcus Sasser from the Pistons, Naz Reid, and Dante DiVincenzo from the Timberwolves are all getting a game. Isaiah Stewart suspended 2 games because of his history. So here's a tangible way in which Detroit's, I think you can safely say, the reputation is hurting them. Scott, I think we all love the tough guy persona when a team adopts, an entire organization adopts a tough guy persona. Hell, the 2 NBA champions we've seen in our lifetime, one was over the top and the other was just a really, brute force defensive team. So it's hard to look at this and be too particularly disappointed or be too worried about it, because this is how we've done it. There's a downside in that, they won't have some players here. Now, it's not like you can't. They won without Kate Cunningham last week
or
against
Tobias
Cleveland.
Harris.
Yeah, and now, so if they won with those guys in a big game, they can win without Isaiah Stewart for 2 games and Ron Holland for 1 game. I just have a sneaking fear that suspensions are something that we're going to be talking about in the future when the games mean more.
It's possible. The only thing I didn't like what you had to say was persona, the tough guy persona.
Yeah.
Because that, to me, intimates that it's not a tough team, that they're just putting up a front. And I don't think that's what you meant.
No, it's not.
So they are they have a toughness about them. It doesn't, they're nowhere near what the bad boys were. I mean, those were some cheap shots thrown in there, right? And we still embraced it. We loved it. That whole tough guy image with Lambeer and Mahorn, and those guys were legitimately tough, but they also did some things that were probably above and beyond what you would really want. I like the comparison more to the going to work Pistons and guys like Ben Wallace and Tayshaun Prince and the way that they went about playing defense. Mm-hmm. I think you see some of that with Asar Thompson and Ron Holland, and that Isaiah Stewart and Jalen Duren can provide more of what Ben Wallace did. Nobody was going to mess with Ben Wallace. And I feel that's the same way with Jalen Duren. As soon as Jalen Duren turns and looks at you, you start to walk away.
Yeah, I mean, thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously it's totally different. The 80s, you literally were throwing punches and staying in games.
Yeah.
They don't tolerate that anymore. Nobody really threw punches in this whole thing. But the concern is, they're a concern that they've got a reputation now. Yes, they have got a reputation. And it's unfortunate because it'll get lumped in like the bad boys, and this isn't like the bad boys, but this is modern era basketball. If you get physical, the league doesn't like it. We know that the league has always adjusted to the Pistons in the past, and I feel like they're going to do it. They're going to do it again. We'll see. I hope it's not too punitive, and I hope they wait till after the Pistons win a championship before they implement new rules again. But there is a little part of me that's concerned that this could carry over into the playoffs and might cost them if, because now every foul is looked over and looked at and scrutinized. Hey, was there a hook and hold? Is this a flagrant 1, flagrant 2? Are we ejecting? Are we not ejecting? Everything is looked over now, whereas 5 years ago it wasn't. So that concern is there that they might end up losing somebody that you don't want lost.
So the other part of this is, I look at the Pistons tweet. Now, I don't know who runs the Pistons Twitter account, and I don't think this is that big a deal. But you know what that implies to me? And I doubt this was an organizational decision from the top on down. I don't think that Trajan Langton and J.B. Bickerstaff got together and said, let's tweet out Detroit versus everybody. And I don't think it's particularly damaging. But I do bring it up because the other option is just to lean the F into this thing and say, fine, suspend us, whatever. We are at our best when we are this. This is who we are. This is the best version of ourselves. and we may as well lean into it. Again, Detroit versus everybody is something they're not the first to say it. And I don't want to, I'm not making a federal case out of that tweet, but it's an interesting question as to whether or not they should just say, we're going to embrace this reputation.
Yeah, I hear you there. And with only 7 games left in the season, you hope that losing these players for this small period of time doesn't bite them. And do you appeal it so that they can play tomorrow night against Oklahoma City, the best team in the West? Do you hope that's the case, or do you just accept it right now? Because if you appeal, I would assume that they can play tomorrow night, and then you worry about it against a lesser opponent down the road, or do you just want to get it on, get it over with?
It's a good question. You know, the fact is, when they've gone up against the best in the NBA in recent times, they've kicked butt. Like the Pistons have been the game against Cleveland, the game against Boston, and now a game against Oklahoma City. They're not doing enough that, you know, makes me feel great about my long shot bet that I made last month, the 40-1, I think it was, to win the East. But I'm like, what the hell? Let's have a little fun with this and bet on them to win the East. I do think they have to be taken seriously, and I do think, you know, like I said earlier, I think next year's Detroit Lion edge room is going to include Davenport and a rookie opposite of Aiden Hutchinson. I don't think this team's getting swept in the playoffs. What's the stat? They've lost 14 consecutive playoff games dating back to winning game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals back in 2009 or whatever it was, 2008. They've lost 14 consecutive playoff games. I think that comes to an end, and they get themselves in a series. I just hope at no point in that series they find themselves talking about a suspension, and maybe they should just go the other way, Scott, and lean into it.
Yeah, I don't mind if they lean into it. You know, we'll mind if it costs them.
Yeah.
But until then, I'm okay with it. As far as the suspensions are concerned, I understand Isaiah Stewart's got a history, so they're going to give him the extra game. But I thought that it was an opportunity here for the NBA to give DiVincenzo an extra game because he escalated the whole thing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't think it's fair giving him the same suspension that you're giving Ron Holland. You know, Ron Holland's reacting to being pointed at and to being pushed by Naz Reid, and then DiVincenzo came in and totally escalated. I think as the escalator, you deserve to get more of a punishment.
Well, the other thing is that this series, if they finish where they are right now as the 5 seed, this series with Indiana has a chance to be, in sports terms, a bit of a war. It's just it could be a bit of a long, physical series dripping with intrigue.
I think it's going to be a spicy meatball, my friend.
Yep. Piston fans, there you go. The suspensions. Fines came along with it. I didn't get to the fine numbers, but maybe I did. I'm sorry. I can't remember if I read those off the air or on, but fines came along with it. I think people care less about the fines, but...
Yeah, Isaiah Stewart's fined $207,000 basically. Ron Holland $46,000, almost $47,000. Marcus Sasser $15,000. Naz Reid $80,000. DiVincenzo $65,000, almost $66,000.
248-539-9797. Do they need to cool off a little bit, or to hell with it? Lean into it. This is them at their best.
I like leaning into it.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. I like the chip on the shoulder. I like that this team plays for each other. They stick up for each other. The coach is all in with these guys too. I think this is a good formula moving forward. Their talent is only going to get better and sharper as the years move on because it is so young. This is a team that I really, really can get behind.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. A little bit later on, Brad Holmes speaks about J-Mo's contract. You'll hear what he said about the possibility of picking that up in the 1 o'clock hour. And something new in sports could play a major role moving forward. That at 12:48. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. So, Scott.
Doug?
I have an idea.
Okay.
I like to share my ideas. You tell me whether or not you think this is a good idea or a bad idea. In the future, moving forward, starting pretty much immediately, I would recommend that the NFL not introduce rule changes on April Fool's Day.
I agree 100%.
Okay, good. Can we all agree? Because like in the middle of the last segment, I saw something and I'm like, sure, whatever. I know that rule changes have been introduced, like they're voting on them today and they're tabling things and they're approving things and they're turning down things. Tom Pelissaro tweeted out, Sony's Hawkeye technology will be used by the NFL as the primary method for measuring the line to gain. Beginning with the 2025 season, the league announced. The chain crew will remain on the field in a secondary capacity. Instinctively, I'm on the air talking and I'm seeing this tweet going, sure it is. But I guess others are now reporting it. I've done this all day.
Right.
I've done this all day. So apparently now you're going to measure first downs with lasers. How we feel about it?
I love it. Get as accurate as you can.
True. If it's true.
Get as well, because we've seen it so many times. We've talked about it a number of times on the show that, you know, one referee comes in, places the ball, and the other referee who had the better line of sight on it or worse, whatever. Either gets overturned or leaves it where it is, and it's just placed inaccurately. So get it as accurate as you can.
Yeah, look, I'm thinking this is true, and sure, I guess if it is true, you can be as accurate as you can. I found that with some of these things, I get more frustrated because my expectation for perfection goes up. I don't know.
Because there's another one, Tom Pelissaro, talking about the NFL released a portion of the 2025 competition committee report concerning its position on sportsmanship, as well as full language on a modified rule that specifically outlaws several acts, including the nose wipe gesture. But I think this is real.
Is that the one they do with the finger underneath the nose?
Yeah. I mean, it seems like it's ridiculous, and yet here we go. The committee supports game officials penalizing players without warning for these and other taunting actions or gestures that are violent or sexually suggestive in nature. Game officials are also instructed to call these actions whenever they occur. In addition, the committee recognizes that early communication with video examples to clubs, players, and coaches is vital to correcting this behavior. Actions included but not limited to throat slash gesture, simulating firing or brandishing a weapon, or displaying the nose wipe gesture will be added to the rule language as examples.
Those are all my favorites.
I mean, nose wipe, huh?
The Hawkeye technology, I love this response we got from Kitech on Twitch. No more generous spots for Patty Mahomes.
There you go.
Yep. All right, we were talking about the Pistons before the break there, and we did get some ticket text coming in after Isaiah Stewart suspended 2 games. Sasser and Ron Holland suspended 1. A couple of T-Wolves get a game. From an unnamed texter, the Timberwolves, to me, instigated the whole thing, starting with that player who lowered his shoulder like it was a running back or something. Then the guy goes after Holland for nothing. He started the whole thing. Ryan and Waterford, Stewart getting 2 games when DiVincenzo threw the first punch and only got 1 is complete BS and par for the course for how the league has officiated the Pistons unfairly all season. Go look at the stats. They're outshot at the free throw line in 80% of their games. Such crap. Lean into the bad boys rep. Nothing positive can come from a tough guy image. NBA referees are notoriously biased already, so giving them even more incentive to be punitive is a terrible idea. They can keep the chip on the shoulder and keep being physical, but the confrontations need to be eased back because it's not a matter of if it'll hurt us in the postseason. It's a matter of when. It's from an unnamed texter. So mixed response from the fans of what they want the Pistons to do, whether or not they want to just embrace this or change their behavior. It does seem like like the Pistons have had success with this. I've seen 2 Pistons championships. Both times, they were usually the most physical team on the court.
Yes. I mean, I think we in Detroit, we enjoy this brand of basketball. But the texter's right. The rest of the league, the NBA doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Although I'm sure the NBA enjoys having eyes on their games with if there's potential for flare-up because fans like to see that.
Yep.
But at the same time, you look at the NHL and fans love hockey. Everybody's on their feet watching a fight in hockey, right? But the NHL doesn't like fighting in hockey. They continue to try to legislate it out of the game. So, I don't know. It's tricky.
Well, I'm not sure what choice they really have, given this is, who they are. JB Bickerstaff, I think, has gotten a lot out of this group. I guess the question is, if they tone it down, will they stop winning as much as they're winning? And I'm not sure if that's something I want to mess with.
Yeah, I hear you. I'd like to just keep going the way they're going because it's really, I mean, they've tripled their win total from a year ago. That's insane.
It's one of the best stories in the NBA.
Yep.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Meanwhile, the Wings, 9 remaining games are against teams in the playoffs. Is that right?
Yep. How you like them apples?
I don't love them, but I guess you got to go earn it.
Yes, you do. You do have to go earn it. I mean, that's the way it stands right now. Yeah, Montreal is the worst team they play. I mean, they've got games against Toronto, Tampa, Florida, Carolina.
Nobody's doing any heavy lifting for you.
No. Nope. It's you're going to have to earn your way in. And because of that, I wonder, at what point do fans completely pull the plug on the Red Wings? I imagine there's a huge percentage already say, forget it. I've lost any faith that this is going to be a playoff team. But until they're officially knocked out of it, and I don't know if it even has to be official. It just feels like right now here they are 3 points out of that last playoff spot, which is not insurmountable. The way that all these teams are so bad that they're mid that if you get hot for a few games, you have a chance to make the playoffs. But Red Wings haven't been hot in a long time, and they have the toughest road to go because they're not playing any of these teams that they're battling. They're playing all the teams that already established as playoff teams.
Maybe those teams will be mailing it in.
I mean, that's possible. It's entirely possible. But I feel like if they find themselves 5 points out with like 5 games to go, it feels like it's too much to overcome. And yet, obviously, mathematically, it's not. But I don't want to be in that space. And yet, I think it's inevitable we're going to be in that space.
Well, I told you before I left 2 weeks ago that I've noticed it wasn't a decision I made. I noticed when I was watching Red Wing hockey, I had just instinctively lost the edge of this is a playoff team that needs to play like a playoff team. This is a playoff team that's got work to do, but they're a playoff team. And started just thinking they're not a playoff team and it's going to take a miracle. And I've got the game on, which I feel bad about, but it's not a decision I made. It's the way I'm processing them very organically.
The difference between this year and last year, it's interesting. Last year, the teams they were playing down the stretch were teams that they were competing with for that final spot. Mm-hmm. This year, that's not the case. These are all playoff teams. But the teams that are in competition with the Red Wings, here's their win totals in the last 10 games. Montreal has won 4 games in the last 10. The Rangers have won 4 in the last 10. Columbus has won 3 in the last 10. The Red Wings have won 4 in the last 10. The Islanders have won 3 in the last 10. Nobody's hot.
Right.
Not even close. So anything is possible. I'll be watching the game tonight with being very interested to see if they can do something against St. Louis. But it feels like if they don't, it could be a giant step back if they're unable to get the W.
Gator, we've talked about how no sport has changed as much and as rapid in a short period of time as college football. Could something be on the horizon for college basketball? We'll get to that today at 12:48. Next hour, hear what Brad Homestead had to say about JMO, long-term extension. We told you what he said yesterday. We'll hear it coming up next hour. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel is giving you even more reason to love home runs every Tuesday during the Major League Baseball season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your swing and your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an Oppo Taco, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Doug to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook and official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. I don't know if you saw the breaking news, but Hooters has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, plans to sell company-owned locations.
Are they losing their shirt?
Is that original work?
just happened. That's how these things work.
I hate to see it. But
well, I don't like to see any company having declared bankruptcy, but
no.
They had a niche for a long time.
Mm-hmm. Hooters joins other national restaurants, including Red Lobster, TGI Fridays, On the Border, and Bar Louie, that have filed for bankruptcy protection in the last year.
Which one of those bothers you the most?
Okay, great question. There was a time that I played hockey in 3 different leagues up to 5 nights a week. At one point, because of some reschedules and playoffs, we played 14 games in 15 days. We went to TGI Fridays after every single game. In fact, when the one near our house closed down, there was a push to try and get our table. We had one of those long bar tables in the corner.
Yeah.
Tried to get that. Then we started to do things like get married and have kids. And the team, we didn't go out. We probably only went out about 50% of the time, and then 25% of the time, and now almost never.
Do you think we were a better hockey player then than you are now?
Without question.
Okay.
Yep. So Fridays was a big staple. I loved On the Border. There was never one near me. Tex-Mex.
Mm-hmm.
Bar Louie always kind of classed it up. I like that out of these places. I like, it's different style. Like I go to Bar Louie.
Or Bar Louie.
Yeah, is it Bar Louie? It's Bar
Right.
Louie.
Yeah.
I should know it. It's been a long time.
I don't think it's a French bistro.
Yeah, good point. Bar Louie, my bad. Hooters and Red Lobster are the 2 I never went to.
I can say I've never been to a Red Lobster.
Never?
Never. Something about fast seafood just doesn't never appeal to me.
I hear you. This is the time of year with the Lenten period where everybody's pushing their fast food seafood, fish sandwich, and I'm like,
that chicken's good. Turkey's good. You can have that during Lent, right?
Not on Fridays, no.
No chicken's out?
Dude, it's all meat. It's
fish. Wow.
I always feel like the Impossible Whopper Burger King is cheating. But anyway, go ahead.
It's like a good time for a cheese pizza. For me, I never went to Red Lobster. What's the ones included with Red Lobster? You said the last 2?
Bar Louie and On the Border.
Never been to Bar Louie. Hooters is the other one. Hooters, the only time I ever went to Hooters was when we were doing a Lions post-game show. We did it from Hooters at a location, the Sterling Heights location. We did that for, I think, at least one season.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, ended up going to Hooters in Troy for a birthday one year. Happened during the tournament, but we were able to get like a closed-off room, which was awesome. So my party we had like 20 people. We could just hang out there. That was great. But otherwise, never went there. I didn't like the taste of the wings. I'm not a big chicken wing guy, but these weren't like sauced. You could dip them, which is the way I'd prefer them. But I just didn't like them.
Okay.
On the Border, I love Tex-Mex, as you know.
Yeah.
And that one hurts a little bit because it's a staple for me when I take time off, specifically in the wintertime. I would go out I think there's one, I believe, in like the Novi Northville area. There's one over there off of Haggerty, I think.
Off 275?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That I would go to after, usually I would stop and do some shopping, and then I'd go there for lunch and just gorge myself and come home and then regret life. But love it. I thought it was delicious. Fridays to me, the last time I was at Fridays, I went with a friend of mine, and she and I are out for dinner. It's like 12 years ago or so. And we ordered a beer, and the service took forever.
Yeah.
Like 20 minutes. And I'm like, I just ordered the beer. There's hardly anybody in the restaurant. The waitress would come over, and I'm like, yeah, I ordered the beer. She said, oh, yeah, I'm sorry. It'll be right here. And then another 10 minutes, you're waiting for it. So she comes over with the beer, and she goes, can I get you guys anything else? I'm like, yeah, I'd like another beer, please. She's like, oh, I just got you. I'm like, I understand, but given the wait for the first one, I thought I'd offer it up now.
Wow,
Yeah.
aggressive.
I was aggressive. And I kind of laughed about it. So, because I recognize I could come across as being a jerk, but at the same time, get my beer.
It's okay. Like, I understand the sense of urgency.
Yeah. So given my
I've been that guy.
Given my experiences with each place, I'm not surprised that Fridays is going to go out. I'm not surprised that that Hooters is on the way out. I'm not surprised Red Lobster because I never went there. Bar Louie, I never went to Bar Louie or Bar Louie. On the Border is one that hurts.
So,
but it makes sense because if you liked On the Border, then of course it's going to go away.
Yeah, good point. A couple things though that I'm wondering if you ever had. Did you ever have at Fridays their Jack Daniel's bourbon sauce on a chicken breast or on they had boneless wings?
No,
because the Jack Daniel's bourbon sauce was elite at TGI Fridays.
Wonder if you can get that online or something.
Probably. What about the cheddar biscuits at Red Lobster? Because this is right up your alley.
This is what everybody says is the best thing in the world. And like I said, I never went to a Red Lobster, so I can't tell you how great the cheddar biscuit is. I imagine it's fantastic. I don't think people are lying about this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're building up this to be overrated. I think even if it's slightly overrated, it's still going to be outstanding because of the high value that people place on it. Yeah, never had it.
I remember seeing that you could buy basically a package of the biscuit mix.
Yeah.
Like at your Kroger or Meijer or wherever you choose. I don't think they carry it at Whole Foods, but yes, you could get the box of the biscuit mix. So I don't know if that's still going to be made available. It'll be intriguing to see if what survives from Red Lobster is just the box of the mix. But yeah, don't like seeing any places go under. But
no, I don't like to see businesses go under.
It does happen. All right, I mentioned this before the break, and one of the best events in sports, one of the most entertaining events in sports, is March Madness. And there's something that has been introduced this year that could play a role moving forward. Yesterday debuted the college basketball crown in Las Vegas. What is the college basketball crown, you ask?
What is the college basketball crown?
It is a 16-team postseason tournament. The championship team will get a prize pool of $300,000 in an NIL package. The runner-up gets a $100,000 prize pool package, while the semifinalist gets a $50,000 prize pool package. So players are playing for money. Like, this is a straight, you can win money in these tournaments. And yesterday, I'm at home, I'm flipping around, and I'm like, what's Utah Butler? Was this a replay of a tournament game or whatever? And I flip it on, and I watch Butler get the win by former Spartan Pierre Brooks. And I watch this thing, and then the next game started was, I don't even remember who was playing. It tells you what an impact they had on mine day. It was Boise State and George Washington. I got this story sent to me. The Mercury News, John Wilner examines how the college basketball crown could eventually impact the NCAA tournament and submits that it's, quote, not difficult to envision a world in which the college basketball crown thrives over time thanks to exposure and financial support from Fox, and the power conferences grow increasingly frustrated with the NCAA. They attempt to expand the event and potentially change the revenue distribution model, but NCAA headquarters and other 300 Division I schools resist. At some point, could the frustration compel the power leagues to use a thriving college basketball crown as an escape vehicle, as a viable alternative to the NCAA's? Current media package runs out after 2032. It seems brazen, but don't forget the Big Ten and SEC use the threat of forming their own football postseason event as a means of seizing control of the college football playoff governance structure. Story goes on to say an industry source tells Wilner that the college basketball crown is yet to be used as a source of leverage, but Wilner notes the dynamics are fluid across college sports, and the Power Four prepare for revenue sharing area and seek new pots of cash to support operations. It's the perfect environment for a seemingly innocuous one-week tournament tucked between rounds of the NCAA, but backed by one of the most powerful entities in college sports to eventually morph into an ultimate negotiating chip. The power conferences in college basketball could bolt. He sees a future where they could do the same thing that the Big Ten and SEC did and bolt for the college basketball crown? How do you feel about this?
Well, I don't like change much.
No.
I mean, everything seems to be about money. Players are already getting paid. We need to have a tournament that's just based on money. I suppose that the end game on this just to award money to a champion?
Yeah, I mean, duh, right? This is the biggest. They're giving money to the team that wins, to the players. They'll get an NIL package to the team that wins. Like, if we watch how everything is now judged and motivates everything, this is. I feel like, oh my God, this could happen.
More motivation for the rich to stay rich?
Well,
or is this actually open up competition for everybody? I mean, does this put more emphasis on having more senior leadership on teams? You know, having played, does it mean something? Hey, listen, if you guys stick around for 4 years, we can actually make a run at this tournament and make money off.
Well, all these secondary tournaments too. There's the NIT and the CBI. You hear about teams turning them down. This tournament is 16 teams. Somebody's walking away with $300,000 in NIL money. I think the players are like, let's do that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Hey, could this undermine one of the most entertaining events in sports? I suppose it could.
I think it can.
And in fact, I almost expect it now.
Well, like I said, what I expect to happen is that the NCAA tournament will now come with a prize, a cash prize.
They could counter.
And it'll be a heck of a lot more than $300,000.
Well,
if they wanted to do a winner take all, I don't know. As each round you advance, teams get $100,000 or something like that.
And NIL money.
Yeah, it's not even NIL.
Well, it is.
I can't get past it.
Yeah.
There is no NIL. It's just straight up money.
Yeah.
Stop calling it name, image, and likeness. It's just money. That's what it is.
Well, if you have to do something for it beyond just winning the tournament gets you money, if you have to then record a commercial for one of these tournaments is sponsored by Purple Mattresses, like the CBI.
Yep.
If you have to do a commercial for Purple Mattresses.
That's where they'll justify it.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Gator, we talked about the news. Trey Holloman from Michigan State entering the transfer portal. Michigan added a North Carolina point guard, Elliot Cadeau. In the field of 68, Jeff Goodman was reporting that the numbers being tossed around by agents for most of the top transfers in college basketball is getting $2.5 to $3 million for those players. So something interesting happened is Oklahoma men's basketball has hired Atlanta Hawk Trey Young as the assistant GM of the Sooners. He's making $1 million donation to the school. And I think what that essentially means is when they are recruiting players, Trey Young will be calling them as the assistant GM to talk to them about the benefits of playing at Oklahoma. Okay. So I haven't seen that Michigan or Michigan State has hired one of these guys. We were just talking about how college basketball might be changing and that this CBC, the college basketball crown with its prize money, could become a negotiating point for the Power Four conferences in college basketball, which I guess Big Ten, SEC, ACC, Big 12.
Big East.
I don't know. I really don't know what the Power Four is. Might be Big East. Might be. I don't know. But point is,
big something.
Yes. Michigan and Michigan State need to get their celebrity/athlete/assistant GM. I don't remember seeing them.
I think they have GMs and assistant GMs, but I don't know if it's necessarily a celebrity. Look, both schools can do just fine if they wanted to do that. If they needed an ambassador type, I think both schools have a pretty good alumni base of former players that they could tap into. Michigan State might have, one of the ultimate trump cards with Magic Johnson. Mm-hmm. So if it gets to that, I feel confident that they'll have a solution for that problem, if it's even a problem.
I mean, I was about to say, whether it's a problem or not, is it just something you need to take advantage of?
Yeah, and I would imagine that when Tom Izzo is really leaning on a recruit, that they can unleash magic, so to speak. Or Jason Richardson now would be pretty great because of the successes his son has had the second half of the season this year. And we don't know if he's going to come back for the sophomore season or not. But, yeah, they've got players they can go to.
Yeah, now that you mention it, like even college football. Assistant GM Tom Brady for Michigan football.
Well, that'd be hard to do while would he be allowed? I understand the name is the easy name to go to.
Dude, everything's allowed now.
Well, given his ownership,
I don't know, man.
Stance,
I don't know.
Why not Brian Gracie? Why I got to go with Tom Brady?
Well, I don't know which is a bigger name, Scott.
Well, one won a national championship.
One's a 7-time Super Bowl champion.
Who?
Anyway, it's just a weird world to get used to.
It is, because it used to be taboo. You can't do that.
Dude,
you get slapped with the sanctions by the NCAA, and you can't have this guy contact a recruit. Are you kidding me?
Now they're being hired to do so.
Yeah. Now you're like...
And I mean, I'm not sure it really does any harm. Does it really change the game-watching experience? The one thing that I'm really going to miss is you get to know the rosters and you watch a player's development. No, these are very quick relationships, most of them. Many of them. I don't know if it's most of them, but many of them are you're in and you're out. Hello, goodbye. It's just what it is.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see a research done on what the percentage of players that come into a college program as a freshman that actually get some playing time as freshmen, not just the extra guys on a roster to fill a roster, but those players. The percentage of those players that stay through their senior year or stay through the junior or stay through the sophomore year, or are they one and done? And are they transferring out, or are they just going pro, or what the deal is? Because it seems it is such a rarity to have players like Jaden Akins that played their whole year.
I'll give you Michigan's
Michigan
list.
State.
Michigan's list is Will Cheddar.
There you go.
That's the list of guys that play.
Yeah. So,
but that's college basketball, and it's just the new dynamic.
What it is now.
It's the new dynamic.
It's college athletics.
Okay. So, JMO, we read the quote from Brad Holmes yesterday. Here is what Brad Holmes actually said yesterday when meeting with the media and this is the one, these have all been outdoors. He is not in a bird sanctuary. I just want you to know. Not in a bird sanctuary. Sure? No, I'm not. I suspect he's not in a bird sanctuary, although it certainly is possible. Brad Holmes talking about what your plans are with J-Mo's contract.
Wow. I didn't hear a word he said.
I know, this is a terrible call. We never should have played that. Nobody heard a word he said.
Not a word.
All you heard was the birds, isn't it?
All I'm picturing is how many NFL executives are wearing an eye patch. That's all I was thinking about.
Hey,
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, that's a popular sight to be around right now.
As soon as that started, I realized there's no shot. This was a dumb plan. Never should have played it. The most likely thing that was going to come out of that was, what's your favorite exotic bird? 248. Are we going to try and come up with a J-Mo topic? I looked at you and I knew it was done.
I literally was out. As you know me too well.
I do know you very well.
It's like, it was such a battle in my brain of where I'm supposed to be paying attention to. I'm trying to listen to Brad Holmes, but how can I possibly listen to Brad Holmes when Toucan Sam is going on? Are you kidding me? Tweety Bird's got something to say. The parakeet from Dumb and Dumber before it gets decapitated, that thing's got something to say. All these birds are talking.
Is that an unladen swallow, and what's its average airspeed?
Exactly.
Yep. The total was an exercise in futility. So it sounds like J-Mo might come back, but what's your favorite exotic bird? 248-539-9797. Ben Johnson spoke today. He's the head coach of the Chicago Bears.
Oh, is he throwing more shade?
Well, he addresses that.
Oh.
When he talked about how great it was to have a quarterback with mobility, and I've never had that. How excited he was. Somebody asked him, is that a shot at Jared Goff? Hear what he had to say today at 1:20. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Why not? That's where you're going to want to spend a lot of time this summer. Well, Builders First Source, they've got you covered with 4 Metro Detroit locations. They specialize in top quality composite decking. Brands that you trust. Brands like Trex and TimberTech and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or maybe you just need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value. That's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Today is an extraordinarily challenging day to do what we do. In a world where there's already a lot of BS out there on social media, April Fool's Day can be very difficult for people in our chairs. And I really hope that the NFL reconsiders this being the day that they announce rule changes moving forward so we don't get confused by fake posts about the NFL is now relegating the worst team in the league to the UFL. Has been passed. Wait, what? No, it's April Fool's Day. And you got to remind yourself of that all the time. I found a list of the greatest April Fool's jokes of all time. Do you remember what Taco Bell did?
I do not.
Back in 1996, Taco Bell announced that they had acquired the Liberty Bell. Which they took out full-page ads. Now, in 1996, there wasn't the immediate policing on social media that there is today. And so people took it seriously. And like the National Park Service got so many complaints about it. The White House press secretary had to address it. No, it's not true. I thought that was rather clever. Here's one you may love or hate. In 1997, Alex Trebek and Pat Sajak announced that they were switching places.
That would have been interesting.
Yeah. That Sajak would be doing Jeopardy and Trebek would be doing Wheel of Fortune.
I think Trebek would be much better at Wheel of Fortune than Sajak would have been at Jeopardy.
Why?
I just think that Alex Trebek seemed more of a professional at what he does. Mm-hmm. And Sajak, I don't look at Sajak and think like this guy has this. It's going to sound like a real shot at Pat Sajak. It's all right. I don't think he's listening. I don't think he's got this wide scope of knowledge that I thought that like Trebek came across as arrogant.
Face? Are you saying he's just a pretty face?
I didn't say a pretty face. What was attacking was I think his overall intelligence. I don't think it was on par with Alex Trebek. Even though I found Trebek to be very arrogant at times, I think Trebek knew what he was talking about. I don't know. I think there'd be like sometimes if you had Pat Sajak in that role, and someone would offer up the answer to the clue or whatever, and he'd say, "No, actually, it says here it's Louis XIV. I don't know. I guess we'll trust it. Don't know.
It wouldn't be quite as definitive.
No.
Yeah. Or believable.
Right.
Okay. So it created quite a stir when Ben Johnson, the now head coach of the Chicago Bears, when he said that he was so excited to have a mobile quarterback and it would unlock a whole lot of stuff that he's never had before. And people took that as a shot at Jared Goff. So it came up with Ben Johnson at the NFL meetings. Now, Kenny got the sound. Kenny, was that from today? He spoke this morning. So was it a shot at Jared Goff, or did you have to mend fences with Jared Goff? Here's what the now head coach of the Chicago Bears had to say. Okay. Is that case closed?
Nope.
No?
Maybe for him. Say whatever you want, Ben, but you said what you said.
It's hard to leave always on a good note.
Uh-huh.
It's challenging because it's easier to say goodbye to someone and decide, I didn't even want you anyway, right?
Look, it would have been so much better and easier for us if he had left to go to like Carolina. I took the Jacksonville job. I decided I was going to coach Cleveland. These things, those were all acceptable options. No, I took the Bears job within the division, and I'm going to play it twice a year.
I think you're right in that cuts back on the grace that we might allow someone.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he did say, we won't play the soundbite for you, but he did say, hey, My whole family and I, we're back and forth between Chicago and Detroit. And when I run into people in Detroit face to face, they're wonderful. I would recommend you stay off social media, Coach. But, I mean, I'm glad people are cordial. It is just sports. It's an opportunity. It's an opportunity that, you know, if you had a job opportunity in Chicago with what you're doing now, except dramatically increased responsibility and paycheck, would you say no just because it's Chicago?
I mean, you do what's best for you.
Right.
You do you.
Yep.
And I think Chicago is a hell of an opportunity for him. But, you know, the downside of that is that you just, any kind of goodwill you had is gone.
You are not given the benefit of the doubt any longer. And I would say that that's not unique to Detroit. Right?
No,
I mean,
of course not.
This is how, probably if everything was inverted and a Chicago Bear coach had come our direction, I'm guessing that it wouldn't be looked at kindly there either.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. All right, so are we worried about life without him? Bobby, let's go to Dan Campbell too. Are you worried about life without Ben Johnson as the offensive coordinator? That came up with Dan Campbell, the Lions head coach today. Forgive us, please. There's a lot of background noise, but and it's not birds. Thankfully, it's not birds. But here's what he had to say. Should we be worried about life without Ben Johnson as the offensive coordinator?
The Danny was referring to as Dan Miller.
Yep. What do you make of that?
I mean, I think your team is what it is. It's comprised of your players, and your players are the ones that get the job done. I think when you say something like that, it's very much putting it on the players and praising the players. It's not, I don't know if I wouldn't say it's a slight at Aaron Glenn as he's departing out the door and taking over the Jets. I don't think that, because I think there's tremendous respect that Dan Campbell has for Aaron Glenn and for Ben Johnson for that matter. But I think when there are adjustments that are made during the course of the game, I think you have to give credit to the coaching staff to do that. And of course the players get credit because they're doing it as well. But I don't think I wouldn't read too much into a statement like that. I think this team going into this upcoming season, seeing how they brought everybody back, if everybody comes healthy, you know, at some point in time, you get halfway through the season and now we've got Ali McNeil is back in the fold. And we see that Hutch is completely healthy, and hopefully they haven't, you know, suffered some other sort of catastrophic injury to their defense like we saw last year, week in and week out. We're going to remember, oh yeah, this was how the defense was supposed to be. It's a really good defense when advertised.
It's hard to properly quantify what these losses of these coordinators is going to mean. Because I think the most important thing, and Dan, he's right. The most important thing is the Jimmies and Joes more than the X's and O's. I'm fully on board with that theory. But those guys were good, man. They were really, really good. And when we get the phone calls from people who are really concerned about next year and their biggest reason is because of the coordinators, I understand it. There is no way of knowing how good or bad the next gen of Lions coordinators are going to be. I'd like to think that Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes know a little bit of something what they're doing and do a good job of replacing him. But they did hire Anthony Lynn, and that didn't work out. They did have to fire a guy off the defensive staff. That didn't work out. They're not perfect. And
just like they cut players that don't work out.
Yes. So if they get one of these things wrong, it absolutely can submarine a Super Bowl run. And so there's some hope and prayer. They're not a logical people. This is the most logical front office and coach we have ever seen with the Detroit Lions. but they aren't perfect. And it's one thing to miss maybe on Broderick Martin, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. It's one thing to miss maybe on Levi Onwuzurike. The book's not closed on those guys. But if you miss on a coordinator when you have Super Bowl aspirations, that can do you in. Now, Dan Campbell, when he fired the offensive coordinator midway through that season, took over the play calling, and they got better. There's no question they got better.
They got on track.
Yep.
That's what they did. They got confident. The coach had a heart-to-heart with the quarterback. They got on the same page. He instilled confidence in Jared Goff, and Goff started playing better. And then the offense looked much better towards the end of that first season. And then the second season happens, and second half of that second season, boy, did they take off, and they've been running ever since.
So, the one thing that they have to keep in mind is if it's not working, figure that out quickly. Figure it out very quickly. Because this is not a place to cut your teeth. It's not a place where we can be accepting of a learning curve. This is a team with Super Bowl talent on the field. Now, he's right. Most important thing is the players. But a bad coordinator hire can ruin that. Now, they didn't just hire blindly off the street with people they don't know. So
no, they promoted from within with a defensive coordinator who they like a lot, and then went outside with a guy who had spent time here when they first got going. So who has familiarity with the players and the offense that they want to run.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Baseball fans, they love the long ball. And FanDuel is giving you even more reason to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you could take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an Apo Taco, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Doug to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Breaking news from the NBA. I walked in the studio during the break. Gator said, "Stop me if you've heard this before." And the headline is
that the Pelicans are shutting down Zion Williamson.
You don't say.
For the rest of the year.
Coming off a career-high 30 games played.
Here are his game totals since he came into the league in the 2019 season, 2019-2020. 24, 61, 29, 70, and 30.
I just think back. It's amazing. Time gives you perspective. That lottery. There's few that come along. The LeBron lottery, the Zion lottery, the Victor Wembanyama lottery, where you know exactly what's on the line when those ping pong balls are bouncing around and they're announcing who's going to get the number one pick. And you see the celebration and the ticket office, and they've got 10,000 season ticket inquiries after they won the lottery, blah, blah, blah. And to think about it, the one that the Pistons won to get Cade Cunningham is trending way better than the one that the Pelicans won to get Zion Williamson. Wild, isn't it?
It is. They're paying him when all is said and done for this season. He got paid over $1 million per game. Yeah, he signed.
Isn't that what Valenti gets per show?
Yes.
Yep.
A 5-year, $197 million contract he signed with the Pelicans before last season.
Yep.
So he played 70 games last year, got paid $34 million. Much more bang for your buck than this year. $36 million to play 30 games. Next year he gets paid $39 million. I wonder how many games do you think next year?
Over under, I'll go. Well, is there Cooper Flag coming out? That's the other thing here, right? If there's not a Cooper Flag coming out, is he really getting shut down?
And they also they're taking out McCollum is also out.
Yeah.
CJ McCollum is going to miss the rest of the season as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
They've retired.
He's got a bone bruise.
They've retired the Pelican and actually sent him to the NFL meetings. Here's feedback coming in on that. We played Brad Holmes from the NFL meetings. Can we play it again real quick? This is him talking yesterday about J-Mo's possible contract extension from the NFL meetings. It was outdoors. There's slight distraction in the background noise. If you listen closely, you will hear it. Okay.
I think I heard it that time.
We got a bunch of feedback here.
Oh, do we?
Yes. Huh. One of which was about Jamison Williams and a possible picking up the 5th year. An unnamed texter wrote, sounds like a 5th year option, yes, and an extension after that, no.
I would agree. That's what it sounds like.
The rest. Unnamed texter, was the owners meeting at a rainforest cafe or are they out of business too?
It's right on the waterfront somewhere. Where they're Florida, yeah.
Anthony in a mail truck. Sounds to me like the bird is saying trade for Hendrickson.
Is that what you got out of it?
That's what Anthony in a mail truck got out of it. Next text, live from the Masters. Brad Holmes.
Hello, friends.
They pipe in the bird sound on the TV broadcast, right? Hasn't that been confirmed?
I don't know. After hearing that, I'm going to say absolutely not. They're not piping it in. I don't think they piped that noise in.
No, I don't think they piped that noise in.
So if they're not piping that noise in, I'm going to believe that the microphones are picking up every bluebird out there in Augusta.
Unnamed texter, maybe that's just a way of indicating they're cheap, cheap, cheap. Another one here, Jody and Romeo. That was the call of the great doo-doo bird. And if the Lions don't pick up another great edge rusher, they're going to be in great doo-doo.
Got it. Not Dodo. Mm-hmm. Doo-doo. Yeah. I mean, I think it sounds like they're going to take a flyer on picking up that 5th year.
That's bad. Some are good.
Well, I mean, they're looking to make sure and ensure, I should say, that Amon St. Brown has a wingman.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
That's better played. I like that one better than.
It's a feather in the cap of.
Here we go.
Of Brad Holmes, he's been able to draft as well as he has.
Yep.
Right?
But in free agency, don't be chicken.
No, you can't do that.
Yeah.
That's foul, Doug. Not even close to what we're doing here.
Feedback. I remember when Burger King introduced the left-handed burger as an April Fool's joke. That's from Rick. I don't remember that.
Really sounds, though, because we had the other cut from Dan Campbell earlier. He was just parroting what Brad Holmes was saying.
That wasn't bad. I'm
glad to get your critique on each one-liner I'm trying to throw at you. Thanks.
You keep them coming, all right? Dude, they're better than anything I'd ever come up with. But, yeah, we judge it. Regarding Aiden Hutchinson, if I were Hutch, I'd hold off on signing any extension. They don't get him help. He should go to a contender. Don't end up like Barry and Calvin. Okay, he's on a contender. If the Lions are anything, aren't we comfortable saying they're a contender now? Are they not a contender?
They're a contender, Doug. They're a contender.
If they don't get him help, he should go to a contender? What is the definition of contender if the Lions aren't in it? If they don't fall under that definition?
Well, is Cincinnati, can they say the same thing? I mean, they did play for a Super Bowl a few years ago. But Trey Hendrickson right now, should he stay in Cincinnati, or are they're trying to trade him?
I mean,
look, I think it's ridiculous. I was just pointing out that there is a situation that's sort of similar that's going on.
I guess. So Detroit to win next year's Super Bowl is 10-1. Cincinnati's 19-1. I don't know where you draw the line to say what's a contender and what's not a contender. But if basically you're saying he needs to go to a contender, you're saying the 4 teams with better odds right now are Philadelphia, Baltimore, Buffalo, and Kansas City. Those 4 teams have better odds than the Detroit Lions. So if they're not a contender, that's the field of teams that he should go to. I'm pretty comfortable in calling a team a contender. My God. I really don't see the Lions doing anything in free agency until after the draft. If they get their player for guard, defensive end, second-string safety, we'll decide if they go after someone else. Yeah, I mean, Brad Holmes has basically said as much. He's very pleased. In fact, he thinks they got more done than he expected to and tried to prepare the fans that they weren't going to be a big player, and then they went out and got DJ Reed. Marlon Wall Lake said, I'm fine with the plan of drafting an edge in the first round to become the starter as long as they extend Hutchinson, Joseph, and pick up a 5th-year option for J-Mo. I still hope and wish they will get Green from Marshall. That would be a home run offseason and draft in my book.
That'd be a massive get.
Well, let's be clear here. If they aren't going after Trey Hendrickson or they aren't signing any of the bigger free agents, although I think DJ Reed was a pretty big acquisition, yes, extending Hutch and Joseph and picking up the J-Mo option would be the reasons why. That's why you wouldn't do it. You're war chesting the money to keep the players that you want to keep.
Picking up the 5th-year option on J-Mo is not a cheap option to pick up. It's not overly expensive, but it's not like, it's a $2 million pickup. I mean, you're talking, I believe it's in the north of $10 million for that 5th year.
Another M9 texter, where they are drafting, there is no way there is an immediate impact end. They need to spend and get one. Defense is going to have to carry this team. The window is closing and the division got better. Going to be a long season if they go with what they have. Well, nothing is easy, and they will have to play very well. Are they not pretty healthy? Not physically healthy. But they've got a lot of upfront talent. I mean, I think their talent on the defensive line is comfortably top 10 in the NFL. If they're healthy.
If they're healthy.
Yeah. I mean, at Lee McNeil, there's some timeline issues with when he'll be back. Hutch appears to be trending in the right direction to be back for the beginning of the season. DJ Reed is back. They're rolling the dice a little bit with Davenport, but it's not like they're it's not like their pass rush or pass defense got better probably with Reed. It's not like they're bereft of talent.
Thank you for the word.
You're welcome. Yeah. I probably won't use it again.
It's okay. Once every 6 months is great positioning.
Mm-hmm.
The fifth-year options for Hutchinson and for Jamison Williams, the fifth-year option for Hutch is $21 million. It's just under $21 million. The fifth-year option for JMO is $15.5 million. That's just for the fifth-year option. So these options are what plays a role in why perhaps they're not looking at a trade for Trey Hendrickson if they don't think they can fit that in. This is just the option, not an extension. And that's a ton of money there. It's $35 million, almost $36 million on just picking up that number, which is obviously it's way more than what the 4-year cost is.
Cooper Flagg is an overwhelming favorite to be the most outstanding player of the Final Four. If you weren't to play Cooper Flagg, who would you bet on? Because everyone else, by comparison, is considered a long shot. We will get to that coming up today at 1:50 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto law, and that's why they have the largest auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan and largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Plus, they have white glove customer service. If you call them, they will call you back. Many people do call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from the current auto firm. You will get a call back from them. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797. Okay, so saw this. Thought it was kind of interesting. Cooper Flagg is, according to betonline.ag, his odds to win the 2025 Final Four Most Outstanding Player is 20-21. So minus 105 is what that is technically for Cooper Flagg. He is the overwhelming favorite, the Duke player that's expected to be the number one pick of the coming draft, provided he comes out. If you were to play anybody else, who would you play, value considered? And I will tell you, Gator, that I'm going to play a guy. I'm going big. $4.
Wow.
For me, that's big. I'm going, now, remember, I picked Houston to win it all.
Right. Okay.
And if Houston beats Florida, I have a chance to win the 2 bracket contests that I got into. So it would stand to reason that I play a Houston player. And I think for Houston to win, this guy is going to have to be good. And it is the elite perimeter shooter, Emmanuel Sharp. He is 22-1. And I'm going to put $4 down. Actually, on FanDuel, I just discovered he's 23-1. How about that?
Wow.
So I'm putting $4 down on Emmanuel Sharp.
That's to win nearly $100.
To win nearly $100, he will be my, if I had to take one of the not Cooper Flagg options, that's who I'm taking to win the most outstanding player of March Madness. Of the Final Four, I guess.
I mean, I like where your head's at in the fact that, you have to pick somebody other than Cooper Flagg, so you want Duke not to win, which is always a plus.
Mm-hmm.
But Houston has multiple options on that team.
Yep.
So I don't know if that's going to be money well spent.
I don't think they're going to win it unless Sharp has an elite Final Four. So that's what I did.
Fair enough. Or Cryer.
Yeah.
He's a higher odds. I would go with Jani Broom from Auburn. Go to the top seed in the tournament. Their top player. At times he looks absolutely unstoppable. I don't know what the situation is with his elbow, with the issues that went on there at the in the second half of the Michigan State game. But that's who I would put my $5 on if I were you, or $4.
$4. That's where your $4 is.
He's 10-1 odds.
Yeah,
decent value.
Yep. I mean, you don't have to go crazy.
No,
and go $4. You can do whatever you're comfortable with.
You do you.
Yep.
You do you.
Yep. But
not a whole lot of value in betting Cooper Flagg.
No, there's not.
Which is why I think everybody should root for Duke to lose. If you I don't know if you needed a reason to root against Duke. If you could just try to come up with one reason to root against Duke.
They're good.
He's good.
Mm-hmm.
And the team's good.
Yep.
Which that's nobody likes that. Nobody likes that they move on from Krzyzewski and they just don't skip a beat. Nobody likes that.
Nope. No, it's pretty annoying. And you just look every year when the recruiting rankings come out, and I don't pay as much attention as I used to, honestly, and you look at the top recruits in the country and you're like, sweet, 4 of the top 9 players are going to Duke.
Yeah, it's like locally we get our teams might get 2 or 3 players in a class. Duke signs like 6 players, 5 of them are 5-star, and you get 1 4-star.
Mm-hmm.
And it's every year.
The sleeper.
The sleeper, yeah. Every year it's like that.
Yep.
With those big time programs. Not that Michigan State isn't a big time program, but they don't operate the same way.
No, Duke's on a just different
Duke's a whole different level.
That makes them eminently hateable.
Yeah. Well, they're hateable, all right.
Did you see that Coastal Carolina is offering free concessions at home football games?
Oh, yeah.
Now, in an era where it's more challenging to get, say, the student body to go to football games, does this work?
They haven't announced if there's going to be a price increase for the tickets, though I would have to assume that there is. But if you charge an extra $5 a ticket, I don't think people are going to complain too much about an extra $5 a ticket. You know, that's another $35, $40 or whatever it is for the course of the season or whatever the price would be. after fees and stuff. I would love this as a college student. Go there, you get it's not beer. It's for fountain drinks, popcorn, nachos, and hot dogs.
Yeah.
And you can go up as many times as you want. You just have to keep scanning the app every time you go. Hell yes. It's a great idea.
I start thinking about like when you're in college and you find out that it's a happy hour and there's a free nacho bar at Chi-Chi's and the place is flooded with college students.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, this is a free meal.
Yeah.
I'm going to order one fountain drink and have like 6 plates of these nachos. I heard friends did that. Yeah, I think this actually works. Now, if you're trying to ball on a budget.
It's a smaller school. I think capacity at their games is like 25,000 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's obviously it's a different situation than at Michigan and Michigan State. If one of our schools, the big schools with the bigger capacity stadiums, were to try this, it would be a mess. Look, Spartan Stadium is already just an S show when it comes to concessions and trying to get through all that, right? Can you imagine if you've got the free food thing? Hey, everybody just come here and scan, and you'd have to have somebody there just throwing hot dogs out. Just go, get out of here. Here's your hot dog, throwing them in the wrappers without bringing anything up because hey, you're all free. You just go, get out of here. But thinking about that at Spartan Stadium, I know how awful it would be. At Michigan, you've got over 100,000 people there doing the same thing.
You would also need you need a massive expansion of the area underneath. Like,
yeah.
You'd have to get rid of a parking lot at Michigan State and just fence it in for the free concessions.
Do I love it? Yeah. The idea sounds great in theory, and then you put it in practice, and you're like, oh, I went for the food, and I got there right before the first quarter started, and I got back to my seat at halftime. That's the kind of story you're going to hear.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate. But for Coastal Carolina, that makes sense. Would a school like Eastern or Central or Western, the directional schools, would they do something like this? Now, the story I read said that the revenue they miss out on is like $250,000 a year that they would miss out on. But that's before they apply the cost of a ticket hike if they're going to do a ticket hike, which I have to assume that's what's going to take place.
But if it doesn't,
then it's a solid to the fans that come out to the games.
I can turn on any given MAC game and see an empty stadium on a Tuesday in November.
Yeah.
Does this solve some of that? I actually think
I think you would increase your attendance significantly.
Yeah. For students?
Yeah.
Who don't.
Absolutely. I'll go get a free meal. Yeah.
Rico Beard has made his way in studio.
Douglas Karsh.
How are you?
Talking Coastal Carolina?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. It was like, okay, what do you have to do? Sounds like you're selling your soul, but I guess they're just being nice. It's almost like there's no such thing as a free lunch. Like, yeah, it's got to be a kid.
Well, they didn't say, they wouldn't comment whether or not there's a price increase in tickets, which I can only imagine there will be. But even if, let's say it's nominal, if it's $5, you know,
you still win out.
Yeah,
I mean,
and you're doing your fans a solid. That'd be awesome.
When you're a student, the extent you will go to get a free meal, going to a football game is easy.
Doug, have you seen the extent that people go to get a free T-shirt they can't wear at a game?
Yeah.
With the T-shirt gun.
Sadly, Doug has.
It's a large.
Oh, God, yeah.
Like, hey, man, I ain't seen a large since 9th grade.
Yep.
And people will knock out a little kid to get a shirt you can't fit.
Students are giving away plasma for beer money. They will go to football games for hot dogs and nachos.
If I'm not mistaken, this my freshman year when I was at Central, you just got into the stadium with your student ID. You didn't even have to have a ticket.
Right.
I wonder if that's, I don't know if that's still the case or not. I imagine it probably is still the case because people just don't go to the games.
Yeah.
But you asked the question, would this get people to actually go to the games for the directional schools in the state? I think you would.
I think you would too.
Yeah.
What do you guys got planned next?
We got a few things. We got the reaction of Joe's pitching last night, his 4 innings. A little bit of what Brad Holmes had to say, and a little reaction of Trey Holloman going into the portal.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Oh, hi, diddly-do, neighbors. All right, we've got a hell of a show planned for you here on a sunny Tuesday. Nice of you to join us. Appreciate it if you'd subscribe to our YouTube. Rico, lots to do. We're going to save the death of college sports until 3 o'clock because someone no, it is not your fault. Someone in our office had their fandom taken from them today. And we're going to talk about it.
Yeah, it was sad.
Do want to get to the NFL owners meetings. Wish we were there in person because, I don't know, West Palm sounds pretty good compared to 40 degrees. But
it looks nice, Al.
Looks nice. Seems like, sounds like. We'll get to the Lions. We'll get to what Brad Holmes had to say. But I want to start with Jackson Jobe. I know a lot of people have.
Start with Harvey Bias. But
he's
I guess
back.
he's Harvey, not Harvey.
He's back. I want to start with Jobe. I know a lot of people, you got too many responsibilities to be up watching silly baseball in April. I get it. And I don't know what others have said because I'm out of the spin cycle. I can only give you my reaction to it. And I just want people to calm down. Like the 0-3 thing with the Dodgers. It's not a big deal. Chill. You don't need to go full Costa and start breaking glass in case of emergency. Just like if Jobe didn't pitch well last night. It's okay. Was he great? No. But let me tell you why I thought it was a good start to get his feet wet, start his career. Love to know what you guys have to say about it. David stole part of it. Rico, the Tigers jumped out and did what they seemingly never do. They just put up a crooked number early, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right from jump, Pete Hancock or whatever the hell his name is, he would know damn good. And it was
they
like,
batted around in the first.
yeah, all right, this dude's a stiff. And they're up 6-0. Well, the problem is Jackson Jobe was warmed up, ready to rock. The nerves of your first career start. I mean, you should have seen Kenny before his first show. He was thrown up in a bucket. But he had to stand there in the dugout. I think Benetti at one point, he's pacing around. I think it threw him off. But here's what I like. When he locates his pitches, they're unhittable. He threw a couple of changeups and a couple of cutters that are as good as anything you'll see in baseball. I'm talking a Johan Santana changeup where you're just not hitting it.
There's a name I haven't heard in a while.
Yeah, but you remember that changeup, a Luis Castillo type changeup. He threw a couple of cutters that just disappeared to right-handed hitters, and he's doing it with a 98, 99-mile-an-hour fastball. The control's just not there. And that is the hardest thing for a kid, 21, 22, 23 years old, to dial in. It's a learning process. What I would compare it to is this. Jackson Jobe, to me, as a pitching prospect, is very similar to Grayson Rodriguez for the Orioles. All of the hype, all of the pedigree, all of the stuff. Sitting 97, 98, this dominating arsenal. But what's the weakness? Grayson Rodriguez has struggled to locate his pitches, specifically his four-seam fastball. For Jobe, it's going to be a process. But I thought he did a good job. I mean, the walks, that's a problem. But it's his first start. I thought he was just fine. Do I wish he went a little deeper in the game? Of course I do.
I kind of figured fifth inning was the max, but when 4 innings, I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what I thought he was going to have.
But I'll tell you why I enjoyed last night. And this is going to see, this is the problem. There is no smarm behind this, but it's going to sound bad. And I want to know from you, the people, 248-539-9797. Last night was one of the rare times I was actually excited to watch this team. They have nothing exciting. Now, Tarek Skubal is the thing. I'm not going to lie to you and say I get excited to watch Flaherty, Mize, Maeda, an Alex Cobb, a Reese Olson. I don't get excited watching any of those guys. And offensively, yeah, I'm a Kerry Carpenter guy. But come on. What am I going to get up on here and lie to my audience? I drop what I'm doing every night to watch Kerry Carpenter's at-bats. No. You don't have an Ellie De La Cruz. You don't have an Ohtani, a Soto, a Judge, and et cetera. We don't have those types of players offensively. Jackson Jobe represents something different. He represents breaking through a glass ceiling. He represents the possibility of more, of maybe Skubal's partner in crime and or heir apparent if and when Skubal's not here. I was amped up to watch it. So, look, I thought it was fine enough.
And that's why
you know what I'm saying?
I was at fine enough. I'm like, it wasn't great. It wasn't awful. You went out there, you struck out some people. You also gave up 2 home runs, almost a third home run. Okay, you had little problems, with locating your pitches. But other than that,
signed every young pitcher.
Right. It was like, okay, you're not going to be Skeens coming out there,
But I tell you what I didn't like. I don't know that I saw any Torpedo bats.
No, you didn't need them.
I want Torpedo bats.
You batted around.
Ellie Dela Cruz had one last night. He had 7 RBIs.
You know who didn't have one? Javi.
That's right.
He didn't need one.
He actually has a Bodor.
He just went out there and said, I'm not washed up. Look at this.
Kenny, what would you make of Job last night? And we don't need to go crazy about it, but I wanted to start the show with this and just, if you missed it, guys, 4 walks, not ideal. He battled. I thought he did a nice job. He never lost control of things. And, man, when he hits his spot, the stuff is off the charts.
And that's what struck me more with Job is when he hits that spot, he becomes virtually unhittable. Yeah. And I think the nerves were there. And I think that's going to be a problem for him to start his career. But he's 22 years old, Mike. He's not old enough and experienced enough to be able to control those nerves. I think once it gets to midseason and he relaxes a little bit, he pushes it all down, he gets all set. I think that the location, the accuracy, I think it's going to be a lot more noticeable. You're going to start seeing him being able to
I think there'll be a
miss
couple
lot
of
more
nights
bats.
where you're going, oh, my God.
Yeah.
But remember, with young pitchers, it's like waves, okay? Maybe you start out hot, then people have video on you. They react. They knock you around a little bit. Now you got a counter punch.
Mm-hmm.
And every time you go out there, you're not going to have your A stuff. What separates a young, inexperienced pitcher and a veteran is the experience, is understanding, how do I survive out here today? I don't have my good stuff. I don't have a feel for it today. So I'm not going to hold the kid to a crazy standard. Fellas, my big takeaway from this is, what if he's just a 5-and-fly pitcher? Jackson, every 5th or 6th day, we want to get 5 innings.
Isn't that the way that the league is going now, though?
I was about to say, Mike, you just described every pitcher. Yeah, I don't expect him to ever go that.
If that's the case, that's extremely valuable.
Right.
If he's 5-and-fly, that's where the league is trending.
Yeah, Kenny, I don't expect him to ever see a 6th or 7th inning. Like, what? Unless he's just out there on the verge of a no-hitter.
He threw 6 on 68 pitches or something. I hear you. Yeah. But part of it, too, guys, we don't know where this is going to go. Like, there's still a chance he's not here in a month when the rotation gets healthy. Maybe he is. But the idea is there's going to be an innings limit. They're just not – there's no scenario in my world this kid's going to be allowed to pitch more than 140 innings, maybe 130. So start doing the math. You start going, okay, 5 per start. We skip a couple of starts. Can I get in that 25 start range? Well, last night, 4 innings.
125 innings.
Right. Yeah. So I just, look, I was good with it, and it was a rare moment. I was actually excited to watch this.
He looked better than he did in the playoff series against Cleveland.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough spot.
All right.
that was still wild.
I mean, that was one of those, either this is going to be something legendary, he's going to do something spectacular, or he looked like a guy out there and the moment was just too big.
But man, from a stuff standpoint, it's only 1 start, and I'm not getting carried away, but from a stuff standpoint, that's as good as you'll see. Spinning the dish on a nightly basis, watching any pitcher in the game. It's just going to take time to iron it out. That's all.
I guess I was expecting a little bit more, only because with pitchers, nobody's really seen you. And that's that first time they go out there is when they got the stuff and they're dealing. And then after that, they got footage, they got tape. Yep. They could see,
it's just location.
Here's his tendency when he does this, he does that. He's tipping his pitches off. And then the next couple of times around, he gets roughed up a little bit.
It's all location. And again, you could see he was amped up. You're not going to be throwing 99 miles an hour on first pitch fastballs. Sit at 97. Take a little bit off. Locate the damn thing. Because if you pair up the fastball with that changeup, good night. And then, obviously, you add a third pitch like the cutter, you will dominate. But it's all location.
Yeah, but here's another thing that I want to take note to is, and I get it, Dingler and Job worked with each other in the minors a lot. They're comfortable with each other. But Jake Rogers could be another element in this that helps Job later on. That if he starts catching him, if that ends up being the thing.
Oh, his personal catcher.
I'm just saying.
I don't know. Maybe he just keeps his own personal catcher.
Dingler could still be his catcher. I'm going to tell you, it could be a factor.
The people are fired up.
It goes like the Greg Maddux and Eddie Perez.
There it is. Nailed it. 248-539-9797. Shout out Gerald Laird. But again, the Job Report. If you watch, talk to me. I think it's worth 2 segments on a Tuesday, and we'll rev the engines. We got to update you on the Pistons. We got to update you on this owners meeting with the NFL. And yeah, I think a very interesting player hit the transfer portal, and it has shaken someone in our office to a point where they're like, I don't even know what to root for anymore. People's pets' heads are falling off. We're going to get to that a little bit later. So 248-539-9797. Give me your feedback on Jackson Job's debut last night. Nice night for the Tigers. Get off the schneid. Put a crooked number up. I don't want to say coast. There were some moments where you're like, oh, my God, are they going to blow this? But let's talk about it a little bit. You can tell people are fired up. All right, Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville, Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting, and they got it all the time and at the best prices. So whether you're a builder or a do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have all the Trex decking you need when you need it. Now it's time to plan it and build it. Just go to Northville Lumber. Stop by, take home some samples, see the showroom, and then call Northville Lumber, the Trex Decking Superstore today, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Yes, we are going to get to some Pistons conversation. Yes, we're going to get to the NFL owners meeting. Yes, we are going to talk about someone's fandom dying today because of the portal and more. And we will have a blitz a little bit later in the hour. David, couple of ticket texts. I want to hear from people. I thought Job was fine. I think if you're asking a 22-year-old to come up and be Paul Skeens, you're out of your mind. That's a one of one. That's a once-a-decade guy. You know what I need from Job? Just be yourself. 4 or 5 innings a night. Don't get roughed up. I thought last night was uneven based on, look, the team comes out, scores 6 runs. The guy was in the dugout playing Sudoku for an hour.
So you're saying the 6 runs actually may have hurt him?
Yeah, I think so, especially before debut.
Well, yeah, I think they said he threw like 5 pitches before he actually went on the mound just to kind of re-warm back up. Yeah.
But overall, look, you see it. He threw a couple of cutters, a couple of changeups that you're just not hitting. You got to locate your stuff, and that's the hardest thing for a young pitcher to do. So I was encouraged. It's not like he went out there and fell on his face.
No.
And God help us, team scored some runs. Isn't that fun? David, ticket text coming in, and we'll get to some of the callers. What do you got?
Job needs to learn, still young, how to spot the fastball better. 99 down the middle in Erie is great, but 99 here is hittable. That is Nick at work. Someone says the Tigers and the Tiger fans need to be patient with Job.
Yes.
He looks just fine.
It's the same thing. You can't jump the gun on a young hitter in 30, 40, 50 at-bats. You got to have 100, 150 at-bats. Now, look, if a veteran comes out like Rafael Devers and is 0 for a million with 15 strikeouts and it looks like he's tanking at-bats, we can have a different conversation.
Yeah. If not, you end up with the red pop.
Okay. I don't ever want to hear about Chris
What a
Shelton
reference
again. Yeah,
there.
go ahead, please.
Job has elite stuff. Just needs to learn to be more consistent with location and execution, which will come with more experience. Having Feder talking in his ear every day doesn't hurt him either.
No, not in the least. You've got a pitching program here. You know, you are quickly approaching what the Guardians do from a pitching standpoint. You know, the Guardians always have these dudes. You're like, who is this?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, they have another guy in the pen throwing 800 miles an hour. You're approaching that. You have a system. And from a developmental standpoint, I mean, that has staying power. Let's get to some of the people. Go to Robert. He'll bat leadoff today, 97.1. Robert, what's going on, pal?
Love the show, guys. Love the show. I think the biggest thing that I noticed was the differential in velocity with his cutter and changeup to his fastball. I mean, that's going to play. But like you guys said, he just has to locate things. One of the highlights that I noticed from last night, bottom of the 4th, he comes out and leadoff home run. I forget the guy's name, Luke.
Cal Raleigh.
Yeah, so the next guy comes, and you look for those moments with a young kid, essentially. He bounces back against Tellez, and he goes 4 strikeout, and he goes fastball, and then the cutter, and then he just mashes him with the changeup, and he's like, "What?" He was so far ahead of it at 84 miles an hour. That was fun, and so I have no expectations, big time, or long term or whatever. Who knows? But that's just like those snapshot moments. I'm like, all right, he's got some juice.
Yep.
So,
and look, I mean, Robert, here's my one question, and I'm not trying to be negative about it. It's just more. There are very few nights I'm excited to watch the Tigers. Last night
100%.
provided some excitement. They don't play I'm not excited to watch that lineup. I'm in.
How could you be? I mean, I wanted, we don't need to rehash the offseason. I think they needed to add some juice to the lineup and the everyday lineup and everything like that. The only 3 guys I really enjoy watching in the day-to-day are, Carpenter, Green, and Torque's enticing. And I'm just going to leave it at that because that batting average balls in play is not going to continue to be 500 or whatever it is. So,
yeah.
But it's the fact that we have a starting talented guy, the first in a bit is awesome, and it's kind of, I don't want to say must see who from way back when, but it's exciting that may be in the future. Who knows?
Yep, that sounds about right to me. It's again, we're all looking for a few things. It's a long season. I'm not going to overreact to stuff. The team's beat up right now. You know my deal. Get through the first 2 months. Hope to get Parker Meadows back and just be 500. Be in the mix. I don't think anyone in this division is going to run away. I'll be very surprised. Also, shout out the Twins. They're awful.
I'm
not going to overreact. No, I'm just Dude, getting blanked by the White Sox 9-0 and you're 0-4. Yikes. Oh, by the way, Royce Lewis is already hurt. Let me show you my surprise face. Chris, 97.1. What's up, Chris?
Hey, guys. What's up?
What's going on?
Not much, brother. Hey, listen, big Tigers fan down here in Ohio. I loved everything I saw from Job. I think I remember watching Rick Porcello and how the Tigers handled him. And, he turned out, Cy Young winner, all that. I loved everything. And, with Chris Fetter, Jake Rogers, Dinkler, AJ Hinch, I'm going to trust the process. And what I saw last night was great. He got in a little bit of trouble, but he got out of it, with minimum damage, right? Second and third, nobody out. So it was great. I'm excited. I just wonder what the pitch count is going to be moving forward. If it's going to be 79, 85 pitches.
Yeah, if I was to venture a guess, Chris, I think you're right on it. I think it's probably about 80 pitches a night. And if it's a high-stress night, you get him out of there. There's no pathway because, look, if he's really good, you know what you don't want? You don't want him over his innings limit. And then you're putting him in danger. He just hasn't pitched enough. So I want him to be careful. And if I get to see him every 5-6 days, look, Chris, there's no guarantee he stays up here.
For sure.
So
I have the benefit of watching him in Toledo, too. So.
Oh, there you go. But yeah, no, it was nice, and it was one of the rare nights where I was excited to watch them. That's not a shot. It's just, come on, guys. On nights this lineup's putting the McKinstries and the Baez's. Yes, he was good last night. But
I think the excitement was there to watch him, but then all of a sudden the bats showed up, and you're like, whoa, it's going to the ball game, and it's bobblehead night. Like, wow, we get this too? Like, they're going to score 6-0? You batted around in the first inning.
Well, I was starting to get impatient because I wanted him to pitch. I'm like, all right, enough. Enough runs. Get to the job.
I was like, hey, let's keep it going.
Yeah, thanks. David, couple ticket texts and we'll move on. Let's get a little football next, and then I do want to move into this portal issue because I think it involves fandom. And I'll probably get slandered by Spartan fans because that's their only move with me. Yes, David.
Someone texts in says, I was having flashbacks of that early 2000s Oakland A's rotation with Zito, Mulder, and Hudson.
Whoa.
And thinking it's possible to have our own version.
Whoa.
Didn't we just talk about that the other day?
Yeah. Mark Mulder, Barry Zito, Tim Hudson, take it easy.
Jason here, and Job looked decent to me for a starting debut. Stuff looks unreal, and when he did walk a guy or give up a home run, he didn't appear to be rattled at all. Love that. Job was exactly what I expected. His cutter is unreal. He will figure it out by mid-season.
So the question is, do you believe he's up here all year? I still feel like they're going to drop Estelle Getty on that mound and send this kid down, a.k.a. Alex Cobb. And they absolutely have to introduce him to the Golden Girls song. There's just no doubt.
Okay, not going to happen.
Thank you for being a friend. Alex Cobb up on new bland corporate scoreboard.
Are they going to bring him out in a wheelchair?
Yes. Instead of running from the bullpen, they bring Cobb in a wheelchair.
They play the MASH hit then.
Wait, or bring him out on a cart, but the left blinker is just on the whole time.
I can't believe we paid Alex Cobb $15 million. Okay,
He'll be just fine.
All right, I'll be quiet. Let me take care of some business. We'll get to some football. Sound good to everybody? It is a mock draft Tuesday. You want to do that next? Yeah. Let's get involved. See how Joe Shane's going to screw up my life. Pizza time. How about this weekend? You got the Final Four coming up, different games. You got hockey, all of it. Baseball. Hungry Howie's has you covered. And right now, they got a deal. You can get 51% off any pizza at regular menu price. And I mean any pizza on their menu. Whether it's the Kenny Cott section where it's all craziness like the Howie Maui or Chicken Bacon Ranch, or you're more of a traditionalist like Mr. Rico Lamar Beard, 51% off that regular price. It's online carryout only at hungryhowies.com. You get on there, order what you need, and you get the 51% off by using the code 51OFF. It's just that simple. That's 51OFF. Limited time only at Hungry Howie's. Yeah, that's my general sentiment towards this stuff, but we're going to do it. We are here to serve. As Rico says, it is a life of service. Mock draft, we do it once a week. I ain't doing 17 of these like other shows. Once a week, David parses
All 7
out.
rounds?
Absolutely not. And David parses out the 7, 8, 10 most interesting picks of the mock. We don't just go in order. And with that, it is time for Football Today.
It is mock draft time, and we have trades involved in this one.
Oh, God. This is the stuff we all get bricked up about,
Correct.
and they never happen.
Correct. So, normal, number 1, Cam Ward goes to the Tennessee Titans.
Question, are we all in on the Titans taking Cam Ward? Do we believe it's not a ruse? They're going to take their franchise QB because, let's face it, the other QB they have puts mayonnaise in his coffee. Can't happen.
Yeah, it seems like they're abandoning him quickly, but yeah, I mean, you're only going to get the number 1 overall pick, hopefully once, so you might as well take advantage of it.
Yeah,
I thought they were going to try their best to trade out, but I think the closer we get, I think they're actually just going to take Cam Ward.
That's hilarious. Hopefully once. You're right. Hopefully once. Yes, they're taking him.
I mean, let's face it, you don't want to be in the top 3 every year.
You like the Cardinals?
Right.
Number 2, the Cleveland Browns select quarterback Shedeur Sanders.
Now this, okay.
All up and down the board.
And
well,
again,
he's working out for him.
Now, wait a second. All I know, I don't speak on these matters. This man to my left, this is the PR firm for Mr. Shedeur Sanders. I'm going to step away and just let Rico preach the gospel.
Well, it's funny because I think Cleveland is looking at him and Travis Hunter. Both are having the private workout with Cleveland. So if you're Cleveland, you came out and admitted publicly you made a huge mistake with Deshaun Watson. Like, yeah, we screwed this one up. Are you setting your fans up to say we recognize the mistake and here's Shedeur Sanders? David, yes, because they don't have a quarterback. And this way you don't have to trade. You just pay Myles Garrett. So your quarterback's going to be cheap for the next 5 years if you get this thing right. I say, yeah, Shedeur Sanders.
I think it'd be a colossal waste of time.
Maybe, but what? You going to make a trade for Cousins?
No. Yes, absolutely. Or I take Jackson Dart, or I take Milroe. I am Look, I'm reinvesting in Myles Garrett. I'm on the hook now for $40 million to this guy. I'm going to go get Abdul Carter, extend his career. We're going to be a defensive-oriented team. O-line will get healthy. And yes, I know that's not a great answer. You and I differ is that I don't think he's worth taking there.
I don't think he's worth taking there either, Mike, but the fact that you just came out and admitted we made a gigantic mistake taking Watson.
Jimmy Haslam's an idiot, but
okay,
yes.
And you have the private workout session.
Can we just get him a Sanders jersey?
I don't want the Sanders jersey.
You love him.
Mike, I think he's going to be more successful because you know what he never had at Colorado? An offensive line.
Oh, I thought a real coach. My bad.
You know what he won't have in Cleveland? An offensive line.
Well, you know, a lot of guys were hurt. David, go ahead. Let's move it.
Number 3, the New York Football Giants select Travis Hunter.
Whatever.
So Abdul Carter's there, and
I think that's a silly draft
I'm going to
pick.
let this man speak.
Yeah, that's a silly draft pick. First of all, no one has established that he's elite at either being a corner or a wide receiver. He will not play both ways at the pros, so don't draft him as such. Third of all, you win with big people. You win with the tip of the sword. Mason Graham is staring you in the face. Either trade out of there or you weaponize Dexter Lawrence in the same way we talked about Myles Garrett. Put Mason Graham next to Dexter Lawrence with Kayvon Thibodeau and Brian Burns on the outside of them, which was the number 2 pass rush duo in the league on win rate. Or do what stupid John Mara does. Wear a puff vest inside and take a guy that you have some stupid boner about playing both ways. Get the hell out of here.
But just think about it. Travis Hunter on this side, Malik Neighbors over here.
What does that mean?
You have elite receivers.
Okay, next.
And then you can have Hunter, on defense.
No, you can't.
And
he's not Chuck Bednarik.
You can put him on punt returns, kickoff returns. He can do it all.
Yeah.
He's Booby Miles. He'll cut your grass.
And he'll blow his knee out the same way. David, go
number
ahead.
4, because he falls in this one, The Patriots take Abdul Carter.
It's a fantastic pick. He's the best player in the draft. Next.
And if you're the Patriots, you are saying, thank God, don't let these other 3 teams make that mistake. We're going to get the best player.
At number 5, we have our first trade. The Chicago Bears trade up with Jacksonville and select Ashton Genty, running back.
Nothing would shock me. All Ben Johnson's done is copy the playbook from here.
I was about to say, where did he learn that from?
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me. Would I do it? No. Ooh. But look, I think it's a very good running back draft. But if they have that kind of grade on this kid, and you come from the house of Holmes, nothing would shock me.
Genty over Graham? Wow.
Yes.
Graham ends up going number 7 to the Jets in this one.
Congrats, never winning a thing, Mason.
So who'd the Raiders take? Because that was their person.
The Raiders took an offensive tackle, Armand Mimbo.
Okay.
Next.
So Jacksonville then traded out. They are at 10 now. They take Will Johnson.
I leave it to Rico.
10.
Rico knows the family. I'm kidding.
David, I think for Will, it's you got to do your homework and make sure that whatever was wrong with him is not going to be something reoccurring. It was a one-time thing because when he's healthy, he's a lockdown corner.
I think Jacksonville's dumb. Next. It's just you paid Trevor Lawrence. You refused to dress this offensive line in a non-free agency manner. It just doesn't make sense to me. Get a good, cheap, young offensive lineman and build that damn thing and keep your pretty boy quarterback upright.
Man, Mike, I'm with you, but owners have been doing this and GMs for years. Going back to Marino. Let's never give him a running game.
But this is the draft. We talk about it. Big people. This is the draft to do it. They're all there. Let's go to number.
But you're thinking of Jacksonville, we could take the number 1 corner off the board, or we could take the second or best big person.
And then you'll keep losing with Liam.
Yeah, exactly. And your owner will continue to have that ridiculous mustache.
But he'll show up in his yacht. Number 16, Arizona Cardinals.
And they may like him over in Europe.
Arizona Cardinals select James Pierce.
It's boom or bust. Pierce is either going to be one of the 10 best pass rushers in the league, or he's going to be playing for the Toronto Argonauts. He's just a boom bust prospect. And if you're Arizona, I don't have who's got a problem with it?
Yeah.
You took a shot on a kid. The question will be, is your locker room strong enough to handle an allegedly unpredictable personality of James Pierce?
Yeah.
At number 18, the Seattle Seahawks take their next franchise quarterback, maybe, Jackson Dart.
I love it. I do. I think Jackson Dart is really interesting. He's more mobile than you give him credit for. He's got a better arm than you give him credit for.
Because he went to Ole Miss, right?
He's tough as nails. No, he's just a good player. And I mean, look, if you have concerns about the Lane Kiffin offense and maybe making it easy for him, okay. But in this draft, I think that's far more appropriate at 18 than Shedeur at 2. And if you're Seattle, you take a flyer on it. I don't think he's Kenny Pickett. I don't think that's appropriate.
Number 21, the Steelers take a former MSU player, Derek Harmon, out of Oregon. And at 20,
it's so weird to say that because it's like, was he? Like he's an Oregon Duck now. You're dead to me.
At number 22, the Chargers take Colston Loveland, which of course that makes.
All right, I'm going to
sense.
ask Rico this question: is this becoming a media narrative? Look, we all made the joke. Harbaugh drafting his old tight end. It's a perfect fit for what Justin Herbert needs. But like it makes so much sense that it will never happen. Mm-hmm. But now you're seeing confirmation bias. Everyone is just saying the same thing.
Because I think, Mike, he's the second best tight end. If he's there, I do think that Harbaugh is going to pull the trigger and go get one of his guys. I think that it's almost a no-brainer. I don't think he thinks it's going to happen. But, yeah, if all the big people are going and the quarterbacks and all of that, and he's sitting there, you got to take him if you're the Chargers because you know how to use him properly.
Mm-hmm.
At number 26, we have a trade. The Philadelphia Eagles trade up to 26 to take a Georgia Bulldog.
No.
Mykel Williams.
Somebody get Rico a wet wipe. The Eagles have drafted a Georgia Bulldog. Kenny, do you want to speak on this? Because Mykel Williams just wasn't healthy this year. I figured every game I watched, okay, this will be the week he plays. He practiced all week. He looks great. Cutscene. He plays 6 snaps. What did you make of Mykel Williams last season? And would you draft him at that spot?
Well, I know Brad Holmes would because he likes the injured guys. But I would personally. I think he's a warhead. I think he's great. But Again, when healthy, not guaranteed with this cat.
Yeah, but Eagles, which means he'll turn into Superman.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
And what I like what the Eagles are doing, but we lost this player, we lost that. We're going to continue to reinvest in that D-line. Yeah, they lost Josh Sweat. Yeah, they lost Milton Williams. They're going to go and replace him.
So you mean you just don't hold on to all your pieces?
Okay. David, this guy needs an energy drink. He has a bad attitude right now.
And then finally,
because David didn't tell me who's getting picked at pick 11.
Oh, offensive lineman. I mean,
was it Kelvin Banks?
No, Kelvin Banks goes later. You get Will Campbell.
Okay.
Oh, tiny arms.
Yeah, you get tiny arms. They remeasured them.
Yes, and they're not tiny.
Hold on. I actually have a note here. Allow me. Guys, can I have 1 second? I know we're on live radio, but this could make the show better. I want to make the show great again. Hold on. Where is it? I have a list of offensive tackles that have short arms like Will Campbell. It's not great. But you know one of them who's on there? Believe it or not? And it gives you confidence. Penei Sewell. Oh. It's a list of bums, then first jacket Hall of Famer. So it's kind of like, I just wanted to make you comfortable.
It's all about the heart and grit.
He's a mauler. He's a battler. It's not pretty, but he gets the job done.
And like Sewell, he'll go to the right tackle spot.
Correct.
And learn.
And let me give you the final. Number 28, we have a trade.
Okay.
The Raiders trade back into the first round and select Matthew Golden, which means the Lions are trading out. Doesn't say what they would get, but they're trading up 9 spots.
Yeah,
So
I'd have no problem with it.
Yeah.
I'm not married to the 28th pick. A lot of people who cover the league have said the player you get at 15 is the same guy you get at 35. I don't have an issue with it.
So, it means, you get the Raiders number 2 and probably the Raiders number 3 or Raiders 4th round.
A 4th or something, yeah. But
or a second round pick in next year's draft.
Okay, all right. Anything else? You get like some fresh fruit. You get like a little edible arrangement too.
And I need the energy drink.
I'm good. I'm ready to rock.
Future grocery delivery.
That's because I got Travis Hunter. I'm all hopped up.
Is that it, man? You should be happy.
I'm not.
He
all
plays
right.
both sides of the ball, I've heard.
Okay. Sure, in the
and
Big 12.
That is your mock draft.
All right, the weather will warm up eventually. I promise that. 2 of the most important yet overlooked spring home improvement projects are getting your roof and windows inspected to make sure they form an airtight seal around your home. So why is that important? Well, hey, you don't want to be, lighting your money on fire. Mother Nature, the freeze-thaw cycles, the way it works in Michigan, havoc on your roof. And it's something that surprised me. It wreaks havoc on your window frames. So let Victor's Home Solutions get out there. Free 21-point roof inspection and window inspection. They'll go over every square inch of the roof and windows. They'll make sure there's nowhere water can get in, and it allows you to catch a minor problem early and hopefully fix it with an inexpensive repair. So if it's time for a new roof or windows, Victor's has you covered. Prompt follow-up, great communication. All you need to do is call today to get your home taken care of. 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100 or online at victors.com. All right. Rico took something completely the wrong way. But I want to get into this. David, any ticket text before we get into this? Because there is breaking news. And it's, again, I'm not expecting this to be pandemonium. I'm just simply telling you, someone in this office was greatly affected by today's news. And I need to know if you guys are. I mean, that is what we do. We talk to you, the fans. But David, any ticket text first, and then I'll get into our next issue of the day.
Well, nothing of significance except this.
Yes.
Sad to hear David losing his battle with puberty. Maybe Val Berry could give him voice lessons.
No. First of all, you can't make fun of the man for losing his voice singing the good word. The man was at a pastor conference.
At least that's what he told us.
Oh, come on.
What did Kenny say yesterday?
I mean,
moving
along.
What,
David? We'll know if,
Even I'm not
little
comfortable
baby
with
Jesus is born.
Move it on. Notice I'm not stoking the fire of any of this. I'm trying to defend Dave.
Someone does say, come on, guys, Sanders couldn't win his conference.
Zoink Scoops!
Nor beat a team from their conference with the Heisman winner. This kid is going to be a bust.
I will agree with Rico that he did not have an offensive line. My disagreement is he displayed a ton of bad habits you're going to have to unwind.
You know what? I agree with you on that, too.
We both mutually agree. It's just you like the guy more than I do.
You give him a good offensive coordinator who will use his skills, and I think you have something. The same way Ben Johnson used Jared Goff.
Yep.
Like, if the right person can bring a lot out of him, and he doesn't have to run for his life, because I think he wakes up every morning saying, oh, my goodness. Oh, okay, I'm not on the field.
Well, let me ask you this. I'll tell you what we'll do. Just a couple of minutes on this, and we'll move on. Did you see the ESPN piece where every team made a trade in the first round? Okay, so here's the Lions trade. So tell me what you liked better. Trading out of the first round for picks and stuff and things, or the Lions trade pick 28 and pick 130. So first round and fourth round.
Okay.
They trade pick 128 and they get the Bengals second rounder at 48 and Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
Okay. No. Boy, big build up there by Rico. Yeah.
I'm like,
you sounded like Jansen this morning when they brought up Weiss, and he's like, shocking.
No, I'm thinking, what's the downside of this?
Okay. So listen.
I'm sorry.
All right. Everybody calm down. So look, I understand full well what Brad Holmes has said. Is it wrong of me? Now, I'm going to do something I rarely do. Is it wrong of me to hold out hope for a Hendrickson draft night deal? That until Hendrickson either signs, retires, or is traded somewhere else, I'm not going to harangue the organization.
You're me waiting for that Aaron Rodgers deal.
Yes.
Okay.
But like, there won't be any yelling by me. I'm not being negative. I'm just saying, am I alone in holding out hope that they're saying what they're saying publicly, but privately, you're just waiting the Bengals out?
I was there for a while, but I think, and I'm going to give him full credit, maybe Wojo was right a long time ago, that Aiden talked to Brad, and Brad came back saying, son, we can't afford it. Hey, can we go out and get this brand new toy? We can't afford it. So, no. And they're doubling down at the owners' meeting. It sounds great, Mike. I would take that trade in a heartbeat. I don't know any Lions fan that would be upset over that. Because you're getting a second rounder and you're getting him as your first round pick. But I don't think it's going to happen. I think the Lions they're going to go the poverty route. They're going to go, we're broke and we got to pay all our players in a few years. So
okay.
We got to save our money.
Yeah. And again, if you're Rico is referring to what Brad Holmes said, that there's a bill coming due. Obviously, look, Brad Holmes is very good at what he does. That doesn't mean he's God. I think anyone who follows the NFL understands that with the media rights deals and the salary cap growing on an annual basis, very aggressive manner, plus the fact the Lions left a lot of cap space on the table this year, it's a conservative approach. But they believe they were going to win the Super Bowl last year. They're going to re-sign all those people. By the way, Brad Holmes also admitted that Mike and Rico aren't crazy, not by name, but Ali McNeil will not be ready for the start of the year.
What?
So you guys can stop hurling slurs at the both of us as if we're insane people.
What, the bionic knee?
Thank you. You're out of. Will you just please have that energy drink? You are in a real bad way today.
Wouldn't that make me even more hyper?
I don't know. I'm just hoping it turns you around a little
I'm just
bit.
happy to be here.
Okay. Kenny, you were about to say something. Go ahead, buddy.
You asked if you'd be crazy for holding out hope for a trade like that, and
even worse, I asked, am I outright wrong to hold out hope?
I don't think you're wrong, but everything you said after pretty much outlines the way I feel about it. They're going to take the conservative approach. They don't really make moves like that. But if they were going to do it, it would be draft night. And I mean, on a scale of 1 to 10, the level of craziness for you might be like a 6 or a 7.
6 or 7?
Yeah.
For 10. Just being hopeful?
10. Rico's at 10. I'm being conservative.
No, he's at level bleep hole. He's at a completely different scale.
But hey, Travis Hunter.
Right.
Mike, no, it makes sense. But as you know,
I know.
In the NFL, the deal that makes the most sense never happens. Right?
Yes. I don't want to say it, but yes.
Or you can just go ahead and step on that rake.
No, David, go ahead.
I'm leaning in Rico's direction here. It ain't happening. The language that Brad Holmes is using, I
know.
Just don't
But that
see
deal that was presented by ESPN.
it makes total sense.
I'm with Rico on it. What is the downside?
Right.
You move down 20 spots? Who cares about the 4th round pick? Anybody you draft now is not going to start for this team.
I mean, it almost feels like an April Fool's Day joke. Like, okay, seriously, that's it? That's all you want? Done. Let's sign this thing right now. Let's call the commissioner. Here, use my phone. Hey, Raj, Bengals want to talk to you. Here you go. Say whatever the secret code word is and make the deal happen.
Yeah, someone on Ticket Tech says, Mike, I just heard the mock Lions trade. In the words of Rieger, can they do that now? Then someone else says, Mike, are you saying let Brad cook?
No, I said I wish it was different. How do you draw that out of what I said?
Oh, let me type that again a little better. I'm joking.
Yeah, no, guys, this is the problem with this world. There's a failure to critically think and separate. Hey, we do a sports show, and it's about opinions and feelings, and then, yes, you let facts get in here. Okay, well, the way I want it is not the way that it is. I'm not going to yell and scream about it. I can't change it. But I don't have to become a Brad bot and then be like, well, his way is the only way. Well, it's not, and I don't think it gives you the best chance to win it all. But you're free to do it, and it doesn't mean we won't win it all. But what's not going to happen between now and draft night is nonsensical blathering. Yes, I want Trey Hendrickson. They might not. What do you want me to do? But I'm not going to yell about it. But no, I'm not sitting here endorsing do nothing and be scared about things in 2027. Like, oh, there's a bill coming like it's a tsunami. It's the NFL. You just make it. The NFL and the government are the same thing. You just make up money. You just press buttons. That's all it is.
I'm with you.
The Saints should have been Chapter 11 4 years ago. They've been 70 million in, and you're like, how?
Or at least have a yard sale. But yeah, they don't. They still go out there. They still play, and they're in no danger of closing as a business.
No, the Caesars Dome still opens.
Yeah.
So look, I'm just saying. I understand reality.
No, but I think this person is, because if you're critical of Brad and then you're saying, well, he made a trade and I think that's good. Guys, this is one of those where both can be true. You can be. I don't like the way how he's handling business. I don't. I'll be the first to say it. And you know who cares? He doesn't, because he's going to keep receipts and say, look, I did this, I did that, and I was smarter than you.
You know what? I got a receipt. You didn't win a playoff game last year.
Oh, wait. Here, you need this.
I'm good.
Well, someone on Ticket Text is saying, Rico, we need to get you a Snickers.
You're not yourself when you're hungry.
Wait.
Rico's actually Joe Pesci right now. All right,
what am I doing?
Let's get to the portal.
No,
please.
answer my question.
And Rico's entered the radio portal. And if it works like college hoops, he's going to be doing radio in St. Louis by 3:30. All right, let's go.
Hey, St. Louis, how's the Arch people out there? All right.
What's
Go
the
Cards.
deal with Arenado?
Arch people.
Arch, yeah, hold on. David, hit a button. 97.1. 3 o'clock. Nice to have you with us. We opened with some Jackson Jobe discussion and a mock draft. If that wets your whistle, Odyssey Rewind. No problem. But I want to get into this because this is not a discussion about the way it is. It's a bit of a reckoning. And let me explain. So both schools have now been affected by this. Now, clearly, the Michigan State side is a deeper connection. Trey Holloman hit the portal. 6th man, team captain, dude, got into it with 2 Michigan players, Spartan dog, whatever you want to call it. Holloman has hit the portal. On the Michigan side, Trey Donaldson has hit the portal. 3 late game daggers to propel your season, to help you win the Big Ten tournament. Kind of really became a tough spark plug element of Dusty May's first season. Now, the Holloman thing is different because he's an older player. The reason I set it up this way is the following. There is no slander about either young man. I'm not mad at either kid. I can laugh at the situation. Not mad at either kid. But Evan Jenkins, his favorite sport on earth is college basketball, and Evan Jenkins is a Michigan State basketball fan. Evan Jenkins said to me, and this is just a straight quote, I don't even know what I'm rooting for anymore. What's the point? And I told him, you're starting to sound like me. And here's the thing, for Spartan fans, they were all up in arms yesterday when I said, look, I don't think the portal is going to be kind to State. And here we are, step 1. And this is a guy who you thought was yours. This was the guy you thought was the safest guy to not go anywhere. He's a Spartan. Cried in the locker room the other night. He kissed the S, the whole bit. Captain, the whole deal. Guess what? Now, I just want to make this announcement to you, and I think Rico will agree with me. Guys, no one is safe. No one is your guy. And politely, and I'm not trying to be rude, but this is nothing different than prostitutes and pimps. Okay? The pimp calls and says you're going to Texas A&M for X amount of money. It ain't no different than old Don Juan and his goblet telling you got an appointment with Bill from Arlington in room 483. And we're only going to be there a year.
Well, I said it the same way, except for you said I need to get something to eat. But yes, you're right.
But you get my point.
It is.
Evan is shook because he's like, well, if Trey's not going to be loyal, no one will.
Because you went in 24 hours for feeling for this kid. And I'm talking about Trey Holloman. You're not on social media, Mike, but it was all over him crying at the locker and how the only thing missing was malnourished puppies and Sarah McLachlan music. Like, it was that sad watching him.
Can someone please edit Trey crying in the locker room to Sarah McLachlan's I Will Remember You?
Mike,
please.
You don't have to. Because honestly, if you need to pick me up, you want to watch one of those commercials instead of watching him.
Yeah.
I couldn't. I'm like, oh my God. And then cutscene 24 hours later, hey, I'm going to hop in the portal and I'm going to see where I end up and, things and stuff. And this was a guy that, yes, he defended the logo. So much so that Izzo broke tradition and said, Trey, you could go kiss the logo. You're not a senior, but you've earned it tonight.
He played his last game.
And as soon as you said that, I'm thinking like, wow, maybe Izzo knew something we didn't know.
Now, from the Michigan side, look, it's a false equivalency for me to turn Trey Holloman and Trey Donaldson into the same thing. Donaldson is a young kid, but he had a big impact on your season.
Well, I mean, this is going to be his second transfer because he came from Auburn.
Well, now you go, you know what? Hey, Trey Donaldson is going to step into a leadership role next year. He's got the late game mentality. He's tough as nails.
Right.
But guess what? He may not even be here. Does this affect your ability to love the game? And I know with college football, Rico, it's different because there's 110 players per team. And they wear helmets. Like, they're a bit faceless. Oh, this guy left. And you're like, who? Basketball, you know your players more.
Yeah.
So for State, look, I don't think that's the end of the portal defections.
No. I don't either.
Well, why are you making things up?
I don't think so.
You don't know anything about Spartan athletics.
You're right. I don't. Yeah, put it this way. I think Jay Nakins will be a dying breed.
He's a unicorn. Last of his kind.
I think that will be the last guy that you'll see Izzo recruit. He'll stay for 4 years, and then he'll leave a Spartan.
So I want to ask the question to both Michigan and Michigan State fans. And look, if you're not a huge college basketball fan, you can still partake in this, because it's very hard for me to view any college athletics as having any meaning anymore. You can watch it, you know the logos, you know the games, but none of it feels organic anymore. It's just pimps and prostitutes. None of it's real. I mean, think about it. Every year I have to wait for this. Recruit my own roster?
Yep.
Why are you here?
No, you're right. So I guess the Final Four is what, the players' ball?
It is. I hate you. I hate you. It's just
John Shire gets up there. I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate you.
I hate your guts. That's what it feels like. And if Trey Holloman, who's as green as it gets, bolts, and watch him end up in conference. Watch there be some homecoming, and he's like Nico Medved's first player at Minnesota. Then tell me about loyalty and kissing the logo and all the rest. That's just, I'm just done with the ability to be passionate. I can follow it. I can't take it seriously.
No, but here's the funny thing, because I asked Evan, 2 weeks later, he decides, I made a mistake.
And he comes back.
I'm a Spartan for life. Is all forgiven? Do you just say, yeah, I get it, and you're back, and you're the guy to defend the floor? Or now do you look at him as, well, they probably offered you more money, so that's why you're back.
Here's the other problem I have, and I can't prove this. I'm not claiming to have the answer. I'm telling you how I feel. And the last I checked, that's what I'm paid to do. I feel like these guys, not just Trey and Trey, but like in general, you can't tell me in a sport that has no rules, and there are none, and it has no organization, no oversight. I have a hard time believing these guys don't already have pre-organized deals, that their agent already knows where they're going. Evan Jenkins stormed the studio like William Wallace, minus the kilt.
Well, as I storm the studio, players are storming out of East Lansing. Xavier Booker now hit the transfer portal.
Home Depot?
Hold on. This ranks right up there with Zion Williamson out for the season. There's my shock face.
Yeah, I know. It's just one after another. That's three in one day on a 12-man roster.
I kind of think
done yet.
I kind of think that's one we all knew.
Yeah, I think that's best for both parties. I hope he enjoys SIU Edwardsville.
You know what? I think Butler. I think would be a good place.
That's an insult to Butler.
That is not an insult to Butler. Butler would be great for him
as team manager. So listen, Evan, we brought you up your fandom. You've had a couple hours to think about this. We're trying to get the people engaged on it. Are you basically telling me a lot of your fandom died today because Trey felt like the ultimate Spartan, team captain?
Well, who the hell do you root for anymore? You can't have alliance to a player anymore. The days where I'm being told you can't criticize a college player, well, that's out the window.
That's gone.
It's completely out the window. And when I said, listen, I was very irritated with the young man on Sunday going 0 for 10. I'm yelling, take him out of the game because Tom Izzo will take people out for less and he just let them there. I don't feel bad for players anymore because guess what? You know what that crying makes me think? That he knew he was gone.
And you just walked into this. I was bringing it up to Rico, and I'm not making an accusation. I want to be crystal clear. No one can take this out of context. It is a feeling I have that in a lot of these portal things, the agent has said, here's the school, here's the money, we gone. It feels pre-orchestrated. Why do I feel that way? Because there's no checks and balances. Who are these agents?
Yeah. Well, they have names. They put names to them.
Who do they report to? Who's the oversight?
They have to be NCAA approved, but that's about it.
They're no tampering. What's tampering? If you ain't tampering, you ain't trying.
Well, I mean, there's no punishment for tampering. So
henceforth, there ain't no rule about tampering.
Here's how you'll know if there was a deal already in place. If by the end of the week, either Trey is already at some other school.
Yeah,
that's when you know.
And I'm not
when they come out with, I'm down to 2 schools. Wait, you just hopped in the portal. How are you down to 2 schools?
I'm not accusing either guy. I'm saying in general, it is the feeling I get. But look,
The longer this goes, then I think that's when I asked Evan, maybe he comes back. Would you be able to just set it aside? And
Well, then you should have handled your business privately,
Thank
if
you.
that's the case.
If you just wanted a raise, you do it privately. You don't need to go into the portal and extort the school.
Well, and it's
here's
hard-
the other
but
thing.
it worked for
Trey-
Myles Garrett.
Trey, with all due respect, I'm ignoring that comment. You're a sixth man. You're limited. You're not an NBA player. I love your guts. I love your toughness. But, I'm not doing that.
But his person will say you were a starter and you took the demotion to let Jace flourish.
So what? I'm supposed to pay you for that?
Well, and
you were team captain.
And I was told how great the culture is, but if he's being a sourpuss about that and is like, I'm going to leave anyway.
Let me help you.
It's not about who starts the game. It's about who finishes.
I don't think it's about a culture.
There is no culture.
It's money.
The culture is dinero. It's money.
Yeah, but that's what I was told all year long was the culture that Tom Izzo has.
Narrative.
I
Tom's culture, yes. When college basketball programs, when Dean Smith had a culture, when the great coaches build great programs, they become synonymous with each other.
Right.
It's all gone.
All the players who went there, you're like, you know what? You're just an upgraded version of this player. You're an upgraded version of that player. The culture ranks right up there with the war drill.
Right. So my point is, in absence of culture, what the hell is college sports?
Well, and what I'm going to be curious about is Michigan State has always been famous for bringing back the former players to come talk to the team. If I'm a former player, why would I come and talk? Well, you guys love Michigan State today, but tomorrow, who knows?
248-539-9797. Trey Holloman to the portal for State. Trey Donaldson to the portal for Michigan. Both important players. Both represented something. What does it do to your college fandom? Then again, there's only so much you can do with it. I know they're not all Americans. I'm making a point. No one is safe. There is no culture. I struggle with it. I can watch Michigan State basketball. I'll always root for the team in green to beat whoever they're playing. But the passion? No. How can you possibly be that? That's why I got so upset last week when morons began like screaming and yelling. It's like, how can any of you be passionate about this? And then, by the way, yeah, you're the guy who lives in Texas and never went to the school, and I got to listen to you make fun of mine. And I'm going, what are we even doing? None of this is real. 248-539-9797. Baseball fans, FanDuel giving you more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday. Because Home Run Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. And that means you bet on moonshots, you take your winnings to new heights, you get the profit boost. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. You can gear up to go yard all year long. FanDuel.com/ticket. Claim your profit boosts with the official betting partner of Major League Baseball. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You've got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right. So look, the conversation. What's up? Oh, your man Zion. Look, the conversation is simple. You guys don't need to get lost in the weeds and go, oh my God, Trey Holloman, Trey Donaldson. It's just about, does it attack your ability to care? Like, look at the Final Four this weekend. It has really very little to do with program, with roster building long-term, with coaching. Those things matter, but you know the only thing that really matters? Money. Money. And please, I beg of you, don't be lazy and tell me it's always been that way. It simply has not. Okay? What we're dealing in now, and guys, I wish you knew what some of these players are asking for. You would laugh your balls off. Players aren't asking for some $25,000 or $50,000 raise. You have backups who've never accomplished a damn thing asking for $500,000. Okay? So we're dealing in something quite different. There is no pay structure. There is no incentive-laden deals. There are no deals. In fact, you can't sign a kid to a multi-year deal. So I know where I stand on it. I'm done yelling about it. I can just tell you it's killed my passion for it. You know, I guess that's where I want to hear from you guys. And whether it's football or basketball, yeah, I mean, Trey Donaldson to me was a building block for U of M. That's a tough-minded, talented young guard who, I know I'm probably overstating it, but man, when you hit big shots in big moments, I label you a killer. Trey Donaldson he was a bit of a killer.
Yeah, he would step out, hit that logo three, and it's just like, wow, didn't expect you to make that shot, but he did it effortlessly. And Mike, he was going to be both Treys are going to be senior leaders at both schools next year,
and now they're gone.
Yeah.
So yeah, it makes it hard to bother. So yeah, and again, it's football too. You know, the football thing is just a different version of this because so many players move around, and candidly, I lose track of it. And then you come out of your slumber in July, and you're like, wait, who dis?
For basketball, it was an evolution because I felt this way years ago when the one and dones, and it was just like, okay, if you got too many NBA ready players, you're constantly flipping your roster. But then it was we're going to go get the 4-year players, and you know what? We're going to slow cook this thing. And I was like, okay, I'll at least know who these guys are. Now it's, man, every year it's a community college. You don't know who's playing for your team until the season starts. And you're like, oh, okay, these are our guys. Yeah. Let's see what happens. And if the year goes south, you can't say, well, next year this guy's going to be so much better for us because next year he could be playing on the opposite bench.
Here's the other problem, right? Look at what we just did with the mock draft thing, and the Arizona Cardinals are selecting James Pierce. The things that came out from James Pierce, I'm only here for 1 year. I'm only here for the money. I'm leaving for the league. That's direct NIL consequence. Mm-hmm. The coaches at Tennessee met the kid's demands, paid him his money, right? I got my money.
Yeah.
What are you going to do to me? So this idea, look, guys, I'm not telling you players shouldn't get paid. I've never said that. And I don't have a problem with players having a level of flexibility and maneuverability the way coaches do, which I know you agree with. But Rico, the idea that there is no culture, or at best it's fleeting, then what is college sports at all?
Dude, college sports it's professional.
I'll tell you what it is.
It's professional.
It's pimps and prostitutes.
It's professional. It's right now, if you get it, it's free agency. If you get into the portal now, you can make sure you get the most money because who knows if you go into the portal later, the team may not have, you know what, you should have called us before this guy called us because we gave all our money to him.
Okay, you got an appointment in room 238. How's it any different? You just cashed in everything. You might like the school. You may love the coach. You may be developing. You may love your teammates. Whatever. Right. Gone.
But see,
so then what's the point of it?
See, and I wonder how many of it is I want to see how much money I can make. I'm sorry, David.
No. You first,
you go.
then him.
How much money I can make.
I'm landing a plane over here.
Here's what I want. Here's what I think I'm worth. Can you pay me this money? And all of a sudden, I'll have love for this program again.
I want to challenge
You're not
you.
wrong. That's just the sickest thing I've ever heard.
It is. And I want to challenge you
I had something to eat, so,
on one thing you said, because everyone says it, and it's free agency. I disagree. It's free for all.
Yes.
Because in free agency, at least you can go out there with a guy that was signed this year in the NFL free agency or NBA. He's there for 2, 3,
David,
maybe
free
4
agency
years.
is earned by
Yes.
grown-ass men.
Correct.
Guys who paid the toll.
Correct.
They got drafted to a situation they may not have wanted to be in. Too bad.
That's
Play.
it. That's it. Because everyone's texting and saying, well, Donaldson's leaving because his replacement is there. Well, you know what? I'm sorry, man. Be a big boy. Be a big boy.
David-
You're here. Stay here.
And here's
What are
the
we
thing.
doing?
If you want to end the free agency, make them sign contract. Well, it's a collective bargaining agreement. I don't care. Let somebody sue me first.
Oh, goodness.
You know what, Mike? I'll pay you this money. You ain't going nowhere. We're not doing this again next year. Do you accept these terms? But collective don't care. Do you want the money?
Well, hold on. How do you yell collective bargaining? Didn't they sign Underwood to a 4-year deal?
Well-
but it's not a 4-year deal. It's like a 1-year deal, but if you stay, it could
It's
be
renewed.
worth X.
It's renewable.
I
Right.
was
It's
just
like-
about to bring up his name because for all these Michigan fans out there, I'm not going to be surprised in a year if he's gone.
No, please don't do
Because
that.
it's the way of the world. it's going to happen.
Oh, God. I don't
want to deal with those people It's actually how you got him. He was down there saying, go Tigers.
I got to go.
No, but
Kenny, we got to go rake the leaves. I got to go.
I'm sorry,
you
man.
but no. You have to say, here's the deal. Here's your money. And you know what? I'll treat it like this. Hey, Holloman, you win Big Ten Player of the Year. Here's your bonus. You earned it.
Right.
There you go. Your first team all Big Ten. There you go.
I just know if you're a Michigan or a Michigan State fan, you've always taken pride when certain players feel like they truly represent your program. Okay? You want to call me a boomer and make fun of me, you do whatever you want. But there are certain guys that are true blue, certain guys that are Spartan dogs, and in the absence of that, there's nothing left. It's just empty logos. These people don't care about the things you care about.
Because right now, I mean, it's like for football back in the day, to me, Mike Hart was Mr. Michigan.
Yes, Jake Long, another guy that I always associated as that dude is all about Michigan. John Jansen, who sits in this studio.
Yeah.
And I busted John's chops. He was in a bad spot earlier, but
But
bottom line,
but
John
certain guys-
represented the program.
Right.
That's dead.
There's Draymond Green. Yeah, I'm going to hit the port.
Yeah, you know what? Day in today's world, he'd play for 3 schools.
Huh?
And for
Probably.
all Spartan fans who want to do this is the other thing that
Hell,
drives me
he
nuts.
was already at Kentucky.
Spartan fans get all upset. Oh, our program. No, your program isn't different. Our program isn't different. It's all the same everywhere. Or if you want to run it the way you used to run it, let me show you what you have in store for you. You're never winning it. So it's simple. Is this version of sports college sports for you or not? I hesitate to even call it college sports. Let me ask you a question. Chad Baker-Mazzaret, a kid for Auburn. How do you possibly even begin to have a curriculum when you've gone to 4 schools in 4 years? The answer is you don't. It's not college sports. And no, I'm not asking these guys to be brain surgeons. I'm not under any illusion. But could you at least try to have an academic component to this? Otherwise, just make it Spartan or Wolverine Athletics, brought to you by Built Bar. That's all it is. Loosely associated Wolverine Athletics to the University of Michigan, brought to you by Smart Water. Because it's not college sports. No. David said it. It's a free-for-all. Yeah. It's stupid. And I wish all the best to Trey Donaldson and Trey Holloman.
But this goes back to an old conversation. The NCAA come up with a czar or commissioner, and you could put an end to this at any moment. You embrace the chaos.
You hit the bell.
All right.
No, I'm serious. You're right.
They want this.
Now be curious, will you please?
All right. April is here and baseball is in full swing, and you guessed it, I need high-speed internet to watch all the games that are streaming on all the apps. That's Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. And along with the great price, Xfinity offers the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. I can enjoy all my favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And when I'm taking a break from the baseball action, Xfinity allows me to stream my favorite shows. Xfinity lets you choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So don't miss out on your favorite shows or all the scores and stats. Call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds. All right, David. We're talking about the transfer portal. You've had Trey Holloman, Trey Donaldson entering into the portal, and we're asking the people, 248-539-9797, does this affect your fandom? Is it make it difficult for you to actually like your team and actually want to root for your team? Or is it no big deal for you? A couple ticket texts, and then we'll get to the phone lines.
I'm done. I have not missed an MSU Hoops game in 10 years, but I'm officially out. This has gutted me. Someone else says, of course they are pre-orchestrated. How many of these players enter with a do not contact tag?
Oh,
We're not supposed to know what that means.
Yeah, that's already, the deal is there, and certain people can call me, and it ain't you.
Another person says, Mike, I'm sorry, David just kicked the nest. That was uncalled for. I'm sorry for what's about to happen. I hope you make it through.
I didn't do anything.
David threw the hat up in the air, the Michigan hat.
Yes, that's exactly what I did. Someone else says, I stopped watching due to the portal. College sports, they're broken. Used to love it. Now I'm just indifferent.
I think part of it for me, too, is the ascension of the NFL to make up roughly 80% of the sports oxygen. I don't need college the way I used to. It's just not the same. And I mean, like, this past year, it really hit me, Rico. It's like, you and I both like rivalries that don't involve our team. I like rivalry games. Like, it's fun to watch LSU Ole Miss. It's fun to watch Army Navy, Florida State Miami, whatever it is. And you start looking at, like, what are these rivalries? What are they if no one is familiar with the school and no one stayed at the school? Like, what does it even mean?
Right. Like for me, dirty little secret, like how you like Army Navy, I always like watching Indiana Purdue hoops. It's fun to watch because they hate each other in that state. And you know it's always going to be a good game, except for it was an all-new Indiana roster this year. It's going to be an all-new Indiana roster next year.
Which means it's not a rivalry.
Think about the rivalry here. Michigan State hoops. After the game, your center decided, we lost the game. I'm going to go ahead and propose to my girlfriend. What? Really? Well, I couldn't score on the court, so.
That's, again, inappropriate, and you need a snack. You're out of line.
No, but it's
Get this guy some Cheez-Its, Evan. He's out of his mind today. Let me go to the people. We'll go to Philip, 97.1. Phil, what's going on, buddy?
Not too much. How you guys doing today?
Good, hey, Philip.
Listen, man, I look at it like this. You got two different types of change in this world. You have things in this life that if you don't change along with it, it's going to run you over. And then you have things in this life that you can look back and say, you know what, I've had my run. It's no longer for me. And that's where I'm with college sports. It's no longer for me. Today's college athletics, I call it legalized SMU. That's all it is. My thing is, though, for the Jalen Roses and people of that ilk that have this opinion that college took advantage of them and that that education means nothing, and I hope I'm wrong, but when these smaller schools make the decision that they're no longer going to participate and they're going to drop this sport and they're going to drop that sport, my question to those people, the parents of those students, how much does college mean at that time when these schools drop football, when some of these schools just say, you know what, we're going to drop down to Division II? How much does it mean then? Because right now, all it is a bunch of mercenaries. And it is what it is. I look at it like this. Guys, everything that we grew up with, nothing is what it used to be. Hollywood isn't what it used to be. Nothing. It is what it is. It's all about money and what can you do for me? How much can you pay me?
Well, and that's and I mean, Philip, like State fans got all up in arms yesterday because I said if this is MSU's approach with their current budget, they're never winning a championship. That has nothing to do with Tom Izzo, other than the fact if he puts a stop to wanting to spend more. But Tom Izzo's a very good basketball coach, Hall of Fame. God forbid I say great Wolverine fans are going to yell at me. The point I'm making is it is just about money. It's it. You have no chance if you don't spend. I can't guarantee if you do it'll work. I just guarantee if you don't, it won't. You know,
if you spend, it buys your seat at the table.
Yeah, it's like the LA Dodgers, right? I can't guarantee they're going to win the World Series every year, but the LA Dodgers spending what they're spending, if you're not going to come close to that, you will not win one. Yeah. Like I keep telling Tiger fans this, 29 of the last 30 years, a top 15 payroll has won the World Series in MLB. Period. Those are facts. It's real. Mm-hmm. If you don't spend, you know what it guarantees you? That you won't win it. Now, if you want to be the 1 out of 30 chance, cool. But when you look at it from the college standpoint, what am I even buying? I think that's part of the problem for the average fan out there. What am I even buying?
No, and I think this year's tournament kind of showed you that teams maxed out and said, okay, well, we're only going to go this far. And now you have the last 4 teams there. Yeah, they have that thing in common where they went out and spent wisely and got the right people in there.
Now Louisville is going to blow the lid off that with the reports. They're going to spend $10 million in the portal on their basketball team. Rico, you're going to see backups making $500,000.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Right. That's where it's going. And I don't agree with it, but it is what it is, Mike. Yes, somebody who maybe 2 years ago would have been happy with $50,000, now they want $500,000.
There you go. Let's go to Bradley, and we'll put a wrap on this deal. Bradley, you get the last word, buddy.
Hey, guys. I'm just laughing with a kid like Trey Donaldson that just entered the portal a 3rd time, and I'm just thinking he would have been better off just staying at Auburn to start. And it just goes to show you, I feel like 90% of these kids aren't bettering their situation. They're just restarting the wheel every single season again.
Bradley, I totally agree with you on that. I don't think, and it even goes I used to say this for recruiting. I don't think they do the homework of where they're going. They just see the paycheck and say, this is great. You're going to pay me. And then you go to the next school and you're not that good. You're miserable. But you know what? At least every other Friday, I guess you're happy.
But one last question. If this is going to be the new style that you're going to have to build an entire team with 6 new kids every year, would you rather have Nate Oates over Tom Izzo right now going forward?
Ask me again. I want to make sure I understand what you're asking me.
Because go ahead.
If this is going to be the new way of things, where if you're an Izzo, you're going to have to build an entire new roster of 6 kids every year.
Yeah.
Would you rather have a guy like Nate Oates that understands the dirtiness of the landscape now and how you got to fight fire with fire in the sport?
Well, loaded question, because if I say Nate Oates, people are going to say I'm ripping Izzo, which I'm not.
Here, I'll say it for you. No, you do. Nate Oates is younger. Nate Oates has more passion, and Nate Oates realizes,
but he's a scumbag.
And you know what? No, but Mike,
I know.
In this business,
loaded question.
You need somebody with the essence of scumbaggery on them.
Damn it, Bradley.
Because
Thank you, Brad.
A coach like Izzo, you know what everybody like him did? They left the game and they walked away. And that's not a shot at Tom, but these were all of Tom's peers all said, yeah, I don't like how this game goes, where other people embraced it and said, hey, Calvin Sampson said, all right, because it's not an age thing. It's, do you want to embrace this thing? Because you got 2 coaches in the Final Four in their 60s and 2 coaches in their 30s. So it's not an age thing, people. It's, do you want to embrace the new way things are done?
Headline, Rico Beard rips Tom Izzo. Says he'd have Nate Oates' baby. Film at 11. God, you're such a hater.
But I need a Snickers.
I'm great. Listen, weather's going to warm up, I promise. I swear. You got to make sure your roof and your windows get checked out. They are 2 of the most important yet overlooked spring home improvement projects, and Victor's Home Solutions can get it taken care of for you. They will investigate the roof because the freeze and thaw cycle, and they're going to investigate the windows. Living in Michigan, winter to spring, it is havoc on your house. Let an expert get out there, and with Victor's, you're getting a 21-point roof and window inspection. They'll make sure Mother Nature's got nowhere to go as far as getting into your house. So, if you want to get it done, hope to catch it early, and fix it with an inexpensive repair, well, you call Victor's, 734-773-1100, or online at victors.com. Okay, David, let's get a few ticket texts. We will get to a football today at the top of the hour. We've still got to get to some Lions football. The NFL rules changes. I do think they've made a positive move for overtime so people can stop crying. Unfortunately, the tush push has not been banned.
Speaking of crying.
Again, snacks. Get him for him. The guy is upset.
No, because
Listen.
I have one of Detroit's heroes backing me up. Dan Campbell agrees with me.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I guess, you know what, David? Change the book you read on Sundays, apparently. Go ahead with the ticket text.
The book of Rico is what I need to read.
Yeah, exactly.
Dan Campbell agreed with me? Just saying.
I only listen when guys win playoff games.
Okay.
The book of Rico with a forward by Dan Campbell is what you're saying, okay?
Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry. I must have missed all the Lombardi trophies raining from the sky.
Or just learn how to stop the play.
College basketball is dead.
Yeah.
Hard to really care about players that will only be on the team for a year, and hard to care about a program that has new faces each year. Tradition, culture, and rivalries are all gone. They mean nothing.
But it's even more. It's worse in college football. Think about it. I'm amazed people still care. I'm amazed that people are funding NIL. It's amazing. There's no tax benefit. You get nothing. It's the end of Willy Wonka. You get nothing. Thank you. Goodbye. Like, that's it. The kid could have a bad fart and decide to transfer. Your money? Willy Wonka. You get nothing. Like, it makes no sense. Good day.
I would say something, but you've already slandered me all day.
You stole fizzy lifting drinks.
Which had to be, we had to sanitize. All right, I'm sorry. What were you going to say?
Because fans are the last loyal people. Fans are the only ones who sit there and have that badge of honor. I've been a fan since my granddad set me on his knee and we were watching the game.
Oh, God.
The last bastion of loyalty remains with fans. Mike, it's not with players. It ain't with coaches. Hell, it ain't even with cities. It's just the actual fans. Because other than that, everything else is up for auction. It's transitional.
You got an appointment in room 236.
So whether you're a city, hey, Oakland, how's that baseball team? Oh, wait, it's not there.
We got a vacuum salesman in room 638.
Coaches, hey, I'm going to go to Maryland. No, actually, I'm going to go to Villanova. No, I'm going to stay in Maryland. Actually, I'm going to Villanova. And he's gone.
That's why I can't take any of it serious.
Right. So, but fandom, fans, the people are the last ones who still hold on to that loyalty. And they're standing there like, it's like, Duke and Duke. Turn those machines back on. I want the loyalty back. It's not going to happen.
Mortimer, your brother's not well. To hell with him.
That's not what he said.
I can't say what he said.
Hey, Mike and Rico, love the show. Yes, I am annoyed by the new transfer portal. It's difficult to follow a team as a fan. I don't know who's on my roster until the first game.
I do love Evan played me a clip during the break, and I'm not. Listen, man.
I saw it, yeah.
Trey, after winning the Big Ten, I bleed green, and this is the most important place to me. Cutscene. He's on the corner shaking his ass for a raise. I mean, you can't take any of this serious. Trey, you're not even a starter. I mean, I love the kid. I love his toughness, but what are we doing here?
What, like 24 hours ago, you're sitting there. Every Spartan fan was like, that's our guy. It's heartfelt. He's crying for the team. Tears dried. He entered the portal.
Please seize all assets of Duke and Duke. Rico, right. It's all fugazi. Right. It's ridiculous.
Their seats will be auctioned off.
Thank you. Turn those machines back on.
The NIL is the equivalent to Judas betraying Jesus.
Got to tell me the story. Again, you can't go Bible mode. You got to speak English.
Now we get to watch our college sports get crucified. Zero interest anymore.
10 seconds or less. Judas, good guy or bad guy? 248.
Bad guy. I'm going to say that's a little extreme right there.
Very much so.
That's very extreme.
Once again, is someone going to speak English?
Judas. Mike.
Yes.
Judas, one of the 12 disciples. One of Jesus' homeboys, okay, was at the Last Supper with him.
Okay.
Jesus knew he was going to betray him and basically was like, one of you people here are going to betray me and have me killed. Looking at you, Judas. Judas goes, gets 30 pieces of silver, kisses Jesus on the cheek. Jesus then gets arrested, and the whole crucifixion thing starts.
It sounds like Michigan football.
You know what? I can't do this. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
I should have never read it. I should have never read it, Rico. Oh, my God.
I don't know. Sounds like a lot of things were going on.
That was your Judas story.
Okay.
Okay.
All
And,
right.
and by the way, he then ended his own life when it was done.
There's your Easter edition.
Right. There's your Easter
Listen,
story.
Go
collect those eggs.
It's just one rule. You guys can't start doing your Bible language and you leave Kenny and I behind.
That wasn't me. You know, it's not like that. Maybe, David, if they had these things on about every other corner where you could learn this stuff.
It's just, listen, I'm not.
Detroit, 2 on every corner.
The vernacular is intimidating. That's all I'm saying. Why can't they write the Bible in just plain English?
Oh, you can find it.
Yeah, you can.
Like in real people language?
Yes.
Okay.
They have that version.
What's it called? Go ahead, insult me. What's that called? The Heathen's Bible?
No.
Hey, it's Bible for dummies.
That's actually a good idea.
Yeah, great. And it's probably a picture of like Kenny's pizza box, guy holding the pepperoni or something on there.
Wow.
What's it called? Normal Person's Bible?
Well, there's different versions. So I can go over it during the break. It's a lot of
There's
versions.
like 15, 20 different versions. But you can just kind of get a layman's version that is just in regular people's
Thank
language.
you. Why? I mean, even when I was in Sunday school as a kid, it's like, how do you expect children to understand this? It's not
There's
in
a lot
English.
of these and thous and
That's
a lot
the
of
King
names.
James
and it's like,
version,
yeah.
yes.
Too much. Just too much.
It's the King James, so you need the LeBron James version.
Why did he do that to Windhorst? Well, why did he? I mean, LeBron just right to Windhorst's skull.
You know, I guess he had a lot of grievances. It was Festivus to him. You know what?
Okay.
And Wimby, how about this? You've ticked me off as well. So
I got a lot of problems with you
Right.
people, and you're going to hear about them.
You're just going to take Stephen A. strays. So
you know what?
But that's the story
Thank
in
you.
a nutshell.
And I agree with David. I think the transfer portal is the Judas of sports.
It is. It's a little too far.
Okay. Well, a pastor said it, so I can say it. Who's ready to do a little football, shall we? A little football today?
Just off the rails.
You mean we're having a good time? Little effort, little pace?
Somebody says the Heathen Bible.
Here, hold
LOL.
on. Let me slow the radio show down. That'll do it. 97.
Here's Kitty with the news.
All right, so let's touch the table. A little bit of football owners meetings going on in West Palm. Rules changes, lots to discuss. A little football today.
Let's start in Dallas because
yes,
yesterday we talked about Micah Parsons wanted to be the highest non-quarterback player in the NFL. Well, according to Jerry Jones and Clarence Hill, who covers the Dallas Cowboys down there, they have a deal in place. Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons, according to the reports, came to an agreement at the Combine. Well, that was a month ago. Jerry Jones has not called the agent. He has not talked to the agent of Micah Parsons. And even today, he went as far to not even mention his name. He says, yeah, we have an agreement in place. The agent is not a concern here. I don't know his name. Well, that's one of the best agents in the NFL is David Mulugata. And Micah Parsons then responds on Twitter and says, David is the best, and I will not be doing any deal without him. There is no one I trust more when it comes to negotiating contracts. There will be no back doors in this contract negotiation. Jerry Jones, what does this man think he's doing? Going behind the back of the agent and saying, I don't need him. We have a deal. That's it. What?
I'll let Rico go first because I think once I say what I'm going to say, there's no getting this segment back on the rails.
No, David, this is just the arrogance of Jerry Jones. Everybody wants to be a Cowboy, so let's just me and you have a beer and hash this thing out, and that's not how it's going to work. And the fact that you're insulting the agent really is not going to help out in negotiations. The fact that you haven't called the agent after you supposedly had a deal in place, this thing is not going to end well. But for Jerry, Jera thinks it will.
All right, I'm taking a different approach. 83-year-old people shouldn't run billion-dollar corporations. I'm sorry, but it's beyond the pale. I mean, the fact that Jerry Jones is an absentee owner in so many ways, yet does a radio interview, they haven't paid a free agent that is on the open market more than $6 million a year since 2017. And now, look, you have Micah Parsons. I'd rather Dallas say, look, we're rebuilding, trade him 3 first-round picks. Guy's going to be 83 here in a month or two. Like, I'm sorry. He's losing his mind.
No, he's not only that, Mike, he doesn't have anybody around him who will just say, no, Jerry, that's not how we do things anymore. Jerry's still stuck in the early 2000s. Like, yeah, when's Emmitt Smith coming back? He's in the Hall of Fame, Jerry. He doesn't play anymore.
Here's the other thing. Jerry Jones, you're approaching 30 years without a Super Bowl. All right? You're bad. The only difference between you and Woody Johnson is you don't wear a stupid hat that doesn't fit your head. The Jets are the Cowboys. The Cowboys are the Jets. Losers. Sorry.
So, Mike, I didn't get a chance to do this. Couldn't do it yesterday because my voice was worse than it was today, but I want to congratulate you on your new quarterback.
Oh, thank you.
Russell Wilson is your new quarterback.
I thought you meant Jameis Winston.
No, he did sign his
Things
contract
are going
yesterday,
great.
had his press conference.
We strong. We all strong.
But that is not the most important thing I want to discuss with you regarding the Giants.
Oh, okay. There's more?
It is play calling. Brian Dable was calling plays since 2013, took it away from Mike Kafka, and the reports say, not sure if he's going to, do that again or not. Quote, play calling, we'll make that decision as we go into the preseason. Well, the offense wasn't the greatest when he was play calling. So what indeed happens there in New York?
I don't know. It's
because he's on his last leg. So
this is the equivalent of someone just putting dog poop in a plastic bag on your porch and lighting it on fire. I don't know. Nothing makes sense. This is why you can't bring back coaches that are on an ultimatum. You can't have desperation set in. And it's why I'm thankful I work in Detroit and I can just watch the Lions. I am the worst son on the planet that I paid for Sunday ticket for my father to watch this train wreck. I would have been better off showing up, ringing the doorbell, and punching him in the face. I have no words.
Ding dong. Hi, Dad.
Bang. I just take one of the chairs in his garage right to the head. I got nothing. David, I can't answer it. I can't be emotionally involved in it.
Michael, what did I do? I'm sorry.
Dayball.
Trust me, you'll thank me later.
So, there's a lot of rule changes that happen in the NFL. We'll talk about them. But before I do that, let me play the hits. There's going to be a Christmas triple header this year, guys. The NFL will have 2 games on Netflix, and then the final game will be on Amazon because it is a Thursday for Christmas this year.
Okay, so just so we're clear, Christmas, and you're putting 3 games on streaming platforms.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Because everybody has Netflix and Amazon, right?
Correct.
And nobody wants to watch football. It's Christmas. I want to be with my family.
See, you like your family. Well, then again, you just put your dad in a coma, so I don't know.
No, I didn't. The Giants did. And it wasn't real. I was just suggesting I would have caused them less pain than buying them Sunday ticket. You know what? To hell with you. Get a snack.
2 more hits before we get to the rule changes. The NFL has new international locations. They are looking to play games in Dubai or Abu Dhabi in the near future.
Who's asking for this?
No one.
They're trying. Same people for the Christmas Day games, Mike. If you're the NFL, you just keep pushing the envelope and seeing how far you can go and see what works.
Why? It
and
doesn't
what
benefit me.
doesn't.
The Lions won't spend any of the damn money.
Well, because they were saving it all. Just wait. In 3 years, they're going to be fiscally responsible and be able to pay all of their people for the first time ever.
No, it's going to happen. It's going to happen the week of the draft. This will be just like last year. They're going to be like, you get a car, and you get a car. And it's fine, but none of it's necessary right now.
Hey, J-Mo, come to the office. Bring Brian Branch with you and whoever else is out there.
One more hit, guys.
God help me. Yeah.
Owners' meetings this week, they're reporting that the NFL, Roger Goodell, and the NFLPA have already started discussions on the 18-game schedule, which will have week 1, start Labor Day weekend, and then the Super Bowl will be played the Sunday before President's Day.
Okay. It's like the worst kept secret. I think we all knew it was going to go 18 games. And David, let's be real. It's going to go to 20. It's not going to stop at 18. It's going to go to 20. The only good thing about this.
Whoa, that's not the drop it's labeled to be. Sorry.
I know. I found that out when you were gone.
Why are people touching this? None of the other shows even use audio. I apologize to Rico Lamar Beard.
What will happen? The only good thing about this is for some, you'll get the Monday off so you can stay up and watch the Super Bowl and not have to worry about getting up and going to work because it'll be President's Day that Monday. So that's the only positive thing about this, Mike. But other than that, I'm sure the athletes don't care about it, but it's for money. And be ready, David, because it's going to lead up to March Madness at one point.
Okay, go to hell.
You're probably right about that.
Listen, here's the other
Mike's
problem.
just afraid of the truth.
No, the truth sucks. And I identify that you're right, and it sucks.
Right.
But the bottom line is, if you don't enhance or increase the roster size, if you don't add a second bye week, you're going to be watching garbage.
Well, I'm assuming there's going to be another bye week.
We don't make assumptions here. It makes an ass out of you and me.
Well, I will give you that update. Yes, in the report, there will be an extra bye week.
Not an assumption, now a fact.
All right.
A bottom line is you better increase the rosters to at least 70 players.
I've never understood why it stopped at 53 and not 60.
Because they don't want to pay. The greed is out of control. And I'm sorry, I have no appetite to watch football from Labor Day through essentially March 1st.
Correct.
Well, no. If your team is good, yeah, Lions fans would have lined up to watch this entire 18-week season.
Really? It would have been over in week 19.
It doesn't matter, but you didn't know that. Now, if your team is out of it, it's like, man, how long is this season left? We've been out of it since October.
They are going to ruin.
We still have 3 more months to go.
They're ruining the best regular season of all. They're doing exactly what college football did. They're going to demean the meaning of each Sunday. Those games mean so much. They'll add so many games.
I don't think one extra game is going to hurt it, is it?
MF, you were out here telling me it was about to be a 20-game schedule. Now, which is it?
It will. It will. Come on. You think they're going to stop at 18?
Well, without seismic changes to the roster size, the bye week configuration, and candidly, Rico, we can't be playing football in the spring. It won't work.
No, Mike, you're correct, but in the NFL's eyes, who's going to stop us? They feel like we're the only sport we can go year round, and you're going to love this.
I know. And it's just like what baseball thought when they had the strike in '94. Who's going to stop us? We're America's game. They're going to put it over a cliff, man.
They are, but they'll go from 18 to 19.
Oh, my God, he's doing it again.
And then let me quickly give you
He's adding games again.
Some of the
19?
rules that were added. They expanded replay assist. They will have now the Skyhawk in the sky that will give you the first down.
That's
calls.
what Rico used to fly at Fox 2.
That was Sky Fox.
Close enough.
David, I love this rule.
Yeah.
Because it says basically, hey, if they can go back and if the flag is thrown, they can go back and say that wasn't a face mask, that wasn't roughing the passer, that wasn't horse collar, it's a lot. It's what happened. I think when the Chiefs played the Texans.
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
It's that rule right there. Oh, you guys hit each other, but we thought you hit Mahomes. You can go back and say, oh, sorry, not a penalty.
Let's go up to Rico in the Fox chopper. Rico, what'd you see on the play?
It'd be Sky Fox.
What is
I
the
saw
difference?
aliens on the freeway. Move up to the left.
Okay. It's moved to the right for my cruise.
Okay.
That isn't football today.
No, David, finish.
The most important rule that was accepted was the NFL will now allow both teams to possess the ball in overtime.
Oh, good. Now everybody can stop crying. See, I'm fine with it. It's just it's not necessary. If you don't want to lose a game in overtime without having the football, don't give up a touchdown on the opening possession or score yourself. God, why is everything a participation trophy? Why can't overtime just be sudden death? Oh, I didn't get the ball. Well, you could have played defense.
Yeah, but I mean, if you flip the coin, you have a certain quarterback, you're not going to get the benefit of the calls. You're going to end up losing.
And that's why we got you in the Fox chopper.
Please move over to the right.
That is in football today.
Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. Call 888-GET-GREEN, or you can go online at
a lot of grass. Move to the right.
naturalwaylawn.com. As a matter of fact, I have Natural Way Lawn, and they came out today, and my guy, we came up with a plan for my lawn. He looked at it, surveyed it, and said, hey, these are the things that we're going to do to make sure that your grass and your lawn looks its absolute best. Why? Because Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service will custom tailor solutions specifically for your lawn and your home. You will be assigned your own specialist, so it'll be the same person that will show up. So they will have full knowledge of what you want done at your house. And for a limited time only, purchase a full lawn program and get free grub control. But you have to mention my name, Rico from 97.1. Call 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
Personal injury of any sort is personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career securing justice, maximizing recovery for those who've been injured, and ensuring you get all the medical care you need to put your life back on track after an accident. You need an attorney who makes it personal? That's David Femininio. Call him now. He answers personally at 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything. We've covered the transfer portal news today, both Michigan and Michigan State losing a Trey. And really, it just furthers the point. No one is safe. No one's your guy. There is no culture in a program. How do you have culture when it's year to year? You don't. We also talked about Jackson Job's debut and, of course, a mock draft. So it's all there. Odyssey.com Rewind. I want to just expand on something Dave was talking about, Rico, with the rule changes.
Mm-hmm.
Let's open this up. If I make you the czar of the NFL, you're driving home from work right now, or you're listening in your cubicle, or any of you guys sitting right here with me. If I make you the czar and you can pass one rule for the upcoming NFL season, what would it be? Because I know what mine is. I can go last. But David hinted at more expedited reviews. You brought up an example I'd love to make reviewable and not from the Fox Chopper. Like in that game, how about this? In any game, and you see one of these bogus roughing the passer calls, no, it should be expedited review from Skyhawk. Guys, that's not roughing the passer. Pick the flag up. Do not affect this game with that garbage, much less the Mahomes-Houston Texans thing.
Yeah.
Is that your rule?
No, Mike, actually the rule that I like is the rule you don't. I like the rule that you have in the playoffs and in the Super Bowl. Both teams get the ball.
Oh, you're doing the overtime thing.
I like the overtime.
No, it's not that I dislike it. It's just I hate how people moan about it.
No, both teams get the ball, so it allows you, because it now is going to bring a new chess match. Because if you get the ball first and you score, do you now go for two? Because if you get the ball second, the next team is going to go for two. You saw that what happened in the Super Bowl that year, where Kansas City was like, yeah, we knew we were going for two the whole time had we scored. So a new chess match goes in there. I like the fact that both teams get an opportunity for that. And, yeah, it's going to be rare. How many times you get overtime? Not that often. So for everybody who cries, it's just going to make the game longer. Where else were you going? What else did you have planned?
What's your rule? I make it a czar one day. NFL owners' meetings are going on now. You have a proposal. You get to lay the hammer down. What's the rule?
It's actually one that they just approved. It's that Sky Judge. Because I get so sick and tired of seeing a face mask that wasn't called. Something that happened in a sack or whatever. And I'm like, look, they can easily correct that. Easily correctable. Go out there and fix it. I love that because now you can make things right.
Okay, but here's the other side of it. And I obviously welcome you guys in at 248-539-9797. Look, David, we want to get things right, but at what cost? Now, if we're doing a lot of these reviews and it results in more penalties, more stoppages, or more just hearing from the refs, that can equal longer football games.
See, you're right. And I don't want the long review. I just want someone to buzz and say, nope, that was a face mask.
You want Rico up in that Fox chop.
Let's just go back, redo that play. Let's go.
I mean, because a lot of times, here's the thing, and Mike, I know I already had one, or maybe, David, hey, we can use the Jumbotron. You don't have to use your cell phone, okay? Turn around, look up at that 50-yard screen, and now you can actually see what happened, just like everybody else in the arena and stadium does.
Rico wins. Stop having refs use a lunchbox to review plays. Yes.
Like you're seeing something special that we can't. We're all seeing the same thing.
And it's on an iPhone. Kenny, your one rule change out of the owners' meetings you would make.
It's similar to David's. I just want the Sky Judge not to delay the game any further because I think we can all agree that we don't want these games adding an extra hour worth of reviews. Nobody wants that. But if you see something obvious and clear, whether it's a hold, not a hold.
How about pass interference?
PI, face mask,
Roughing the passer?
Roughing the passer is a big one, all right?
Right, yeah.
Not
You
everything-
accidentally grazed the quarterback and he got shot. Actually,
Another
no,
one I
get
think
up.
about is how to fix this quarterback fake slide thing, because that's the one that's bothered me last year.
Here's my thing. If you slide late, you deserve everything coming to you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sorry. My
leave the
rule,
pocket, yeah.
My rule's simple, and I'll get yelled at. I don't care. 2 words, tush push. Get rid of it. I hate it. Not a football. It's not a football play. And I hear. How about this? Whether it is or it isn't, I don't care. Ready? I don't like watching it.
You know what?
There. I don't like watching it.
Okay, Mike, now I can respect you. At least you're being honest.
I am.
It's not a football play. It's football.
No,
play.
I'm gonna come down to your level and just say I don't like watching it.
I appreciate that.
I think it's a joke because it's just there's no it's oh god I wish they'd get rid of it, but it's safe for now is what I read.
Yeah.
It's not like a final thing, but I'm with you guys in this. I think officiating's terrible. I co-sign both of you from a realistic standpoint. Just get it right.
Yeah, that's it. Doesn't take 5 minutes, because here's the problem with officials. They're so afraid of showing up their buddies. We don't care. Everybody has a bad day, bad call. Quarterbacks throw interceptions, running backs fumble. You could have a bad call. Doesn't make you a bad person.
I need a quarterback sky judge. The only thing he watches is the quarterback, because the roughing the passers are game-altering penalties.
And here's one that I really hope that happens. And
From the chopper.
Not from the chopper. 248-539-9797. If you have a rule that you want
doing
done.
in the helicopter?
What was I doing?
Yes. Why were you in a helicopter?
I was up there with the pilot.
Okay, hold on a minute. David, for God's sakes. Explain.
That's why he's going to have a Christmas baby. I was with the pilot. We were gathering overhead footage of someplace.
Were you checking your traffic cameras and telling crews to get to the right?
I was the traffic camera.
Wait a second.
There were times where
this is our traffic lady's origin story.
There were times where, yes, I was the traffic camera in the mornings. So the Fox 2 morning show would cut to the chopper for traffic. So yeah, if there was a bad accident, we would fly over it and show people this is why you shouldn't go there.
So when she's thanking her traffic camera, she's really thanking you.
Well, not me, because I don't do that anymore. And now it's just one local company. At the time, every station had their own chopper when I was doing it. So
it's fascinating.
But now, no. But yeah, you get the, or like, you know what? Case in point, like when the Lions last year won and everybody was out in the streets, the chopper would have been above showing all of downtown and people celebrating.
I learn something new every day. David,
but the other thing, real quick, bring the onside kick back. Just onside kick.
Just get rid of it altogether, and it's 4th and 15 from your own 20.
You know what, Mike? You win.
Run a play.
Mike Valenti's going to take you to 6 o'clock, people.
Hooray.
I'm going to go get a Snickers.
If you wanted me to stay away from the tush push thing, no more onside kicks. It's 4th and 15. Here's the ball. It's your own 20. You get it? Go on a drive. You don't? F you.
The other team gets the ball at your 20. I like that.
I don't know. That would be what I would do. Let's go to Dan. He can get first, last, and only word on this deal. Danny, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, gentlemen. How are we doing?
Good.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I was talking to the screen. I cannot stand the spot foul on the PIs, man. It's backbreaking, and it puts the quarterback already at such an advantage. It gives the offense that much more of an advantage over the defense.
Look, Dan, the problem with pass interference and the way it's called, the NFL understands offense sells. You can't really cover people anymore. You can't, I shouldn't say that. You can't be physical, can't put your hands on anybody. It's a worse version of the NBA. And that's why the pass rush is your only defense. So, Dan, I hear you, but I don't know how you would change it. Once the toothpaste was out of the tube, after that famous Colts and Colts-Patriots game, and they changed all the rules, Dan, I just don't think for their business model they're ever going to do it. It's why we talked about the NBA. They're never going to allow a bad boy style team or a going to work style team to win again.
100%. And like unless you've got some wide receivers that are 6'4" and 250 that convert to playing DB. It's just like how do you cover these guys? They're superhuman. And again, it's like when the deck is so much stacked against you, and then you get a 35-yard penalty.
How about this? If you want to change PI, make it the college application of it. It is no longer a spot foul. You're not going to get a free 48-yard penalty. I'll give you 10 yards. It's the same as defensive holding. You could do that. Oh, but what happens if somebody drags a receiver down? Guys, nothing's perfect. I can just tell you it's an absurdity to have a 58-yard penalty. Unless you shank someone and they are medevaced out of the stadium, you shouldn't get a 58-yard penalty.
Fair enough. That's one I don't think it will happen. But, yeah, the college pass interference rule, because corners know, okay, if you're beat, just tackle the guy.
Got an update on your Detroit Pistons and
the roads?
Isaiah Stewart just punched a truck driver. Please get to the right for my crew. All right. We got beef stew all over the place. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games. The best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the big screen, located at Circa Resort and Casino right in downtown Vegas on Fremont. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, got an update for you on your Detroit Pistons. The suspensions are out for the brawl, fracas, whatever you want to call it. And please, I don't need 50 people calling to tell me Isaiah Stewart didn't start it. It doesn't matter. Once again, he was in the middle of it. It's just like last night. Dylan Brooks shouldn't have been thrown out of the game last night. You know why he was thrown out? He's Dylan Brooks. Beef Stew's getting the same label. I think he got off very fair here. Very light. 2 games. DiVincenzo, who's a punk, a game. Ron Holland, dog in training. He's nasty. 1 game. Naz Reid, 1 game. Marcus Sasser, 1 game. But here's what's really interesting. David put this out here, that the Pistons account, were they responding to Shams or was it their own account?
It was their own account.
They decided to tweet out Detroit versus everybody. And I mean, the cliches are just, can we please stop? Honestly. Why do we lean into this stuff so hard? It's a good place to live. We can drop it. Do we have to be so insecure? And it's always we do this with the Pistons.
Because they're embracing the city, Mike. Just like the same account has tweeted out, "What up, Doe?" and all of that. Like, they're rallying their people. You know what?
What people?
They're fans.
They haven't won a playoff game in 15 years.
And that's why you have to rally them. Because you got to say, hey, we got something going on here.
You know what we have?
And they're trying to take this away from you.
No, we have an all-star in Cade Cunningham. We have a coach who's actually trying and not a grifter in Monty Williams. For 1 year, we haven't had to talk about drama. We got a team that shoots it. They lead the league in dunks. They guard. I can talk about all the good stuff. You know what I don't need? Lazy-ass stereotypes. I'm not in the business of selling sweatshirts. I want to talk basketball. So I'm just tired of it. I get tired of leaning into that crap like somehow we're lesser than. Oh, poor Detroit, so we got to be us versus everybody. Or, we got to be the bad boys. No, how about we can just be the best team in the league? With one of the ascending stars in the game, and we're going to go get help for him, and we're going to go win the damn thing in the next 5 years. I get tired of the limiter. It's the same thing. You never hear the Wings do that crap. You never hear the Lions do that stuff, and you sure as it, the Tigers, hell, this town doesn't know they're awake.
I'm about to say, the Tigers just did that.
What do you mean?
With the whole Scooble thing.
No, there was a video, and it was pathetic because at the end of the video, if you're not announcing your contract extension, I don't need to hear from you.
No, but in the video, hit every Detroit bingo cliche.
It was all cliche.
Yeah.
So look, the suspensions, no big deal. I think he got off good there. Stewart's already this is his 7th suspension. He is a repeat offender. Very easily could have been more. So I'm glad the league didn't overdo it. But the next time he gets involved in something, you better hope it's not in the playoffs because it'll cost you. He's a good defensive player. I know he's a backup center. Stats don't tell the value. The value is rim protection, physicality, and look, he's a defensive anchor. I'm telling you, if they play the Pacers, no, it has nothing to do with that night 20 years ago. I'm talking about these 2 teams and the way they play and the high passion they have. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, I can already see it. Stewart will get suspended. He'll launch somebody out of a cannon. So that's my one fear. But yeah, the Detroit versus everybody thing, just enough. Stand on your own 2 feet and you win because you're good. It's not you versus everybody. It's every city versus everybody. Stop with the cliches. Yes, Dave.
Because the point is, and you mentioned it to start the topic, is, Pistons fans want to say, well, he didn't start it. That's the point, though. Because if you're in a playoff series, if you know you can agitate him or get him involved in something that is going to get him kicked out of a game, we are in a very fine margin here to try to win a series. And if you miss him for a game or whatever happens and that costs you that game, you're now losing that series. That's important, people. So stop, it wasn't him that started it. Well, that is the problem. He gets involved in things that he shouldn't. Now, I'll say this, and I'll only accept it if it's this. If you're trying to protect your star, if Cade Cunningham gets involved in something happens to him and you want to go over there and protect him because you can't lose him, because that will really lose a series or a game, I get it. But come on, Stewart is always involved.
Yeah, and that's the point. And again, last night you had Dylan Brooks inappropriately thrown out of a game. Why? He's Dylan Brooks. Mm-hmm. So I just don't want to see that happen. And look, if you were playing the Bucks, hell, I'd be ready to guarantee you win a playoff series. Bucks are toast without Lillard. I think it's coin flip at best against Indy, and I don't believe you're beating the Knicks. As long as Jalen Brunson is back, which all signs are pointing to he will be, no, I don't think you're winning a 7-game set. I actually think it hurts the Pistons as a first-time playoff team and a bunch of young players. It hurts you to be in a 7-game series. The 5 gives you a chance to steal something, and the 7 is where cream rises to the top. Mm-hmm. So we'll see. I want to see what it looks like when the draw comes out, and I'm excited we get playoff basketball, and I don't think teams are going to be thrilled to see this team, but I also I don't need them to take on a persona other than who they are.
Yeah, except for the only time that they've been successful, they've worn this persona where we were the bad guys, we're the tough guys. This is Detroit, and I think they're trying to hone into the bad boys and to go into work.
What team in basketball over the last decade has had that persona?
I understand. No, Mike.
I'm sorry, but we're
speaking the same language, but I just think that it's just easier for them to say, okay, let's be like the other past Pistons teams that were great, and this was the common denominator. They were tough guys.
I think
and
it
they
helped
ticked off the
Bickerstaff.
leagues.
I think it helped Bickerstaff to get this thing off the ground. There's no question. Tap into the identity of the organization. What I'm saying is we don't need to escalate it. No. Because the escalation of it will reduce your odds of winning a title. The league is not going to look kindly on this. They didn't in the 90s, and they sure as hell didn't in 2004. Don't make it harder on yourself. You got a real window to be real good here in the next 3 years.
Yeah, and that's why I always laugh whenever they show, whenever it comes down to the NBA Finals and they show all the past champions and they just skip over the Pistons each and every time because they don't want to acknowledge the fact that you actually won 3 of them.
Go to Spencer. He's got something to say about the Stones. We'll talk to him. 97.1.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey.
Good.
I might have gotten in late on this, but are you guys upset with the way Isaiah Stewart handled that, or is it just more of looking forward that can't continue?
No, it's just looking forward. You didn't hear. I don't care enough to raise my voice about it. It's just he's got to keep his nose out of this crap, or it's going to hurt you in the playoffs. That's it.
I would hope he's smart enough to pick and choose his spots. But as a young fan who's looking for anything to root for these teams, that's something I look at. I'm they love each other. These guys, I don't think Isaiah Stewart's just trying to get in the middle of these things because he wants to be on TV or he wants to be the tough guy. I think he truly sees his teammate in a scenario, and that's who he is a defender.
Yeah, but it's
maybe
both.
You're talking to
Spencer when you're finger pointing guys, when you're doing the chess thing with Detroit, you're playing a character.
Yeah.
That's not. Come on.
Is it bad that I love that?
No, it's not bad.
I love that.
It's not bad, just like it's not bad that I don't.
But no, he did it for people like you, Spencer, who were hey, this is all about us and everybody hates us. And you know what? I'm standing up for you, Spencer. When I go out there, I'm fighting for you.
Yeah, and at the same breath, it's I'm watching the basketball team do that, and then I'm watching my Red Wings be as soft as anything you could possibly be. And so when I see a team like the Pistons who are winning games and they're doing something that no one thinks they should be doing, that's probably part of the reason is because they are nasty. They are a little gritty. The Lions are the same way.
Yeah, but
when you look at the Red Wings, I'm not trying to change the subject, but that team is so soft. There is none of that.
Well,
and you'll never be successful if you don't have a little bit of that inner grit, that inner love for each other that you are going to step up. And last thing I'll say before I hop off is I would hope that Isaiah Stewart is smart enough that if they're in the playoffs that he would not do something like that. That if it's game whatever against Minnesota, that is not the biggest deal. You can take a 2-game suspension, but that's it. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you got it, Spencer. Well, all I tell you is when you got 15 technicals and 7 suspensions, you lose the benefit of the doubt in my world. I'm going to hold my breath the minute somebody looks at him the wrong way.
And you'd like to think that, he can separate the two. This is the playoffs. But for you, Mike, I hearken to Draymond Green in the NBA Finals. And
Steven Adams nutsack.
Cost his team a championship.
He did. Why? Because he couldn't help himself.
Yep.
All right, good talk. God, I wish we could play the Bucks. 248-539-9797. All right, baseball fans, Home Run Tuesdays are back with FanDuel. It's very simple. You place a bet on who's hitting a home run. FanDuel boosts the profits on Tuesday nights. Just go to FanDuel.com/ticket. You can gear up and go yard all year long with FanDuel. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. The official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable profit boost tokens
Restrictions do apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, 5 o'clock. Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything? We're going to get you to some Brad Holmes stuff. NFL owners meetings. We covered the portal with Holloman and Donaldson. And, even now, just a report coming out that multiple high-level guards are going to be paid $2 million, with one guard in particular, $3 million. Mm-hmm. That's, you know what? Enjoy your sport. I wanted to read
the funny thing real quick, Mike, about that? You know what you'll call this day 5 years from now? The good old days. When you just pay guards $2-3 million.
Well, if you're still around watching this garbage in 5 years, I question your sanity. Here you go. Here's today. Ready? I did this just for you. You know Ohio State guard Michi Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, so
I know where you're going.
Michi Johnson is transferring from Ohio State to South Carolina. Now, I don't see
which time?
Well, funny you say it. The Cleveland native began his career at OSU and was there for 2 years.
Go Bucks!
Then he went to South Carolina.
Can't say that, but yeah.
For 2 years.
Go South Carolina.
But only to return to OSU this year.
Uh-huh.
But now he's back in the portal and going back to South Carolina.
Oh, yeah.
Nice sport you got there.
He's got a summer and winter house.
I mean, honestly. Also, Kenny, one note, the Torpedo bats have been such a big hit. Apparently, Connor McDavid is tinkering with a torpedo stick. You can read about it.
I can't tell if you're trying to mess with me or not right now.
I might be.
Okay.
I'm just having fun with you. All right, let's go over to David. I want to play this audio. Brad Holmes spoke, the owners' meetings, Dan Campbell's down there. And look, I think it is what we all know. It's just whether you're accepting of it. So it is about Brad Holmes telling you, here, I'll let David do this. David, do you want to foreshadow the clips you're about to play?
Yeah, Brad Holmes is talking in this clip about the discipline that his team has to have versus the future.
So that's Brad Holmes. And I think he's saying kind of the quiet part out loud. WBBT, they're bringing the band back together. Mm-hmm. We're not going to be big players in free agency. We have bills due. Here's my question. Do you agree with the strategy? Because anytime I hear people talk about 2027, you lost me. Honestly, the NFL changes so quickly, and the salary cap is rising so quickly, and the things you can do with contracts to create cap space, both short and long term, changes so quickly. I don't subscribe to it. I'm not going to yell about it. I'm not saying Brad Holmes is bad. I'm not saying he's even wrong. I'm saying I have a preference that is, I believe your window is last year, this year, and maybe next year. The whole let's be good for a long time thing, that's nonsense. Okay, the Ravens and Bills have been good for a long time. What's it got them?
Yeah.
Like the way you're doing this feels like the Green Bay Packers. That's why they only had one Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers. When you play it safe and you draft, develop, and sign your own people, and you're not going to go out and do the big free agency stuff or make a big swing, I just don't think you're doing the best you can to win a title. I think it's the safe approach. I don't know if it's sound. But you heard what Brad Holmes said. And look, talking about Branch, talking about Kirby Joseph, talking about possibly J-Mo, talking about Aiden. My viewpoint is, and I mean, Rico, we've talked about it. Aiden's not up for another 2 years plus a third with a franchise tag. Brian Branch, not a responsibility right now. Sam Laporta, not a responsibility right now. And I don't care to pay both safeties. Mm-hmm. So I just view it differently. Not good or bad, differently.
I'm with you. No, Mike, I'm with you because when you look at the roster turnover from the Chiefs, from a Super Bowl to Super Bowl, or the Eagles, they flipped their roster and they went back to the Super Bowl. The really good teams, the great teams, aren't afraid to lose people and gain new people and to find new people to do this. It's not like, oh my God, these are the only 53 people who can get this job done, so we got to keep them all here and just hoard them, because that's what it feels like. I'm with you, man. You're worried about 3 years from now, 2-3 years. You may not even want these players around 2-3 years from now. Worry about right now. Get this team better. And even he said, I mean, he gets the fan frustration because, yeah, you want us to make this big splash, but I just think that I don't like the strategy that Holmes has. I'm just going to keep investing in my guys, and I'm thinking down the line. We made fun of, Wojo because he was like, maybe Aiden knew something. Yeah, Aiden did know something. Brad Holmes told him, look, we're not going to do the big splash. We're going to save the money for you, Aiden. So we can go out and pay Myles Garrett, or you can have the money. And I'm sure he said, well, I'll keep the money, sir. Yeah. Thank you for looking out for me.
The problem is you can do both.
You can.
And that's just, I'm never going to get fans to understand it. Now, David, do you have any more audio to play?
Yeah, because later on he was asked, they released Zadarius Smith, and he was asked, why did they release Zadarius?
Okay, timeout. Can I just say something here? And I'm going to give you data from one website.
Okay.
And I have two things I want to say that's why that comment to me it's insulting. The first thing is 43.1. Do you know what 43.1 is?
No.
The amount of cap space the Detroit Lions have today, which is fourth in football. Now, candidly, still have to sign your rookies, and I know there are extensions coming. I'm making a point to you. It's not negative $78 million. Can't afford it? That brings me to point two. 2 words, Marcus Davenport. Give you another 2 words, Pete Lopez, or whatever the hell his name is. I'll give you another 2 words, any of these other guys they brought back. If you don't want Zadarius here, cool. But don't bleep on my head and tell me it's raining. Tell me you can't afford to have him back. It gets to a point where I start to question, are we trying to win a Super Bowl or are we just trying to be relevant? And guys, it may all work out. Maybe everything that we had hoped, hell, I thought they were going to win the Super Bowl last year. Maybe it all plays out. But when you hear Brad Holmes talk and he goes, I'm not ignoring it. We wish we could sign 3 people. Mm-hmm. You have the money. You haven't even messed with contracts yet. So it doesn't pass the smell test.
No, he already throws his hands up in the air and just says, well, we can't afford it. It's like, but you can. And you see other teams being so creative and keeping their roster together and bringing in new people. I mean, my goodness. I mean, you look at what Howie Roseman did with the Eagles, and it's like, okay, we're going to bring in Saquon. We're going to go and we're going to make this trade. We're going to do this, and we're going to draft people. And honestly, they didn't care because at the end of the year, they won the Super Bowl and let a bunch of people leave and said, all right, how do we get back to getting to the Super Bowl? And they probably will. But to sit here with, like you said, with all of this money and just say, yeah, but we're going to put it in our mattress and we're just going to wait and save it for all of these guys so we can keep them and have them be Lions for life.
Well, the case in the point is like, how many Rock Ya-Sins do you got to sign? You know, it adds up to where if you get creative, you bring back a vet who plays a high-value position. In one breath, you're telling me you want 3 defensive ends, and in another, you're telling me you can't afford a sub sandwich. And then I look at the cap space you got, and I understand. I know what's coming. It'll be the week of the draft. We're going to hear about a Kirby extension. We'll hear about they're going to pay guys earlier than they have to.
Kirby, J-Mo,
Well, J-Mo, you just pick up the 5th year. You don't give him an extension now. That would be silly.
But he's one of the guys.
I don't know what that means. That's like when you were talking the Bible earlier. Speak
That's
English.
one of Brad's guys. And Mike, what does he want to do? Keep the band together. So you know what? I know I could just give you the extension, but you know what if I just give you a new contract? How about that?
Okay, well, that's a bad way of doing business. David, go ahead.
What I was going to say is you're exactly right. Like, you got these guys that you're signing that you could have had the salary. He was only due $11 million. He had bonuses. He had a base salary. But this whole, I couldn't afford him. It's different if he had $30 million due to him.
Right.
And you said, you know what, we got to slash salary. We got some other guys to pay. We just can't pay $30 million. It's 11.
When you hear Brad Holmes say these things, guys, what's your reaction to it? And look, if you just want to, drink the bathwater and say everything's awesome, that is your prerogative, but I'd like to have a conversation about it. Look, if you say you didn't want Za'Darius, or you say his demands were ridiculous, that's a different conversation. To say I can't afford it when you got $41 million cap space before we mess with contracts, and to be talking about bills coming due in 26 and 27, I don't know, man. That doesn't feel like how the league runs. So 248-539-9797. We'll get some of your phone calls. We'll do it next. Spring into savings. Unbelievable deals. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 2024. You need a truck, they got them. 25 Silverado 4-wheel drive LT crew cab. Lease it. $299 a month, $19.99 down. They also have the 25 Blazer EV, $199 a month, $14.95 down. Both 24 months. Best part, everyone gets employee pricing on both the Silverado and Blazer EV. No gimmicks, just the deals. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Visit MoranExpress.com, or you can stop by on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, David, we'll get ticket text momentarily. People are amped up to talk. Let's do it. And I just look. I think it's okay if you don't think Za'Darius is worth it. I know you don't want to slander a player. Cool. I'm not sad he's gone, but don't say you can't afford it. Not when you got 41 in cap. Not when you've got flexibility moving forward. Now I understand you got to pay your rooks. We know. Draft week has turned into Brad Holmes turning into Oprah handing out cars. You get an extension. Fine. But come on. And what is your take on fearing 2026 and 7? That one gets me too. So, look, clearly the man's done a hell of a job turning this franchise around, but it doesn't mean we have to agree with every single pound and penny. I don't like this approach because being good for a long time, screw it. I'd rather be great 1 year. Let's go to the people. See what everybody's got to say about it. Mark's in Rochester, 97.1. Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, good to talk to you. How are you doing?
Marky, nice to talk to you again, pal. What's up?
Yeah, so the last time I called you, I think it was the beginning of March, and you were doing this topic on Joey Bosa versus Myles Garrett when we thought both could be available at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And it was this idea of, like, do we pay for the premium or do we go for the discount bargain bin? And now I'm sitting here going, well, hell, we didn't get either one. And so what exactly are we doing here, Brad? And it's just frustrating because I so want this team to be great, and I see moves over the past couple years that they could make to be great. You know, you can pull up all the great tackles, DNs that were available last offseason, and Brad made a decision he's not going to go after him when he had the money to do so. And now he's kind of making the same decision. I'm not mad that they didn't re-sign Za'Darius Smith because I think he might still be available. But when I hear those words from Brad Holmes, I want to ask him, what exactly is the goal here? Is it to win a Super Bowl or is it to make money? Because it's starting to feel a lot like this is starting to make money. I mean, this team is being ran like a hedge fund, just focused on value, long-term returns, low risk. And maybe that will make the team a ton of money. We'll be great, and maybe, hey, we'll get a lucky shot at it. But I don't think that's what the fans want. I could be wrong.
No, and look, understand something. I mean, next year's cap situation in 2026 is not great. It's not. But you're also paying Jared Goff $70 million. I don't believe for a second you will go through next offseason without redoing that deal.
And finding money when you redo the deal.
Exactly. It's not going to happen. So then you kind of get into this mix of like, what are we fearing? And Mark, look, I'm not going to make an accusation that they're not trying to win a Super Bowl. I just think, I go back to what Dan Campbell said, and it's his words, not mine. We have to be careful to not fall in love with our own. And I just think they are in love with their own. And if it bears fruit and they're right, they get all the flowers. But it's a dangerous game to play.
It's incredibly dangerous, and you're 100% right. It's exactly what they're doing. They're falling in love with their own guys. And when he says we don't have the money to go get to re-sign Za'Darius Smith, really, Brad, what we want to know is why don't you have the money to go get other bigger guys or to make the big trade? It's exactly what you just said. They want to re-sign Kirby Joseph. I'm in the camp that a D lineman is way more important than a secondary player in terms of impact, and it's just it's very, very infuriating.
It is, and look, I mean, you got things on the books for 2026 that I think are 10% shots. I mean, Frank Ragnow going to be here at $16 million? Is he still playing? Graham Glasgow at 8.5? No, you're cut. You know, like you have certain guys on here. I mean, I'm not even doing some deep dive here, and you're just like, really? Like I have to have, you know, I don't want to slander guys. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just making a point.
Money is there.
The money, you just, and look, only after you have exhausted every resource after a 4 or 5 year period do you end up where the Niners have ended. Where, look, the Niners have to take a step back to then re-engage and move forward. But this is the result of your team going all in for 5+ years.
Right.
I just refuse to accept, we're tapped out. You know, can't do it.
And you have to be willing to just say, you know what? We loved you here, but you're going to go someplace else and finish your career out.
Let's go to Nate, 97.1. Nate, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Love the show. I honestly,
Brad Holmes saying that it's a little bit of a gut punch. But personally, I think it was kind of a cop-out. It's like you tell your girlfriend, it wasn't you, it's me. And I think maybe Brad just didn't really want him. He just didn't think he was the right piece. But to say that you can't afford it is a whole nother thing. So I don't know. I mean, I think he could potentially steer the ship in the right direction if he picks the right guys in the draft and maybe go somewhere next year. But, yeah, like you were just saying, the cap situation next year is a lot worse than right now. So why not take the risk now and then deal with it later?
Yeah, and I say it's worse.
Next year, you're screwed.
I only say it's worse now just because on paper it is. But, I mean, do you with a straight face believe you're going to pay Goff $70 million in 2026, or do you think they're going to restructure the deal, open up some cap space? I mean, Nate, you know the answer.
Yeah, I mean, paying Goff $70 million right now is a little ridiculous, in my opinion. I mean, the guy's great and he's done great things.
Well, I'm just saying
the
cap hit in 26 turns into that. Yeah, but Nate, we're speaking the same language. I mean, again, like, look, how do I know Taylor Decker is here in 2026 in his age 34 season, making $23 million, or do I cut him and save 15? Look, these are the conversations. Well, Nate, there you go. I mean, look, ultimately, not everybody gets to stay, and not everybody will stay. God forbid career-ending injuries happen.
Or you just make hard moves where you're like, you know what? We only have to go so far with you, and we're going to go with a rookie and try and do this again.
It's part of why I would only pay one of Branch or Kirby.
Yeah.
I'm not keeping them both. I'm not. It's their prerogative. We've talked about this. They decided to pay David Montgomery more money. Okay. Does it mean I'm running to pay Jahmyr Gibbs all of a sudden? Absolutely not. I'm not doing it. Why? Bills aren't paying James Cook. Not doing it.
But they're going to pay Gibbs.
Well, okay, their prerogative.
Right.
I don't have to agree with that.
I'm with you.
David is shaking his head. What did I say that's wrong?
Well, heck,
He didn't say anything wrong.
That's a page out of the Steelers playbook. Like, they literally draft replacements.
You're exactly right. A year early.
Yes.
Because they know what's going to happen. Like, oh, we're not going to pay this cornerback, or we're not going to play this offensive lineman.
Like, did you just draft a linebacker?
Yes.
Yeah. But I play linebacker.
Right.
For now.
It just doesn't make any sense. I mean,
no, it makes sense if they believe they have what it takes to win a Super Bowl in their building, and if everything goes right, they can do it. What I'm saying is, move beyond that. When Brad Holmes starts talking about 26 and 27, you've lost me.
Yes.
And when you say you can't afford Zadarius Smith, if you don't want him, that's fine. Don't bleep on my head and tell me it's raining.
Correct.
Those are my only points of difference. Let me say it for the people in the back of Greater Life Church. They can win a Super Bowl bringing the band back together. It's possible. This is about possible versus optimal. That's all it is. But where you lose, I believe you and me, you start talking about 2027. Oh, come on.
Right.
We're going to be, it's really.
You know what that ranks right up there with, hey, Mike, did you see Michigan State's going to be playing this team in 2030 in football?
Yeah. Wake me up if they kick off. Right. 248-539-9797. We'll get more to people. Got a football today as well. 97.1.
Distracted driving's become an epidemic. Look around. Hell, you might see it right now on your drive listening to us. Bottom line, if you don't have life insurance for your family, you're not doing them a service. Call Mike Pepper, National Benefit Plans. He'll help you find a life insurance plan that not only covers your family's needs, but is affordable. And what makes Mike Pepper National Benefit Plans different? Well, for starters, Mike will shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He will guarantee you the best possible rate, and you won't be dealing with a phone jockey 6 states over. You're going to get someone with 30 years of experience. National Benefit Plans, they bring it to you. And when you need to choose that life insurance for your family, make National Benefit Plans the first call you make, or stop by the website at nbphealth.com. That's nbphealth.com. Odyssey.com Rewind. We covered it all today, from the transfer portal news from Michigan to Michigan State, Lions, Brad Holmes speaking. Hell, we even got Rico in a helicopter doing traffic reports. David, a couple of ticket texts. We've got Rieger in a biker jacket today, kind of an aggressive look for Rieger. His Sons of Anarchy phase has kicked in.
Yeah.
Jax Teller.
When you got Patrick Mahomes, you can flip the roster. The Lions don't have that guy, so stop it with that noise. Go out there and spend that money that you have.
Brad, that's very nuanced. Stop it with that noise.
Brad, no. That is not what I want to hear from you. The cap is not real. Go get Hendrickson. No excuses. That is from Tom.
And remember, I am not going to spend the next month yelling. I'm not doing it. I'm going to hold out hope. I think I have a right to that. I'm just going to hold out hope. Draft night, we all get a big surprise, and maybe Hendrickson's here. And you know what? If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Because Brad Holmes, if anything, he's honest. He tells you exactly what he's thinking.
Brad Holmes is too worried about being able to say how many players he drafted is on this team. Never underestimate the ability of a GM's ego to destroy a team.
I think that's a lot of executives across a lot of industries. I mean, ego can really upend a lot of things. And it's when you get high on your own supply or you don't keep the main thing, you're right. But look, they've drafted a lot of really good football players. My whole point is you don't have to keep every single one of them. That's okay. And I also think to Rico's point, like, look, I don't have to do anything with Aiden right now. I mean, I've got 2 more years of team control plus a franchise tag.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to do nothing. You know, J-Mo, there's a 5th-year option. Brian Branch, Laporta.
And here's the thing.
Why do I have to sign every single human being?
Well, it's going to anger them. So they're still on the team. They're collecting the check. Like, all right, that's the price of doing. I'm sorry. I'm going to hand you $25 million, but you're going to be angry at me. Okay.
Yeah, and I don't think it's the optimal thing to do. Like, it's not the best thing. I'm just saying you have these tools in your toolbox.
Mm-hmm.
You can't make everybody happy. You're not pizza.
And I think
so. Just figure it out.
And maybe that's it, Mike, where, you know what, rather than be the boss, he's trying to be the friend. And I'm trying to make sure everybody eats here instead of just, you're the boss. You got to make hard decisions sometimes, and you're not going to get liked.
Rieger, are you okay with Trey Donaldson saying farewell?
What are you going to do, Mike? What are you going to do? You know what?
The portal's gross.
It is. But you know what I figured out about myself? This is going to sound cliche. I root for the name on the front of the jersey. Like, as long as you can get me in the Final Four, I don't care who does it. Like,
no, I know that, but I thought he was a building block.
I did too.
And
the Trey Holloman thing shocked me, and I'm dumb because as soon as he protected your logo and got the kiss the logo, I saw that today. I thought it was April Fool's. And goes to show you what I know. Like, nobody's sacred. Nobody's sacred. Like, nobody is.
But do you understand why I largely don't care about it? I mean, I can watch it. I'll always root for the team in green. But passion-wise, how can anyone take any of it seriously?
You won't see shock from me.
I do think these two guys, though, could tip the scales for people that didn't think it was a big deal. Like, I really don't care. I don't spend much time thinking about it. I know you guys were kind of on the curve of like, this is borderline disgusting. But these two guys are a big loss.
No, they are, Rieger, but it happens. I mean, just go back to you for a few years. I thought Hunter was Mr. Michigan. Like, he was productive. He was a 20-10.
Remember when I did that podcast with you and tried to convince you he was better than Zach Edey?
Yeah, and it was like, and now,
listen, if you've never been wrong, it means you didn't say anything at all. You took a swing, you missed. It's okay.
So watched a couple games.
But yeah, it's. I expect. I mean, honestly, if 3 more guys jumped into the portal tomorrow.
All right, so who's next for Michigan State? Is Cohen Carr leaving?
No,
that would be a dagger. And then
see, well, here's the thing:
is Jace going pro?
Here's the thing:
that you're pretty sure about that.
I think so. The thing about the portal, like, are they leave? I don't know if they're leaving. It's negotiation. They're in the portal, and for everybody who burns their jerseys, and I hate them. Just wait a second.
I know, but
they may end up coming back.
Couldn't
like
you,
Johnson.
Couldn't you do couldn't you do your negotiations without actually entering the portal? Couldn't you just say like,
yeah, and
hey,
I think that's exactly what's happening with Jackson Kohler and Cohen Carr. The whole point I made yesterday, and State fans got all bent out of shape. I go, you better hope somebody doesn't value Cohen at a level you're uncomfortable with. Like if I'm at Kentucky,
same thing with Kohler.
If I'm at Kentucky, if I'm at Louisville, and they're going to spend $10 million on their payroll, I'm handing them $1 million, and I'm going to go State, choke.
I don't think people realize how much just average player is getting now. You could walk in there and say, I want $600,000.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Trey Townsend got close to $1 million to get you 9 and 6 off the bench at Arizona.
Yeah.
So what does that tell you?
So if you're like, well, we're
prices are going up,
right? And they're not going to go
spend
backwards.
$10 million. Couple of guards today, reports are, got $2 million in the open market.
Yeah, I was telling Dent, who played for New Mexico. Hey, go to UCLA.
So what's RJ Lewis going to get? What's RJ Lewis going to get?
I just thought he was going to the pros.
Okay.
But
What are you doing next?
All right, so I actually have. I think I'm getting fooled. I'm not quite sure about a sports figure in Detroit. And since it's April Fool's Day, we're going to get into that. We're going to talk about both Trey's leaving in the 7 o'clock hour. Got some Brad Holmes stuff. Get you up to Tiger baseball.
Holmes stuff was really interesting. People responded to it.
Yeah.
It was. I think some people were bugged by that.
Well, it's annoying because you keep talking about 26 and 27 when it's 25, and I worry about 2 years from now, probably.
And you don't have a Lombardi trophy, and you're
Well,
talking
that's the
about
thing.
27.
Could you imagine, and if they don't win the Super Bowl next year or the year after?
You're not going to want these people here.
What was
Big
it all
waste.
for?
Exactly.
Yeah, I
you,
know.
you didn't swing when you had the chance to swing.
All right, Rieger is next. Unencumbered, I may say, without Wojo.
Yeah, Wojo is he's on Fox tonight. He's doing a little.
Nobody cares. All right, we'll talk to everybody tomorrow. 97.1.